Karma's got a thing for me. We hold hands, make plans, keep the receipts. Karma, she's my best friend. One step closer, here's how it ends. Karma's got a thing for me. You see, you'll be digging up 6 feet. Karma's never let me down. My smile will kill when I cut you out. It's karma. Shh, it's okay to hurt your voice screaming in my face. I know you gotta bark when you don't got bite. Tell me, what's that like? What's that like? Being that insecure, acting up, immature. Had enough, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. It's karma. It's karma. Karma's got a thing for me. We hold hands, make plans, keep the receipts. Karma, she's my best friend. One step closer, here's how it ends. Karma's got a thing for me. You'll see, you'll be digging up 6 feet. Karma's never let me down. My smile will kill when I cut you out. Snip, snip, cutting your bullshit with a plot twist. Don't waste my time, I don't do toxic. I see you looking at me like she's so sweet. She's so nice, I can do what I like, right? Did I make you cry? I forgot that you're right. You know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You, now you got hurt 'cause you made me. Yeah, you know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You only got hurt 'cause you made me bored. It's karma. It's karma. I'm so bored.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 colors draw me, gravity to the bottom of the sea. Making waves, I'm making waves to leave this place. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning,
Most days I can barely leave my bed, 'cause someone lives rent free inside my head. I say I'm not okay, I'm terrified when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes. What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know why. Angels come and they leave to the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Please, God, can you give me some relief? I've been out here hiding like a thief. I'll pull the windows down when I feel low. Keep my demons close so nobody knows the side that lives inside of me. Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know why. Angels come night sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Galaxies, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Galaxies, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Oh my God, I can't breathe. Angels come and they leave. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting a demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting a demon. And you took it all away from me. And you took it all away.
Feel the time.
I wake up in silence, turning our face an empty bed. There's no one besides me, and I try to remember what I've said. It's hard to remember, 'cause I can see glass all in my room. I'm searching for answers. Why did you leave? What did I do? Oh, can we turn back time so we can redo last night? I think that I messed up, but it's all erased from my mind.
closed down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, your name, calling out your name, your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. Somewhere far beyond, keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on the street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright.
looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. Goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to bind it to I slip to bind it to I slip to bind it to I slip to Goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
I got lost tonight under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find under the stars up in the sky. I got lost tonight under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find under the stars up in the sky. I don't know where to take this, I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment, living in the moment. Your head is on my shoulder, but we're getting older. Baby, it's you and I.
Hi Esports and welcome to EVC's The Surge 2. My name is Quinno and I'm your host for today, and let me tell you, I am so excited about these games today. So up first we have Yarix Control versus Arcadia. Pretty good matchup, I'm bloody excited to see it. And then we also have SSP versus Twisted Saints Esports, which once again is going to be a brilliant game. But I think we should talk a little bit more about it, and I've got two wonderful analysts with me today. So do you want to introduce yourselves and we can have a little discussion?
Well, I'm Nebula. I'm very happy to be here alongside you guys, and yeah, excited to get into these games, as you said.
Hi, my name is Maz. Also super excited to be here, super excited for these games, super excited to see what maps and what comps we're going to be playing today.
I know, because obviously there's been the whole patch that's just come out. I'm so excited to see just new stuff and just see how people utilise those, see how it plays. But let's just, the general question, how are you feeling about EVC, The Surge 2 as a whole?
I think there's a lot of opportunity for teams to prove themselves in this tournament. It's pretty stacked in terms of the level that these teams will usually be playing at. We've got some teams that have previously played in Polaris, like Upino Orchestra and Formulation Gaming. We also have some teams that were in Eclipse, like Yarix Control. We have TSE, who's also playing later today. So yeah, we've got some good competition and a lot of good matches up ahead in the next few days.
I'm so excited because it's good being in my position because I'm not very educated on the whole Valorant scene. So it's nice to see like, okay, this team is dominating, this team is doing this. Do we think there's going to be like a domination today, or is it going to be quite evenly matched?
Do you want to go first? Or?
Well, I haven't seen much of Arcadia play recently. However, I know Gogs, who is on the team, was playing at Epic quite a lot. So I'm really excited to see what happens there, as I haven't seen him much recently, but I'm also really excited to see what Yarix Control come up with.
Yeah, Gog's also a player that also filled for EXO for a while, and has played under various banners. Definitely an experienced player in this tournament. I think Yarix Control are definitely the favourites out of these two teams. Arcadia, the team previously getting second in the Irish National League in a close final as well. So they almost had that opportunity to go into Eclipse and play against sort of that international competition within Northern Europe. So they're going to get that opportunity here today, and hopefully in playoffs as well against some of these teams that did make Eclipse. So they have an opportunity to, you know, take a shot at the sort of big names.
I'm going to say, I kind of ask you the same question, Mads. What is your opinion on this first match, like Yarix Control versus Arcadia?
I mean, obviously, I know people from both teams, so it's a bit like hard to pick who you're rooting for, but I'm really excited. Again, I haven't seen much of Arcadia play, so I'm just really excited to see their play style, how they work together.
Is there any star players that we should be looking out for? Or is it quite evenly matched, quite chill? You don't underdogs, that kind of thing.
If Winter's in for YariX Control, they had some just insane rounds in Eclipse that were, you have some rounds where it's just like, this player should not be getting away with this kind of stuff at all. Just 1vx clutches, and they pulled some of that stuff off. So yeah, that would be really interesting to see. I'm sort of looking forward to how, as we've said with the patch notes coming in, sort of comp adaptations are going to go, especially towards the Sentinel role. With the Cypher nerfs coming in, I think some teams or players think it's a lot more detrimental to him than others, notably the tripwires, the sort of wall hack aspect of it fading in later. And then also, you have the sunset changes, but that was a bit further away. So I'm wondering whether they're going to lean more towards sort of double Sentinel compositions, whether the Cypher's going to be seen less play. I think it will just come down to a team's preference.
Sounds brilliant. And we've got our casters. They have been researching the patch notes. Literally, I saw them in the other room. They're like, oh, we need to know everything. We need to know everything. So I feel like we should go to our casters, JB and Mads Bear, and they can tell you a bit more about it and get us into today's first game.
Hello and welcome. I'm JB. I'm joined by Mads Bear. Thank you, Quino, for the transition. YariX Control versus Arcadia Esports.
Yep.
Like they said, I think it's going to be a really good game. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, both teams are very well known for having exceptional gameplay. YariX Control actually making it into Eclipse, getting knocked out in the quarterfinals against Coalesce, but they got pretty far considering. Arcadia, they unfortunately they came second in the Irish National League, which is pretty good, but did lose and wasn't able to make it into Eclipse. I think that's probably the biggest difference that we're seeing here.
Yeah, we're going to see. I feel like YariX Control should be in the favourites for this matchup. Playing in Eclipse, obviously, that's a high caliber of people that they're going to be playing against. And I'll be interested to see how Arcadia deal with this. They have recently changed their roster up, bringing in a new IGL and 2 others. That's going to be a big shift, and I wonder how they have come together across these, I think, last month or so to bring themselves up to this level.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned these roster changes. I believe YariX Control do have a slight roster change today, but even so, it's not much. Like you mentioned, the IGL has been changed recently. The whole team in general, I think it's October that the team kind of formed together. So they have had a lot of time, last few months, to kind of practice. But I think we're going to see that practice in action today.
I'd hope to see it. I want a really good game. First game of this event. Starting off with a good one would be a great way to kick the event off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have best of 3s during the group stages, which is, not usually what you tend to see, but we love having more games. Who doesn't want more games? But I do believe we do have the vetoes ready, which are going to be interesting because we tend to see YariX Control. They've been winning a lot on Abyss. They've tend to favour Bind and Pearl as well, which we don't usually see.
Some good maps, but it does seem like we're not going to be having Pearl. We will have the Abyss, though, for the second map.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I just mentioned. Arcadia kind of realising that Control do actually have a pretty good, strength on Pearl, immediately getting rid of it. And yep, the Abyss pick from Control as well.
The Sunset pick is quite good, actually, because the last time that YariX Control had played this map, the last time we saw them was against Coalesce in those quarterfinals.
Yep.
And Coalesce, personally, I have played against them on this map, and
I remember that game.
Hey, we did better when we played them, only by 2 rounds, but they do have a really good Sunset, and I think Arcadia know that coming into this, and I think they're going to be trying to exploit that weakness with them.
Yeah, but at the same time, YXC haven't had very many strong games on Sunset and have probably been practicing since then. It has been a good few weeks since these Eclipse games on Sunset, so things could have changed.
I hope to see it.
Yeah. I mean, Haven as a decider is actually such a good pick as well. It is one of those maps where everyone knows how to play it, even though it's only just, I say recently come back, it's been a while now. But it's one of those maps that pretty much every team will have consistently scrimmed on. So I think it's a pretty good decider map.
It's a good map with... It's almost like Ascent, but I feel like you have a lot more flexibility because it's a lot of a wider map. You have a lot more lanes you need to shut down. You have a lot more things that you can actually do.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm excited to see what either of these teams are going to come out. If they're
Yeah.
going to come out with the default comp, or they're going to sway, almost like Fnatic did, by adjusting their comp. It'd be interesting to see.
I do think that the more default comp will be used on the decided map if we get to that point, just because it is third map and these teams do really want to win. So they'll probably stick to their usual. But with maps like Abyss, for example, we do tend to see it's still one of the newest maps. Sorry, so we'll probably see a lot of maybe changes, especially with the new patch notes as well that have come out recently. Not necessarily stuff on Abyss itself, but of definitely quite a few agent changes that have happened recently.
I think a lot of Abyss comes down to the Sentinel, and with those patch notes to Cypher, the changing of his trips, it's such a minor change, half a second before you can actually see them through the reveal system that they have. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to do about it, because we've seen, at least recently, in terms of that Sentinels event, I don't know if you watched it, there's a lot of Vice coming out and Deadlock, which was quite interesting to watch, but me personally, I'm a die-hard Cypher fan on that map. I like the tried and true trusted method. And
I mean, that 0.5 second doesn't sound like a lot, but playing with it is crucial. It gives you just enough time, to quickly flick and destroy that trip before anyone even knows you're there.
the mentality will come into play on that, because imagine you lose first map and you're going into Abyss and then you're getting hit by a Cypher trip on the floor through the smoke. Not fun.
I mean, a lot of these teams, these are the kind of plays that they are used to making, and we're probably going to see quite a lot of these plays.
It'll be interesting to see how they deal with it.
Yeah.
I wonder,
Yeah.
hopefully there's the shock dart lineup. Just get the trips out the way. Because I feel like Abyss is a difficult map to play. You've got some really long angles, so it punishes teams that get onto an eco. And I think it's a lot easier for teams to snowball on that map compared to others.
Yeah.
Just with the range and what advantages guns give.
Yeah, I mean, also we have had a slight change to Omen as well, which I think might change the style a little bit. Most teams tend to play Omen. Obviously on Abyss we might see Astra quite a bit, but now Omen can't put his, is it one ways through?
One way through the walls,
Through the walls, yeah. So
have to be
it's
standing.
like-
I think Omen can still be used.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see Astra. Astra's been out of the meta for a while. I think maybe for the better half of a year.
Yeah.
I still remember playing when she was meta, and it was pretty much just every map you ran Astra. It'd be nice to see our teams use her with her getting 5 stars back.
Yeah, 100%.
I think she's got a lot of versatility, and with a map like Abyss where the post-plant meta is so heavy, I think she'll be favoured over the Omen, unless they're going to run a double smokes, which would be...
We've seen it quite a few times.
We have, and it'd be interesting to see.
I mean, yeah, double smokes and double initiate at the same. To be fair, I've seen quite a few teams who have run both on the same comp at the same time, which tends to be seen more on like Bind. We're seeing Viper being used quite a lot as that Sentinel. Also, Vice being used on Haven as an initiator has been used quite a few times. I believe Yari's Control have used it once before.
I don't want to see that. I don't like the idea of that. I'm a Breach player myself. I think Breach is just too strong on a map like Haven. The chokes are so tight, and he's got a stun, he's got an ult.
Especially with these new Phoenix changes as well. I think, kind of bullying the other team with all these flashes could be the way to go.
Phoenix is a good... He's nice now. It gives him a lot more versatility, and it lets him stay aggressive for longer. Because usually it feels like you're so limited with the flashes, but now you have more.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see exactly these kind of things come into play now. Okay.
Mr. Hovered Phoenix.
He did.
I was interested. I was interested to see what he was going to cook up, but he's going to be picking the Breach. Seems like it's going to be some pretty regular comps from the side of YXC, but Arcadia bringing out the KO is pretty nice as well. It's pretty defaulty.
Seen it, yeah, but it is not the typical that you would go for.
And it's going to be interesting to see what Benka can try and pull off. I think this means he's going to have to be a bit more individually focused. Of course, no doubt you still have the KO set flashes with the Sova Dart as well to pair with it. Usually that will be happening. But I feel like the Breach utility is so good on this map. It's like Haven. It's got like wide angles. It's got choke points. I think Breach does a really good job of setting players up and pushing these positions. Yeah,
I mean, we're seeing the typical Neon here as well, which is pretty much default at this point. We are meant to be getting some changes soon, but for now, I think everyone's going to abuse that sliding power that she has.
And I wonder what changes are going to come. I feel like it was since her speed got buffed that really she became more of a problem, not necessarily so with the slides.
Yeah, I mean, there was, like you said, a few slight little buffs as the years have gone on, which I think have made it very powerful. But since, like we mentioned, these Phoenix buffs, these duelists are getting
Out of hand.
a little bit out of hand. But we've seen the Cypher picks as well, which is typical for this map. Obviously, since the changes on Sunset, it's been a bit different. With that B corner kind of not allowing that trip to hold down main. But, I mean, these teams know better than I do, so...
They'll probably have something cooked up.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're ready.
I think there's plenty of angles that you can still put a Cypher trip there, but obviously it's easier to shoot. And I mean, I think a lot of these teams, they have Sova, they have Breach. They're going to be able to break this. And moving into the first round of the EVC event.
Exciting.
It is, but I'm trying to figure out what these guys are doing, but seems like they might be going towards a solid B hit with the Cypher of Nas lurking towards A. He's got a trip ready, and it'll be interesting to see how Arcadia will respond to this. It seems like they're going to be playing a bit of a heavy A.
I mean, we love to see this kind of diversity from Cypher being able to move around the map and still have trips on the other side.
Still shifting towards... Oh my, Reb got a big tag. He's going to tag 4 players.
And they're instantly going to go back as well.
And I think that's probably the power of having the Cypher on the other side of the map, even though he may have been nerfed, but there's still so much information that these tripwires give them. It seems that Arcadius are not going to be moving at all. We can see the RX control taking a bit of mid control, making a lot of noise, but they're slowly making their way over towards this A site, breaking the door now. To add some questions, I think Curve's trying to go for some pot shots through the smoke. And with the new Ghost, it's a bit more difficult now. It's lost only 2 bullets, but still a little more unforgiving now with that gun.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to possibly seek out where these guys are, try and get some picks. They do have this double initiator still, but less information about that KO.
Seems that Arcadius is going to be making a retake A setup, but look at the B position. We've got 2 members of Arcadius, Reb and Curve, in market here. I think they're trying to be a bit of a... having a bit of worry towards mid, but it seems like YXC are going to be starting to barrel their way on towards a B site. Shots just going all through the smoke mark. He's been put down to 50 HP. Look at the health of half of these players. They're all low. Cons is going to be able to find the first entry frag onto Nas. That's going to be the tripwires down for the round, and seems like the Flood retake might have started, but it's been cut short pretty quickly as Curve has gone down. Reb still trying to take a fight towards this front side position, but trade slowly coming through from Benko and Rex, and once again, we're in a 2v2 now. Mister is low, but he doesn't have any more utility, so it means he can bait a bit more effectively. Benka taking the swing out through the smoke, and once again getting a second frag. That's going to be a 4K to start him off, and he's already going to be 2 off of his overdrive.
I mean, that's not a place you want to be in if you're YXC right now.
Not at all.
Overdrive is so powerful.
Especially if they start to get like an early lead. If they get the 3rd round, then hey, you can... If someone's died, chuck the gun, I'll go all this way.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, I think at that point, YXC probably, they try to play a bit slow. A little bit too slow. That 5-man retake is so strong, and you really do need to be getting that pick before you get that spike down.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was really well played from Arcadius, playing so balanced and together. Curve and Reb there. They stayed alive for a long time, and even if, I think it was Curve who went down straight away, Reb was still there to try and pull the crosshairs away, and that allowed the CT flood to come in, and ultimately that won them the retake. Starting off in this round, YXC going to be starting again towards B. Seems like it's going to be their default, but having a look at HackZ, threatening this mid lurk up through the smoke, but I think he's just going to chill and try and wait.
Yeah, I think he's knowing that those Cypher chips are kind of lurking themselves around the map a little bit, trying to, get rid of any sort of information that they can early on.
Which is good for a run like this. Usually you want to group up and explode or instantly explode, and I think YXC are going to be going for the contact into an explode type of play.
Yeah.
See them slowly starting to walk out towards B, and the camera of Konsk has found them. A couple bullets getting flung about, but none of them really going to be landing. The plant has gone down, and it's a 5v5 retake. And a lot of them are starting to get up into main, and we were talking about this lurk from HackZ. He's taken down Gogs at top mid, and now this is a 5v4, and they do have to worry about the lurk. But then again, Reb is starting to just get that defuse down with the neon wall going up, and it doesn't seem like YXC are going to be doing anything about it. Then again, out comes the swing from main, and Rex has found 2. Nas as well. Curve and Benka getting some trades back, and it's a 3v1. Hax's lurk finally gets activated, and Rex swings off it perfectly, getting a headshot onto Curve, and that's going to be the 2nd round in favor of Arcadius, YXC.
I mean, Rex is that player that I mentioned that hasn't actually been playing on the team, is currently subbing in today for the team. I mean, if you're gonna
he's
come
doing it like
in like that,
That's a
fair
brilliant
enough.
way to start his game. 5-1.
And Hacks just getting that lurk early on and just completely, if you're lurking like that, Arcadia are consistently going to have to be looking behind them at all times. And obviously, they weren't at that point and managed to pick off a player. And now that's why as well. It's all messed up.
Does throw a bit of a spanner in the works for Arcadius. Force down onto these worse weapons. We do have Reb with a Sheriff though, and after seeing what Rex did last round with it, well, anything could really happen. But it seems like YXC are just going to be taking it slow again. Dancing around this B site again. Third round that they've decided to take this B main space. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And in fairness, Arcadia have been taking aim pretty much every round and holding it very well. We can see them with a little cross with a flash, but Reb's going to be going for a bit of a deep swing, but that flash is not going to hit him. Trying to punish them is YXC. He's going to barely be able to get out with the molly and the shock dart coming in, dealing a little bit of damage to Marky, but not really going to be anything to make him worry. Reb down to 20 HP though. Not ideal. The dart's going to come through. Maybe that provokes a bit of spam from Rex. Maybe not. Gogs is going to get taken down towards backside as Nas starts his push on, and Konsk, he's found the mid player. He's found the lurk. Nas getting taken down, but Marky's going to be getting one back on site. Reb was already low, so maybe it wasn't too big. Curve trying to get a trade, get something, but it's not going to happen. Taken down by Mister, as it seems like YXC are going to be mounting for a retake. They do have the lurk coming in from mid, and I think Hax has got a perfect timing here. And Benka's managed to find kill onto Marky, and I think this round might come down a bit more towards the Omen if he can try and throw a spanner in the work. The tap came through from Konsk, but he's aware, but unfortunately the awareness is not going to be good enough, and he swings towards this site position and takes down Benka as well with some beautiful Bulldog right-click headshots.
Yeah, I mean, typically you do see the Sentinel wanting to lurk, but I mean, if it's working, then yeah, I mean...
Take a look at this. So you can see Konsk is so aware. He had that thought in his head. Hey, hold on, we haven't seen this Omen for a hot minute. Maybe he did come flank, but unfortunately Hax was ready for him. His crosshair placement was way too good.
Yeah.
And ultimately got him that kill with the Bulldog.
I mean, the buy is looking pretty even now. We are seeing some of these new shields coming into play as well, which is very interesting. We haven't had many games to be casting since it's come out. They're okay. I think, if you're at this point in the game, why not? But
I suppose. But also, you're at this high level where people that may buy Deagles can punish you on these headshots because they still take you down. You see the tripwire coming out a bit late on towards B. That's going to get a bit of info, but then again, YXC playing slow. They're just going to be holding down the main. So Jones going to come in towards middle from curve. He's going to clear it all out and make sure that nobody's lurking.
I mean, YXC are aware that the Arcadia do have a 4 by now, so probably playing a bit slow. It's probably going to work for them still.
Rex getting found towards this A side. That's going to force the Neon to stay, but then again, maybe not. Marky starting to get active towards the side. The stun comes out as well, but Curve, while stunned, I think that was. He's going to get a kill onto Mister and Konsk as well, taking down Marky. Those are two big frags. That's the Neon and the Breach taken down instantly, and the Sovadar comes out, and that's going to allow a spam from Konsk to immediately come out, but Rex found his way through Market in middle. Going to be able to get one back, but this is a 2v4. This is not a situation you want to be in the side of YXC, but what choice have they got? They've got no options. Swinging towards backside, Rex is going to get another one going for the spam, but Curve taking the jiggle picks a bit too much, and Gogs cleans up as he comes back through Market.
I mean, those first 2 picks are exactly what you need at that point. YXC have been playing so slow, and being able to kind of initially get those picks so early on and completely mess up that attack is what Arcadia need.
Yeah, it disrupts them perfectly, and then all of a sudden, your Neon, your Breach is dead, and now you're scrambling.
The most important entry players.
You've got your dive gone, and also the Breach, who I was talking about before this, has so much util, has so much possibility to make this work, but I think we're going to see a bit of a pace change from YXC, which is what I like. See all 5 players stacked towards A, and here it goes. Marky's already in the elbow position, clearing this out. And Curve on site, tagged by the cam. That's going to leave him in a bit of a position of no man's land. He's going to be having to lurk around some of these smokes. Hunter's Fury's going to come out to try and clear this site, save a bit of that drone info that they can use to try and push deeper, but Arcadia seem to already be over here, ready for a retake.
Yeah, I mean, straight onto site. It is going to be another 5v5. Spike's possibly going to go down in a second.
The timing of this will come down to Arcadia and what timing they want to take. They are smoked off though. on CT. And out comes the dart and the paranoia. Konsk is already wide and swinging, but Mister in an off angle going to be able to claim both the players CT. Konsk is going to be able to get one back onto Hax, and still Mister stuck in this backside position trying to fight off, but hold on a minute. The trades have come in from Reb and Gogs, and it's just Gogs and Rex in a 1v1 now. He's trying to shock die, he's trying to buy time, but Gogs is swinging, and Rex is going to get taken down thinking, Gogs is just going to go for the bomb. He's going to get a tap down. He won't push me. No.
I mean, that was YXC's round. Arcadia, I mean, this 5-man retake is so strong.
They had all CT control as well from those insane shots from Mister. Mister even swung back sight and still managed to get one as well, but the trades from the side of YXC were poor that round. That are just Reb and Gogs able to just tear them apart.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the difference in communication, to be honest with you, at that point. You kind of have to start working together. You just kind of saw YXC splitting off a little bit, not really working as a team, and it made all the difference.
It did indeed. Some good kills coming out from the side of Arcadia, and that's going to allow them to get their third round and finally a bit of a lead in this game. It's been pretty much neck and neck the entire time, but hold on. Seems like YXC want to run this back on towards this A site, try and redeem themselves for last round. Already taken the elbow position, and Kon's trying to throw a cage on site just so Curve can play around something just in case they start to push him. Rex now using the drone because obviously he used the Hunter's Fury. Last round he's going to be trying to search for Curve. Goes right over the cage and he's been found, and I think Marky wants to get a bit active, but he's not going to be able to. But Mister, then again, he's here. He's there for the trade. That opens up the site, but hold on a minute. Benka's found himself on site with the overdrive ability. He's been saving it for a long time, and he's going to be able to get one for his troubles. Konsk as well, taking down Nas and the trades again, and it's just all onto Mister again. Oh, he's hit by the tripwire as well. Konsk is swinging, but he's 1 HP. With 50 seconds left, this 1v3 is definitely possible. Arcadia need to make sure they stay balanced, stay disciplined. Surely one of them needs to look towards main now. And yeah, we could see that from Reb and Konsk, both of them holding this angle as Gogs has got their elbow covered. Miss is going to have to hit some insane shots, and it's not going to happen. The up-down is way too strong.
I mean, both teams, their comps are incredibly attacker-sided, right? So if you were giving Arcadia the chance to retake A, with all 5 of them still alive, you're not going to come out on top, most likely.
I think this comes down to it's a bit difficult, this map, to take, realistically, especially when the other team are playing this retake. Arcadia know about this. They know that their strength is attacking, so they almost turn it into a bit of an attacking round themselves. They play it for retake, they maintain their utility, and then they're able to just dump it on site, and then your YXC are suddenly at the mercy of them. And it's been shown in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, but I mean, we do have 3 ults from each side now. All pretty strong ults, I would argue.
And now I like this play, this little micro play from Nasta, getting hit by the knife, I think, but is it going to really matter when Curve has just managed to find a kill at middle? Rex getting taken down instantly, and Gogs peeking towards B main, going to be able to claim Marky. It's going to be a lot of info gathered from it being the Neon. You know, you think the Neon's the entry player, so...
Yeah. I mean, that breach, you two are still there, but what can you do about your duel list?
Still trying to hunt for the kill. He's going to punish Gogs taking that solo fight. It's going to open up the site, but what can they do? They are in a 3v4, and as we've been saying, they have been struggling on these retakes. Nas towards backside, trying to take CT, I think. Oh, but Curve, he's got his Hunter's Fury online. That's a 3rd kill for him in this round. And it's all on Nas, and it's looking bleak. He's backside. He's about to get knifed, I think, or flashed. Just look at Baker clearing out the site, and even still with the movement of this character is insane. He's going to be able to take down Nas, and that's going to be 5-2. In favor of Arcadia.
I mean, they're starting to get on this win streak now, and the motivation is getting a bit too high.
And I mean, we saw them come back to this their default of B, as A didn't really work out for them. So it'll be interesting to see. Look at Gogs, a very impactful kill there at the start. That puts it down to a 5v3. And I think we've got word that there is a timeout, which is very good for YXC. They do need this. They've not managed to get a foothold in this game. They don't have a read as much as Arcadia do.
Yeah.
And I think that's noticeable with the quality of the rounds that Arcadia are delivering and the rounds that YXC. They've got good ideas, but they're losing these numbers.
Yeah, they're like you said, they're losing numbers very, very early, and I don't think they're quick enough to adapt to it. So either they learn to adapt, or they stop losing those numbers. Like you said, I do think Arcadia, they're consistently changing up their gameplay, and they're ready for whatever YXC are doing, which is pretty much similar most of the time.
I just think the adjustments from Arcadia have been a lot better. They've been keeping their numbers. You can see how much they've been prioritizing their numbers. The people that are pushed up in these positions, such as A elbow on the corner, it's the Neon. The Neon can dash out. B main, Gog's peeking. Doesn't matter if he's like an IGL, he's got the smokes. He also has a TP to get out. And I think we're going to be moving back into the game. The match is well back underway, and YXC, hopefully, we're going to see some good adjustments coming from them.
Yeah, I mean, they are on a save round, but you did mention that, Neon, and don't get me wrong, I think they should maybe start playing a little bit more in unison, but with these Cypher trips from Arcadia, you know, they're a little bit, okay, they've stuck towards B this time, but they have been here and there, and I think it's pretty hard to entry with it.
That's going to have to come down to the work of Rex, but it's not going to really matter in this round. There's no Cypher trips. Gog's going to be able to get one, but traded out instantly. The duelist has done his job. He's been traded, and that means that Arcadia do not have any smokes left. So YXC, rightfully so, they're going to slow down a bit. They're going to slow down. They can work the time a lot more effectively because of this lack of smokes from the side of Arcadia. They can't really block any sight lines off apart from the 2 Cypher cages, but he's planted himself on B. He's not going to be too much in this round until the retake comes in. He's just holding this space in market. YXC just playing for a re-hit, and Reb is not going to see anything off that right click, but then again, he's getting doubled up with by Curve, and I think the trap of YXC needs to start exploding now. Out comes the stun from Mister, but they've got no dive duelist. It's a bit difficult for them to play off this utility. Curve and Reb splitting up, but then again coming together off the flash through the CT smoke. We can see all of the kills coming in. Reb closing out the round with 2, but wow.
I mean, the plays coming from Yari's control, they should be working, but Arcadia are ready. The amount of what YXC try and do and try and switch it up, they are ready and waiting. And don't get me wrong, Reb with the ultimate coming through really did help them there. And like you said, the smokes were down early on, but if you're going to have to re-enter your site again, even after your duelist did get traded out the first time, it's going to be difficult.
Well, I've just been liking the micro plays of Arcadia. We saw just then Reb going towards CT, Curve playing backside. That's 2 angles that they can crunch this elbow position from. And then they also had their Neon just absolutely swinging through sight instantly with them. That just gave them so many more advantages in the gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that Sova join coming through kind of almost forced. I mean...
Wow. Curve.
That is such an early pick.
How many first bloods has he
Duelist.
gotten now? That's Marky dead, and we've seen them kind of struggle a bit more when they don't have the Neon. The breach util can't fully be capitalized off. You don't have that dive, you don't have the person who can keep on pace with the util and play off of it. And I wonder how that's going to affect this round. This round's probably going to be coming down to Nas, and look at his position, but look at Arcadia's. They're holding for this. They're letting Nas take this side. They're inviting him in. Will Nas get spotted? He will. That might provoke a little adjustment from Curve as he might be trying to play off of that info, and you can see him starting to walk through. But it doesn't matter on the other side of the map. Benka's caught Hacksaid. The simple look. There's one. YXC needed this. It's going to open up the site a bit more, give them a little bit more confidence. They're going to be able to get the plant down. But look at the positioning of Arcadia. They've got 2 on the flank and 2 from market. They're leaving CT open, and that plant is not fully for CT, and they might get punished for it. Look at them heavily taking towards the CT, and that means 1 smoke, and they're already smoked off. The breach ult's going to come back out to try and trade a bit of damage, and there we go. Mister's going to be able to find a kill onto Reb, and Rex as well onto Benka. Rex again? From this market position, he's been so good at retaking it, and it just leaves Konsk in a 1v3. And what can you do in this situation? There's been such a good recovery from the side of YXC.
Yeah, he knows that they're all at every angle, and yeah, Mister getting
3,
that
2,
final
1.
kill. Yeah. I mean, I was going to mention that YXC are starting to slightly panic a little bit, not checking their corners as much as they should be down on A elbow there. But I mean, getting that spike down, and they're switching it up. I mean, yes, they did sit back and wait still, but they're in CT. They're putting that pressure on, and Arcadia weren't ready for it.
They're letting their lurks work, and they were playing off of it pretty well. NASA's done a good job of taking this space confidently as well. It takes a lot of stuff, a lot of confidence to be getting out of B main. So many angles that he's going to have to clear, as well as the off angles. Got a bit of an adjustment from Arcadia. They're going to be trying to take this B main and playing more retake on towards A, and we can see the... Oh, not going to stay towards CT. I was going to get spotted. He might actually get spammed here. Oh my! That is a big kill that you cannot be giving away for free. Mister trying to make his way outside. He's going to be tagged a little bit, but he's going to get that plant down. And it's a 4v5.
Yeah, that's the kill we were looking for.
It's a really big entry, and there's another one as well. Nas. Just keeping himself busy, keeping himself in some really weird angles. Gog's getting punished for not having his gun out there. And the retake's going to come in from Arcadia, but it's weak. They've got a bit of util, but what can it really do? Konsk is going to be able to find the entry, but the paranoia comes off, but it's not going to blind Konsk, but it doesn't matter. Rex is going to be able to get the kill, trading out hacks as well as Reb takes him down, and it's a 3v1. Benka's not going to really have a foothold in this at all unless they start to give him ones, but it doesn't really matter if they do. Nas getting his second on the round and going to take down Benka.
Yeah, no, they definitely needed that round because Arcadia are on 6 rounds, right? I mean, there's a timeout. Gonna, you know, a little bit of pressure being put on now. We've got 2 more rounds left of the half, and at this point, Arcadia are at 6. If that's not the end of the world, right? On it's defending side of the map, you want to try and get a few more rounds, but you're evening out the score minimum. And at that point, you know, once they start getting 7 or even 8, that puts a lot of pressure on YXC, and Arcadia really need to, you know, even one more round really puts that pressure on, and that creates such intense pistol rounds that YXC need to win.
I'd say they will need to win that, and even then, that only matches up the score, and technically will put them in a disadvantage on the 3rd round, so that means that Arcadia can still come back, nuke them on the rifle round, but that will mean they're on attack.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends. Like we said earlier, they do have an attacking side of the team, but the way that, you know, they're kind of lurking from YXC makes me think their defense is pretty strong no matter what the comp is. But we'll have to see.
I think we'll be moving back into the game now. Benka up to 10 kills and 7. Rex is 13 and 6. Some pretty good performances coming out. I would like to see Rex stay alive a little bit more because I can't lie, as soon as he's dead, giving away a pick at the start, it's not been going perfectly for YXC. They've been losing these picks in the opening. But to be fair, got to give them credit for the way that they've been recovering from the disadvantaged rounds.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the kind of slow play that they started with in the first half, but...
Seems like Arcadia are going to be going for a full safe play, I suppose. They're going to be doing a lot of fake pressure towards A main with the Omen smoke.
Yeah, and that full cypher set up on B now.
Very good, but I don't think it's going to be... I don't think YXC are going to really have any trouble with that cypher setup at all. They seem to be taking mid right now.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of pressure, take a bit of space. I don't think, like you say, Arcadia playing very, very slow. They're waiting for that A rush, I think, and possibly trying to see if it was a late one, but it's not looking like it's going to happen.
We got another bit of util getting put towards A, clearing A main, but hold on, Nas is getting a timing, but also so is YXC in towards this market position. The KO might be caught out. Red might get caught here. He's not going to be able to, but the knife is coming out and his flash just so he can get away. And just look at Marky dancing all over the site as he takes down Konsk. Rex again getting the rotate through from top mid, and Marky keeps going for more in CT.
30 seconds left.
Wow. An absolute blitz of a round, and they still have a lurk activated towards A, and I don't think they're going to be thinking about that.
No, I mean, who
They
would?
won't at all, but Gogs might. Oh, he does. Last second, Gogs.
Oh.
Shooting a bit of the bodies there. I think he wants to get his confidence back. And there's a pretty big kill, just for his own mental, not making sure he can feel that he can read this lurk. He peeks at the right time, he turns around properly, and punishes. But unfortunately, it's not going to have too much of an impact on the round. It's just for probably his own mental that he's going to feel a little bit better. As an IGL, obviously, you want to feel confident. You want to make sure you feel like you have the reads. And we can even see from YXC, just they're making sure that, yo, this is where the trips are. They're doing these trips in this lane that are kind of funneling us towards.
That's
Benka.
rude. That's really rude. I mean, at this point, you know, they're better off saving. They still have the advantage, and you know, last round in the half. So keeping those guns are kind of important.
YXC may have won the round, but I think Arcadia got a bit of confidence from that. I think they got a bit more confidence.
We're seeing a few ults on the rise from Arcadia as well. We already have 2 in play. The Hunter's Fury, close on the horizon, could be very, very good for post-plant. Not post-plant, retaking, sorry.
We do have the Cypher being one off, and I think that was Nas.
Yes.
So if he gets a kill, he's going to get a lot of info for his team. But just look at the rush coming in from YXC, just instantly taking the space and blitzing their way towards top mid. The stun has already come out from the Neon. He's going to have to double up with the breach, and Konsk fighting for his life on the stairs of Market, somehow getting away with 2, but traded out with a 3v3, and Mister's been put very low towards the site. Plan will be going down. It's a good plan for main.
Yep.
The old standard plant.
Yeah, I mean, with these map changes, it's not necessarily where you want to be It's not as great to be playing main, but if you need to, it's definitely there.
See the blind coming out, trying to push these players out from market, and we can see them start to push in. Arcadia. Gogs has taken the space, he's smoked off main, but YXE are playing all towards site. Mr. going wide, trying to get a kill, but he is low HP, and I think Gogs is going to get a perfect timing onto him. You don't think he's going to be finding Nas on the other angle at headshot, but Benka's just coming around with the ultimate, and Curve will play off of it and make sure Benka does not die, even though he's going to shock time.
I mean, if you need to secure that round, it's last round, go for it. Get out the overdrive. It's such a powerful ult. It's
stupid.
I mean, if you can get a headshot and you're confident in it, fine, but otherwise, Banker's just gonna dominate that site. We are seeing a lot of ghosts, and you mentioned earlier about the changes. 2 bullets gone. It's not the end of the world. They have been put onto the frenzy, I believe, but it's just like that. You know, that consistency that you're used to. You are always used to 15 bullets in that gun, and if you are just automatically shooting and you're used to how that gun works, it changes it up.
It does, and it'll be interesting to see. I think. Okay, 4 pistol buys from the side of Arcadia. It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see how they attack this without the breach. It's going to have to come down to a lot of set plays, or it's just going to be a few micros, but a lot of slow play, a lot of slow rounds, considering they don't have the rush potential that YXE does. But then again, Arcadia, if they want to be doing contact plays, I am here for it. They're going to be stacking outside of market, but just look at this position from YXE on B main. The flash is just eager to go, and there it is. The stuns as well. Curve and Gogs getting taken down instantly from Rex and Hacks.
Naz.
He's found a kill on mid as well. Con's not able to get a good lurk on. And just look at these players, Reb and Marky, Benka, just not in good positions at all. And it's all down to Reb with a classic, and there is nothing he can do. Nas getting his 3rd kill on the round, making sure he can get these ult orbs up. We have seen that Cypher has got a bit of a nerf. He's got another ult orb that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this this round difference earlier. I mean,
just what a great set play.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried, but to be honest, I didn't really look at the minimap and see where the other players were holding him.
But yeah, I mean, now we're at 7-6, and it's looking, I mean, don't get me wrong, it changed a little bit last half, but it's going to look towards a YXC round win here, just because of the buy and the economy. But at that point, it's 7-0, and then we're back to default again.
My prediction for the 7-5 and then possibly the pistol being won at 7-7.
Yep.
Oh no, not the pistol, the first rifle round.
Exactly.
It's still on.
Who knows?
Seems like, once again, like I was talking about, Arcadia just going for a bit of default, trying to just get Konsk in these positions where he can just get a good lurk off, get some impactful frags. But it seems that YXC are not looking to give anything towards them. We do see this smoke coming out from A, and it seems that Yoma wants to get quite active on this A main. And a lot of these are getting put into mid, and YXC have started to find their prey. Out comes the aftershock that pushes them into the open. It's just like Clay Pigeon shooting. Konska, though, hold on a minute. He's managed to find 2, and going into the smoke, not able to dodge the reveal in time. Rex is going to just be able to get that man advantage back in favor of YXC, but I think Gogs wants to get active on this angle, trying to get a peek towards him, but a couple whiff shots coming out from both sides, and he runs out of bullets. Gogs is going to be able to get the kill, but Nas is right behind him.
I mean, if you're Arcadia there, that's not the end of the world. You got rid of 3 guns.
That is a very good round from them.
Yeah, 100%. Now they're going to look towards a full buy, and yeah, we're seeing sheriffs on the side of YXC now, which obviously winning the round would have been ideal, but that's not too bad.
Like we were talking about with the gun disadvantage, it's a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a lot now in this round with 3 guns being lost. You've got 2 sheriffs, an outlaw, ghost, and bulldog.
I mean, the outlaw, yes, can come in handy. We have got, you know, a regen shield and a half shield on the side of Arcadia, so it could possibly be used well for Marky, but even so, the difference is just...
It'll be good for holding down A.
Oh yeah.
It's a big gun, does a lot of damage, so...
Exactly what he's doing as well, but that smoke coming through on A, kind of blocking him off. Shorty.
Gogs is looking to get active. Marky's just going to be sitting in the smoke. And Gogs in the smoke. The rats. But then again, let's just focus on the other side of the map. Arcadia stacking outside of B. We've got 3 people here getting absolutely ready. Put the work in on B, but then again, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's just as I say it, they change their plan up.
Is this the plan, or can they just not make a decision? And that's the thing, right? Because I think Gogs might have made a call that a
They should be a bit easier for them. They've not pushed
hasn't been
down.
hasn't been flanked so far, but Marky's very, very persistent.
He's going to go for a big kill from Benko. He's going to try and catch Marky, I think, here. Not going to be able to do because he needs to dodge that stun, but the KO does tag him with the knife. Does cancel out his slide, but it's not going to matter. He's going to be out in time, and out comes the slugfest towards this short position. And it's just Benko backside. He's got a shorty. He's going to be able to get one, and that's it, probably. Yeah, traded by Curve instantly. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need to get this plant down, but Nas has managed to find a kill onto Konsk in main.
3v3.
And look at the flank now. That flank has been opened up now because of that kill.
Yeah.
That is a big kill. And Rex, even though he's got the ghost, he just needs to find his timing. And we can see the other members of YXC just trying to accommodate that, trying to play for that.
That gun's getting
Playing
picked up as
slowly.
well.
Ooh, he's going to get a Guardian. Now this is getting a lot more winnable. They're going to be able to crunch through this position. Rex going to get found out by Curve, and Benka's going to swing off of it and claim the life of Nas. Instantly shooting that, but Rex, a beautiful one-tap onto Benka, and it's going to come down to a bit of a spam from Curve. He has him half HP though, so that might be a bit troublesome, and he's going to be able to get the half down, trying to spam through the smoke. I think one bullet might be able to seal his fate. Oh, comes down.
So close!
And Curve keeping himself calm on this lower health, and he manages to keep it calm and win the round for Arcadia.
I mean, that should have been Arcadia's round anyway, but he should not have been that close.
Really good shots there from Rex to even that up.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I mean, getting that kill on the person that's holding flank it is exactly what's needed. Unfortunately, you know, the shots just weren't there in the end. But it happened. I mean, that was again brilliant round from YXC. They're getting rid of these guns, and it's like a fight for money.
It's a really good game. I think we haven't actually had so much of a lead now since that timeout in the first half from YXC. So clearly the coach has been talking quality to them.
Yeah. We expect it from coaches, you know. They know what they're talking about. Very, very slow.
Like I said, these contact plays into an explosion is what I want to see from the side of Arcadia, but it doesn't matter. Hacks, dodging all the flashes, dodging the utilities, going to be able to get Benka for free and TP himself out. Like I was saying, using the characters that have the movement abilities to get out of these chokeholds. Very vital. Rex has managed to find a kill down mid as well onto Konsk, and there we go. Here comes the fight towards Elbow. YXC don't want to give any respect to Arcadia. They want their confidence back, and this is where it comes from. A flawless round.
Wow.
What an explosion of activity. I was just noticing the mid-fight, and then all of a sudden they're fighting Elbow.
You're talking about explosive plays. I mean, I was expecting it from Arcadia, but...
And again, YXC, I think it's got to come down to the breach.
Yeah,
I have to say, I feel like it
100%.
comes down to the breach. There's so much util you can dump, and I feel like it's a lot more difficult with KO because of the way that KO's flashes are.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pace of Neon really does need, like you meant, they need that fast flashes that happen from Breach. These KO flashes are too slow, and the util just, it doesn't feel like it has that pace for Neon.
Yeah, and also just the amount of util. Like, he's only got
Yeah,
a few
100%.
flashes, but Breach has got a stun, aftershock, 2 blinds. All can be used, and I think it's going to be a 4-man send through B main. Trying to figure out where the Cypher lays his trips, which is a smart play on an eco. Get a bit of info on the other side of the map. They haven't really been touching B too much, but Nash with a one-way, he's got 3! Oh my! Spray transferring through the smoke, he's got 3!
Nas!
That's going to be the he's going to be going for 4.
Go for the ace.
Really get an
Do
ace.
it.
Konsk is at top mid though, and I don't think he has any idea. I think Mister's got his knife out hunting, ready to try and find him. And look at him. You can see him on the big
He's
side on the
running.
minimap. He's running. He wants this kill. The stun coming out, but he's been hit himself. Konsk fighting for his life, but NASA's coming, and unfortunately, Hacks.
I mean,
He's going to be stealing it.
you don't need the ace when you're hitting a 3. You're getting 3 kills. Like, okay.
We're getting a replay.
Give me the
of that.
replay. I want to see it.
Perfect one way and just good timing. They line up, and then Gogs cannot bounce away in time. A little bit scrappy on Benka.
Hey,
that
who
almost
cares?
could have gone wrong.
It's fine.
Incredible shots coming from Nas.
Yeah, and it's the Phantom as well, being able to spray through that cage, and the bullets. You don't know where it's coming from.
You're not going to...
Even if you did, you can't see anything.
Especially with that angle as well, because you've got that ledge above it behind him
Yeah.
as well. You just won't be able to know, because it could just be spraying behind. But
Exactly.
no, he is playing off the one way.
And that's the round they needed. Now they have that
Hold on.
lead.
Look at this walk down through mid. YXC Marky. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Rep instantly, and Curve's looking to try and get a kill, but Rex is right there with him. Gogs might be found here as Nas is coming in to assist, and instantly Arcadia are on the back foot. A 3v5. And Curve is low. And
What's happening?
a main push, but look at them all just running around top mid. We've got 4 players leaving the B side completely open, but
The confidence.
YXC don't know. YXC, oh sorry, Arcadia don't know.
No.
They're scrambling to try and figure out what just happened. They've just lost 2 important players, 2 important agents. Lots of util being lost, and Nas is still looking towards this middle to try and get a bit of info.
Hack's still holding down A strong, not wanting to push around like the rest of the.
He's not wanting to indulge. He's the calmer one.
Exactly.
We can see Arcadia start to take a peek towards his top middle position. Konsk trying to get a pre-fire on towards Nas, and Curve's going to go in, but he's low. So he instantly gets taken down by 1 bullet, and he's not got a trade with him. The stun does come out in retaliation, but Konsk re-peeking, punishing Marky for that wide jiggle peek, but seems like the members of YXC are starting to descend on them, but this round is looking awfully winnable. Door's going to get broken down, and the aftershock coming out, almost able to kill Benko. He goes wide, and he gets 2 with the overdrive. We were talking about the capabilities of Neon, and he's going to need to get the 4th in this round to secure it for Arcadia.
Half HP though.
Hax is going to be able to get a smoke onto the bomb. Benker's going to see him going into the smoke, but I think he thinks it's a... He might think it's a fake. Hax is going to come off after getting it half. He's going to tap again, forcing out the shots from Benker, but Benker's on 5 bullets. He's going to need to pray that Hax beats him. And oh my, through the smoke! Benker claiming...
Again, they should not be winning that round.
It needs to be a timeout now.
There we go.
There it is.
Okay. Oh, from Arcadia.
From Arcadia.
Hello?
You know what? No.
It's fine. It's fine.
Wow. What a round, and how the hell have Arcadia come back from that? Look at Benker trying to get out, but he can't. There's a stun and an aftershock, but he goes so wide that Rex and Mister just line up.
Benker was so close to dying to that that breach util there. It was unbelievably close.
I can't believe he's gotten away with it. I can't believe it.
I mean, like we've mentioned the overdrive, and it is just...
It's so strong, but credit to him. He managed to get out, and he got wide, and he kept on going. And
at the same time, if Hax had stuck that defuse...
There was a chance. He had so little bullets.
I know, he had so much time. But again, you never know what's happening on the outside of that smoke. Absolutely brilliant plays from Arcadia, and they're, the score's still even. We're consistently going
back and forth with such miracle rounds coming out from both of these teams. It's thrilling to watch. This is a great game.
I know. And this is the first game of EVC.
This is the first game.
If this is the first game that we are having, I'm very excited for the rest of the weekend.
I am as well. We did hear Nebula talking about the quality of the players and teams that are in this tournament.
There's
and
62 teams.
And if they all start playing like this,
I mean,
I am here for it.
We love to see it. We have got an op from Marky though now on the defense, which you're probably going to look to try and get an early pick. Oh my god. There it is!
Punished. Benker.
After last round, it's only fair.
It's not only fair, they're 9-9. You've got to keep this momentum going. You can't just instantly send it in Marky with the AWP. He will punish the opposing Neon. And now again, Arcadia on the back foot. How do they want to deal with this?
Very, very slowly, apparently.
They know a lot. I think Gogs has told them, they don't really push A. You could probably just contact this and then start exploding. And I think YXC we can see Mister and Hax both doubled up towards this elbow position. Hax has got the blind ready, but I think he needs to jiggle soon because Reb's about to find him. And Curve.
Oh, the trip's there.
The gun comes out, but the blind's still there. Just peek, Hax. Oh, it's off the trip.
Yeah, off the trip, off the trip.
I'm still worried. There comes the drone. I think it's time to send the blind out, and there it is, Reb. Getting put down to 1 HP, but so is Hax as well. Mister going for the swing, and he's going to get a second as well. Reb and Gogs both down, and it's the 2v5. And it's calm. And they've all froze.
Cover going out.
But there's such a big favour on YXC in this round, and you could maybe chalk that down to the instant 4v5 that they got given, but it doesn't really matter. Hax gets another one through the smoke. Con's getting taken down, and Curve, he's going to get one back, but Nas is there for the trade because of the man advantage that they got so early in this round.
Yep. And that's the beauty of the operator, right? Is that complete denial of any sort of attack instantly.
And if Marky can keep maneuvering himself around, keep the questions on Arcadia, it's so hard to deal with.
Now holding mid from a complete different angle.
And they've got sheriffs against him as well. It's such a difficult round for
be pushing mid.
them to win.
Right into Marky's crosshair.
Do they insta-smoke him? Do they blind him?
I mean...
Then again, I think they might
have to see.
Oh no, Reb. Oh, Reb is. Oh no, that's a knife. Never mind. I thought it was a flashlight. Okay, the insta smoke comes out. That's good. Marky's blocked off. They know where the AWP is now.
A few random shots going through, but they're going straight into B. Free market.
Good, taking these closer range fights with the weapons they have. Arguably bad, actually, considering the sheriffs, but then again, you kind of want that. You want the group to slugfest, but out comes the ultimate, and Orcadia hit by all of the utility and just getting absolutely pummeled. Cons will get one back, but here comes the slide from Marky, giving it a bit of his own with the shorts. He's going to get two, but Benka shuts him down. That's his thing. But the flank comes out from Hax, and that's going to be the 11th round for YXE.
It's the reach utility. It really is. I mean, we're seeing this with 11 assists, which is the highest on the leaderboard. But not only that, it's just the ultimate is so strong.
It's also just the impact of his utility across the map.
Yeah.
He's almost just come from, I think that was CT, I believe.
Yep.
And that's the insta market just shut down. And all of a sudden, Orcadia, yes, they are on an eco. Maybe you could argue that Mr. shouldn't have used it, but it secured them the round. You don't want to lose a round like that.
Usually you're using it for a retake on defense there, but I mean, if you can deny them any sort of, placement onto site, why not?
And just bullying Orcadia. And I think with a team that has been so newly created, you kind of worry for their own mental. Are they used to this? They do have some experienced players, but a new team, can they all mesh together? Can they all keep themselves
even
in?
one player can change up the whole team completely.
I think Benka is that player at the minute. Gog's breaking that door straight away as it comes down, and just see another slow round from Orcadia. I don't hate it. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, the spike is down in a spawn still, which is a very, very defaulted round going on. Bit too scared to be peeking Marky at this point, I think, who is currently holding down A, waiting for that
This
lurk.
call is great. Heading towards A, off of Konska's space. This is
Yeah,
really
but
good.
I mean, how much space before you get...
It's going to be difficult, though. I think there might be a sacrifice. But will it be worth it? But you can also see the two trips there.
Yeah.
That's going to delay and give a lot of time. And they also have a camera that they could use for a retake. And I think they might be. You can even see Marky starting to move further back away from the angle, taking a bit of a safer option. But I think it's going to be a last-second retake towards B. They did have the insert.
I mean, B's
What are they
clear.
going to do with it? Yeah, look at it. B is
No
completely
trips.
free right now, but I think they need to go, go, go. See Gog's taking towards the backside so they can save that Sova recon dart just for the post plant. That has been something that YXC have been struggling with, so maybe they're taking that on their own accord. Out comes the util, the breach util, and here it comes, the overdrive. Then again, the KO wall gets cancelled. Curve is going to be able to get the plant down with 1 second remaining. Marky trying to jump towards his backside position. And in a blinder of a second, I haven't even noticed that Orcadia have just shut down the round completely.
Hold on.
That last second retake, sorry, that last second reposition towards B.
Not to mention, YXC just wasted 2 ults. They used the Hunter's Fury and the Overdrive to try and completely deny that plant, and it did not happen.
And it got countered by the KO. We were slandering it. At
Yeah,
least
I
me
mean...
personally, I was slandering
whoa,
it.
whoa, whoa.
But it does have its own strengths.
Yeah,
Of course.
100%. If you can use it in the perfect situations, I do think that the breach has more situations that it can be used in, and I think that's the difference. But if you're using KO, it was like that. I mean,
that's such an impactful way to use it as well, because I'm pretty sure Curve was going for the planter.
oh, 100%.
And it was last second, so
Yeah.
he needed to do that. Hold on, just Marky. Can we relax with this? Or instantly got a kill. And it's a 4v5. YXC need to just keep on top of themselves now.
Yep.
We've seen them lose rounds like this before, and they shouldn't be. It's 11-10. This is the crucial moments of the game. And it's a standstill.
So slow.
See these players just waiting outside of B.
The second one bit of util gets thrown, I think it's going to be a bit of a free-for-all.
See that re-clear coming through from mid with that server drone. And I think it's going to be a B hit. Cons puts down the trip on the flank. And we can see the A players starting to get a little jumpy, a little movie. They're going to be starting to move over towards us. Nas is going to be sticking himself on site. And
The one way.
Oh, no, the one way's too strong. Nas is going to be able to get a kill off that one way. Konsk is dead, and Marky again with this operator has been so impactful. Benka getting taken down, and here's the thing: it doesn't matter if these guys can rotate over towards that. They've still got hacks to deal with. And maybe if you're Arcadia, you think to get a wiggle on, there's 30 seconds. But then again, it's a 2v5. They haven't even got a kill back. Never mind, they're saving.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be match point.
What can you do? You have 20 seconds. You still have to take down hacks on that A site, and not to mention his Omen. He can be a little slippery guy if he wants to. TP himself out of harm's way, and Mister's there too now.
10 seconds left.
It's fair.
Yeah,
Play for overtime.
100%. The economy isn't looking too great, and they're going to need these guns to be able to get the next 2 rounds, if anything.
I think Marky knows that, and I think he wants to get active. The movement on Neon is just way too strong, but Reb's going to be able to get 2. Not going to really be too impactful unless he gets a lot of kills in these next 2 rounds, because his ult, there's not much.
No.
But then again, Arcadia do have a couple ults.
They have that overdrive.
They have the overdrive again. Benka. Will you treat us, Benka? That is the question. Will you treat us with another miracle round?
I mean, and the Neural Theft, and the Hunter's Fury. All 3 of those, I think, to be honest with you, are the ults. If you want any ults from that team right now, those 3 are the ones you want.
Definitely. And it's again another slow start, but how do...
I mean,
Benka doesn't have a gun.
He doesn't have a gun.
He's playing off of this ult. I think he heard us. I think he wants this to happen. Now, what I'd like to see from Arcadia in this round, they get this Cypher trip out early, and they also force that one way out.
Yep.
That means, because I think that's been the main thing that have been putting them off going B. They've been just obliterated. I have no other word for it than obliterated.
Right here.
And Konsk and Curve still peeking towards top mid. I think he's going to get flushed out, but Curve's going to be able to get the kill, traded by Hacks right back. Konsk is in no man's land right now, and he's got 2v1 right in mid. Smoke comes out as well as the cage as he's looking for the corpse. Give me a corpse, but it doesn't really matter. Arcadia are already on the site and blind now. That paranoia from Hacks, very big. Hacks is just looking for a kill on towards Gogs. The tag comes out, so he's going to know he's there. Still holding this angle onto headshot. Benka getting himself wide towards the side, trying to get this kill onto Hacks, sliding around, but he's going to get put down onto 1 HP. Doesn't really matter what he can do, and Marky gets another kill as well, and Nas swinging towards backside. Closes out the game, 13-10. What a game.
I mean, we mentioned it earlier, but if there's any game that we want to be opening up the weekend with,
a game like that,
game.
That was incredible. That was very entertaining.
I mean, it was, what, 6-2?
I think so.
Arcadia should be winning that at that point.
That's a word.
Especially on defense.
Does that play on their mind? That's on their own map pick as well.
Yeah.
If they had the same mindset I was thinking of with Yari's Control being dominated on that map by Coalesce, you think, oh yeah, they've got a weak Sunset.
Yeah.
But that means you've got a weaker Sunset if you've lost to it. What do you do off of that?
Exactly.
How do you feel going into this next map on their map pick?
Which is Abyss, by the way. Not a map that most people usually pick. Okay, Arcadia probably scrimmed on it once or twice, but if YXC are picking it, they are very, very confident. And they are also very confident that not many other teams know how to play that map.
They have been playing it. Yari Control.
Yeah.
In Eclipse, they beat NXT 13-5.
Yes, they did. They did end up losing on it to Coalesce at that point, but
taking it the distance.
Yeah, 100%.
13.
Yeah.
Pretty respectable.
Yeah. I mean that's it for us just for now. We'll be back for the second game of the best of 3. We'll be going back to our hosts.
Thank you very much, Madzvar and JB. What a game. That was so cool to watch, so insane. There was some brilliant moments. And that's what we're here to talk about. So I am joined with my analysts. So, Yari Control versus Arcadia went 13-10. That is close. A lot closer than I think a couple of us expected. So let's delve into that. So what do you think of that game?
I mean, that was, as you said, a great game. And definitely Arcadia, that was their map pick. So it's going to be pretty devastating for them to lose a close map choice like that in a best of 3 going into Abyss next, which will be Yari Control's map pick. But especially the first sort of quarter of that map, I think before the timeout on round 7, Arcadia had essentially a perfect read of what Yari Control were doing. YXC was sort of defaulting slowly, leaning towards B, and then they'd group up and hit into there, or they'd just do a fast A hit, which would be told sort of by the Sova dart instantly.
Yeah.
So whenever those fast A hits would come through, Arcadia would just always have basically 4 players at least ready on that A site. So it was just really difficult for YXC in the beginning, but they ended up adapting into that later first half and then taking it well into the second also.
Oh, 100%. What do you think about that, Mads? Just the game as a whole.
Well, I mean, I said I wanted to see how Arcadia was going to play. They played insanely well, and especially as I know, Konsk hasn't been on this roster for a very long time. It's like, I would say it's still quite a new roster compared to Yari's Control, obviously with the exception of Rex. who is an insanely talented player. Like
Definitely.
their gun skills, their aim is just incredible. Round 2, that 3K with the Sheriff.
And that just, I'm sorry, just, that round from Nas.
That's what I mean. So the entire, like, this entire game, it's just been players after players. So I want to ask you two, who stood out to you the most during this game? Maybe one from each team if you can't, just pick one.
Oh, I want to do a cop-out answer.
Do a cop-out answer.
No, okay, because I was thinking, I think the difference maker in the later rounds especially was YXC were changing what they were doing at the start of defense rounds a lot. And you saw recently in one of those replays, one of the mid takes that they did early on. Yeah. And then you had sort of more A pressure where it would be the Omen initially just on their own, but then they'd fight really heavy into elbow after Orcadia had initially gotten A main pretty easily before, so they adapted to that, had more people ready and sort of denied the elbow control so they wouldn't get a sight. There was a lot of changes in their defense rounds. And I think also, I'm pretty sure it was YXC with the breach, which makes it a lot easier on Sunset, I would say. I'd say having that KO instead, you sort of need to be more prep heavy, or it can maybe be, it can be a very good combination with the Neon, but for setting up the rest of your team, or maybe setting up a bit more conventional, it's typically easier with that breach with, the stuns and the other util on this map. It just always has impact on Sunset.
Oh, 100%. You said that so eloquently. That was
I mean, my answer sounds so basic now. Like, on my side, like, for Arcadia, it was Benka, like, on the Neon, very fast pace. It's just fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%.
However, on YXC side, it'd be more Stike, simply because I know that he posts a lot of videos about how to improve aim and whatnot, and you can really see that in what he's doing. As well, on the Yorick's control side, like, just seeing how they always consistently play together. You don't commonly see just one of them peeking out. It's always, okay, high-low, or okay, 3-2-1 swing. It's very coordinated.
It's lovely to see, but we do have some stats that we can look at so we can see just how well each team played. So let's have a look at this. So obviously we've got the 10-13 so close. And it's actually quite even looking at this.
Oh, but the first kills, that is massive. Because I can't remember which exact round it was, but there was a 4v5 for Arcadia, where I think, they lost a pick from Benka trying to fight early and middle, but then getting shut down by the operator on the side of YXC. And then just them having a 4v5, especially on the attack, just made it extremely difficult for them. So YXC having 5 more rounds where they got that first kill, it is definitely going to be a telling factor of why the scoreline ended up this way.
Oh, 100%. Because I feel like just in general Valorant gameplay, whoever gets the first kill, you have that competitive edge. You have that more like you have that intimidation factor.
100%.
Because you've got the numbers, so that forces your team to just fall back, be a bit scared. But we obviously got to talk about the things like the clutches. There was no clutches on the side of Yorick's control.
Well, no clutches from what Valorant says.
Yeah,
when it says the word clutch in the box. I think, we had some what most people would consider clutches. I remember the 1v1 on B site between the smoke trying to defuse, not going for the stick, and then just getting spammed through the smoke. That was crazy. But yeah, it's just some crazy rounds overall.
Why do you think, Mads, that there was more official clutches on the side of Arcadia?
Again, as I said, like, not just Yorick's control, but like both teams were playing together quite consistently. So like when it comes to like those sprays, it's if one's dying, both of them are essentially dying if the aim just isn't on point. So it doesn't leave a person to have those clutches. But also because of the coordination, like when they were coordinated in the zone, they were in the zone.
Yeah.
So there wasn't like time for a clutch to be, because it's not
Yeah,
one-on-one.
exactly. I like that about how the way they play though. It was interesting to see. But I do have a question for you, because we were discussing this.
Yeah.
What do you think made the game as a whole have this result?
Yeah, well, I think sort of what I mentioned earlier, the adaptation from, well, maybe not even adaptation, it was more so proactivity from YXC on that defense was really good for them. But again, that timeout on round 7, they were able to change up how they were playing their attack rounds, mainly with the information they were giving early. Because Arcadia recognized that if YXC weren't giving early information, they were typically leaning towards that B side, because if they did have a player near A, there was always that, I believe it was a Sova dart
Yes.
towards A side. So that was a really quick tell. YXE stopped doing that after that timeout, and that allowed them to get 3 out of the last 4 rounds on their attack, and they ended, what, 5-7?
Yes.
So that half could have been a complete disaster for them, but they were able to bring it back. And I want to reiterate something Mad said also with the trades that YXE have. I've heard from people who have played against them that there's never a fight of someone alone. And you saw it here also. So it just makes it extremely difficult for individuals to take over the game against them.
I have one last question before we go to a break. What would you say is a nice one? No serious analytics involved. What would you say is your favourite moment from that game? I could go first if you need a second to think.
I've got one.
Okay.
Got one as well.
Do you want to go?
NASA's 3K.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so honest. We were in the room, we were watching it. It was just shock throughout the entire room. We were all just gasping.
Yeah. That was what mine was going to be.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that just proves the point, right?
Yeah.
I will say, anytime Neon ulted, I saw fear in either side.
Anytime Arcadia had a retake with Neon ult, even if there was like a 2v3, they just win it with Neon ult. It was crazy.
Terrifying. I couldn't do it. But I think that's it for now for this game. So we're going to throw it to a little break, and then we'll be back for the second game as soon as possible. So see you in a bit.
Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon. And you took it all away from me. And you took it all away.
Feel the time.
wake up in silence, turning our face an empty bed. There's no one besides me, and I try to remember what I've said. It's hard to remember, 'cause I can see glass all in my room. I'm searching for answers. Why did you leave? What did I do? Oh, can we turn back time so we can redo last night? I think that I messed up, but it's all erased from my mind.
I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name.
Hi Esports and welcome back to EVC's The Surge 2. What a game. Honestly, goosebumps. And you know, I want more goosebumps for this second game. So you know, if you're seeing this, Yarex Control and Arcadia, listen to this. But we're going to our second game now. With what do you think about the map pick?
Yeah, I mean, well, this is now map 2, and we're going into Yariak's Control's pick now after they took map 1, and they were already the favorites in this series against Arcadia, and Arcadia have brought up like a really good fight so far. But now the question is this another good map for Arcadia, or is this going to be extremely difficult with how this veto's gone?
Obviously, like losing your map pick is going to be a huge hit to your ego,
Well, yeah,
mental ego,
everything.
essentially. So, I mean, obviously, I'm actually really excited to see Abyss, as it's not really a map that you commonly see nowadays, or at least I haven't seen a lot.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of ascent.
For now.
For now. But I'm just really excited to see what the game plan is, to be honest, because I haven't seen either team play on Abyss yet.
Oh, and it's nice to just see something different, because then now we don't know what kind of comps they're going to be playing, or if we do know the comps, it's kind of like, who's going to be in each role? It's not something we're expected to see. So, like, are we going to see some specific agents, you reckon? 'Cause I know you were talking about one specific one a second ago.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, Astra was already like a mainstay on Abyss before she got her 5th star back, but now with that back, she's going to have a really high pick rate, probably next to that Omen if you want sort of combos off of the Paranoia, but he's, you know, maybe a bit weaker with not being able to one-way certain spots, but Abyss was never really the most one-way heavy map, at least from what I can remember. But I think the bigger question is probably going to be, is Cypher still going to be picked on Abyss? Because it was basically guaranteed every single time, unless you're running something really wacky, that Cypher was your main Sentinel on Abyss. Now with those changes coming in, it's going to be our team's going to stick to that because he still provides a lot of information, especially it can be on attack and defense, just whether avenues have been passed by other teams. But maybe the kill trips won't be as effective. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see whether teams are sort of going to lean towards other Sentinels as a solo option or going towards double more.
You know what I'm excited to see? I'm excited to see some more players get traumatized by Neon.
That's probably going to happen.
That's probably going to happen. I think, make most of it while she's like mega strong. So yeah, we're going to go to our casters and they'll let you have some fun with this game.
Thank you for that, Quino. We are back. We were going to mention a few things, but Nebula's taken all of our information and ran with it. So
The Cypher pick is something I'm interested in seeing. As I said in the Sen Society, I think it was called, event,
yes.
We saw a lot of the tier 1 teams that were in there running different Sentinels, which is mainly the big difference on that map. I think it's very structured in the way that you have set duelists, set initiators. You will always be having a Sova 9 times out of 10, unless you're doing something really wacky. And then you kind of mix it up with a Breach or a KO, depending on what you're going to do with the other roles, the Controller and the Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss is such a weird and wacky map. And it's fun. I'm really liking this pick from Yari X Control. They've done it twice now. 3 times even, sorry. I've always, every time I cast, everyone asks me what my favorite map is to cast. I love it. I love it so much. I want people falling off the map. I'm sorry, it's fun. I love to see it, and it creates a bit more diversity amongst the map pool. Riot tried to bring out these different maps every time, creating, Lotus with these very, very loud doors for some reason, and all these different aspects, and being able to fall off the map.
It's a funny addition.
Yeah,
It's a funny I'd love to see someone do it.
Yeah.
I feel like Benka overcooking on his Neon movement would be
Hey.
That's if he runs it. But
You never
I think with a lot of these teams that have been running Jet over the Neon, it's a lot more structured, a lot more simple. So
Yeah, I mean, we are going to go into Agent Select, which we will see how these comps are going. And you mentioned, the Jet picks. I want to see these
Vice.
Phoenix picks.
the Phoenix on this map,
I know,
there's so
I
much
know.
ground to cover. I can see.
I
See,
know.
well, you're not entertained, but there's no Euro pick. I lied. I thought there was going to be. I thought was Reb.
No, you are right. Reb was on.
I'm not going crazy.
Not
okay.
going crazy.
I would have loved to have seen that.
We are seeing that Astra pick compared to the. I mean, they haven't locked in yet, but we're probably going to see it. I did mention it earlier. That difference, especially with the change with Omen now, kind of not being able to be as sneaky with those one ways. Astra is such a strong pick. I mentioned it earlier with those 5 stars now as well, being able to complete. You can smoke. You can be wherever you want, and still smoke wherever you want. And it's such a brilliant, aspect to the game.
It'll be interesting to see how both of these smokers differ. I think Gogs has been taking that route of being a bit more solo in terms of what he wants to do. He's being a bit of a lurker, but he does also have Konsk as well to help take map control. And I think on Abyss, holding map control, taking key parts of the map, a lot of it, I think, it comes down to, I think it's the A main position.
Yeah, 100%.
It's one of the main areas that you fight for where it's not just taking a complete lane of the map. Which is one thing, me personally, I don't like about the map, but it makes it an interesting map to kind of see how teams adapt and how they play.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we are seeing YXC taking their turn on KO as well, obviously, which is an interesting one. We don't tend to see, KO on any map, to be fair. Arcadia did it last map. Didn't really work out for them. Had a few good plays, but overall wasn't really the pick. But talking about initiators, we have Vice as an initiator.
Interesting.
Which we have seen before, and it has worked before.
I'm interested by the pick. It means that they're going to have to be a bit more aware on their flanks, make sure they have someone holding every bit of the map. But the flash is very good for clearing out areas. Obviously, it does have the same effect that Sky does with a different sound, different voice line for when you flash someone. So it will be good to see how they use it.
But again, compared to that Breach, though, is it worth it? Like, the Cypher is good enough to hold down a site on his own. Is the Vice util worth the risk of not having that Breach util, especially since you have lost the first game? I mean, don't get me wrong, we haven't gotten into a round yet at all. So, try and prove me wrong, Arcadia. But personally, I would have gone with the Breach.
And I think the ball is in Arcadia's play. Abyss is Yari X Control's pick, and Arcadia did lose last map. If they lose this, they are not eliminated. They just lose.
Benka.
First. He's already got a...
He's already got a kill. Straight
I mean,
into
I was
main.
talking about the A main fight, but hold on, middle comes out of nowhere, but Curve and Gogs instantly shutting it down. Nas getting a trade onto Curve as he secures the heaven position, but he did not get out of that easily. He's only down to 22 HP, and it is a 2v4, not a situation you really want to be in. Hax is probably going to have to go pretty nuclear in this round. We can see on the other side, Arcadia are going to be taking middle, and we're going to be having a flank coming in. But bravely from YXC, they're not looking to try and get the bomb down. They're trying to get the kills.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Gogs and Benka playing together are not going to let that happen. They get away with 4 lives.
Such a fast pace for the first round. I mean, go for it. You know, YXC, most teams are going to be playing a bit slow in the first round, just because you want to, you know, search
Feel
the
where
map a
they
bit.
are.
Yeah, exactly. Get used to it. No. Benka says no. Not allowed to do that.
I like that. I think YXC were playing so slow in the previous game on
Yeah.
Sunset.
Yeah.
This kind of pace change is actually really nice. It's nice to see we get a lot more action. A lot of the high intensity stuff will be starting to bleed in a bit more in them rounds, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'll be interesting to see what util they use and just give the opportunity for some of these players to just hit some sick shots.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to see it. But I think, you know, Arcadia kind of pushing YXC out of their comfort zone, you know, without any sort of choice, isn't what YXC want right now, especially after first round. And there we go. About
Talking about the long range angles of these maps, it's insane. Curve getting a very good headshot instantly with that Guardian, and Benka's got the Outlaw.
Oh.
Ooh, almost getting caught as he drops into the back sight, and I wonder how YXC are going to deal with this. They have the KO flash, but Benka's playing too tight of an angle, but Mister's going to be able to get a kill from main. That is incredible work with the classic, but Benka, we were talking about insane shots, and well, we did see Benka last game going absolutely incredible. He's managed to nail himself too, and that just leaves only Mister and Marky alive, and Benka with the Outlaw again. Such a brutal gun, being able to just eliminate these players, and they just come and descend all over Mister. He's got nowhere to go, and that's going to be the second round comfortably gotten for Arcadia.
Yeah, I mean, last time YXC were actually able to win that round, even after they were saving, and even so, Arcadia were able to get those guns down. They are left with 4 guns for the third round.
And you got to have a bit and there's some confidence as well, because you got to just think, Curve just hit the one tap through,
Just casually.
and then Benka just swings with a Sheriff and gets 2 nice one taps.
I mean, okay, yes, 3 Guardians and an Outlaw. Not what you really want, but compared to pistols, that's not bad at all.
You got to remember with the bullet inaccuracy as well,
Yeah.
technically speaking, they do have a little bit of advantage with them Guardians if they're able to land the shots, but as soon as that distance is closed, it is so much more difficult. And we'll be seeing how they attempt to do this, and pretty well so with them trying to take mid. Sending Gogs up there with the Bulldog it's a lot weaker, but at close range it definitely has the ability to try and tear up some of these players, and the Paranoia comes out, and that's going to punish Nas for being alone. You can see his team trying to rotate in to try and trade him, but he's just too far forwards. But then again, Curve going for a little bit more than possibly he needs to, and Mister's going to be able to get that kill for free. That takes down the Cypher.
I mean, Arcadia just took so much space in mid without any question about it.
Yeah, I did say it took down the Cypher, it took down the Sova, so that means they're not going to have any good re-clearing abilities too much,
Yeah.
apart from that Vice Flash, but
I mean,
that Vice is just sitting on top of A with Roman, which is fair enough. You don't want to move around too much, you don't want to be opening yourselves up to weaknesses, and we can see them kind of letting middle be taken and seeing to try and adapt off of that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have 2 Sentinels on defense, you might as well use them for both sides.
Very true. We can see Benka holding this wingo angle. I want Marky to peek into it. Ooh, he's not going to be able to land the shot, but Benka's going to be put down to pretty much 1 HP now. Anything's going to be able to take him down, and Marky's going to be able to push the site for free. They're not going to have any trouble
no
getting
issue.
on here.
And that Astra
30
being able to
seconds
be held back and still able to smoke is
planted.
perfect for this push here.
Yeah, and I think he wants to get active on the flank, but we can also see so does Arcadia. The little fight in middle, but Gogs is going to be able to close that out.
It's going to force him to have to hold that flank as well.
It means his loss going to come down to Rex. He's going to be able to get the first kill onto Cons because they start to rotate in, and the fight on flank is starting to happen. That means Arcadia need to pick the pace up on site, but Rex is able to find these 1v1s, and that just leaves it into a 1v3. But Benka's only got an Outlaw and 10 HP. That means he's going to get taken down pretty quick.
Yeah, I think Bengal, they kind of wanted to rely on his team to retake site a little bit and come in at the end and sweep through the kills, but YXC had a different plan. And, you know, yeah, it was a round, and we're looking at a much more even buy now from both teams. Gog still managing to... There we go.
Squeezes
There
in
we
the
go.
buy.
The ultimate, I mean, Rex, pretty close considering we are 3 rounds in.
Yeah,
And we're
only
Hunter
2
Fury
ult-ups
as
off.
well. I mean, it's deadly.
Especially
That's
on
for
a map
sure.
like this, it's good for delaying, and also some of these angles are pretty long. Like you have that heaven towards B, and maybe you could clear heaven out if they start to attack towards A on a rush. But it doesn't seem the case with this round. They're going to be taking it pretty slow, getting a lot of map control all around. As I said, A main, one of the main points that you actually fight for in this without, you know, getting re-cleared really easily, like middle.
Yeah, very default though coming from YXC here. I want to sit, but yeah, backing off of A little bit.
It's not bad. The last game, they were giving them a couple of these early kills, and a lot of them were able to be converted into rounds. But then again, Orcadia as well. It's a bit of practice on trying to learn how to play 4v5, sorry.
Yeah.
So maybe they're pretty warmed up on the idea of it. And we can see them start to descend towards this B site.
Here.
Axe just waiting for his team. He doesn't want to peek because Benka's on that angle, and he's going to claim Misty's life with a one-tap. Very nice. He's going to
Really
dash
good for
away.
that.
Konsk as well, getting a kill through middle, and Benka again re-swinging. He's going to take down the smokes, and Marky's going to get the trade, but out comes the Hunter's Fury from Rex, trying to even up the score, trying to get a bit of damage, but it's going to have to come down to some really good gunplay from the side of YXC. Orcadia seems to be all over this. The flank is even coming in now, and of course they've got nothing to hold this, and blocked off from a Vice Wall. They don't want to aggress too far. Reb's able to punish it. The spike's down, and Rex.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Rex, Curve. Taking that final kill onto Marky, and that's a pretty confident round for them, actually. That was a very good round.
I mean, considering this is YXC's map, that's exactly what you want. I think Yarick's control kind of, they're needing to find their footing a little bit more. I think that first round and those first few rounds were where they wanted to try and do that, but Orcadia are pretty much denying them any chance of doing so. And at this point, they're really struggling to try and figure out which plays best because of how fast Orcadia are playing.
And I wonder when the timeout comes in from YXC, maybe after this round or the next.
Yeah.
We did see that it did help them last game. They did actually able to start answering back, start slugging with Orcadia in these games, because like before, Orcadia had a strong start, but unfortunately they just couldn't quite close it out in the end of Sunset. It'll be interesting to see how they fare on Abyss, starting strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting this mid control might be worth it from YXC here, actually, but I mean, never mind.
That's also a bit of a problem with this map. That outlaw, when it goes unchecked, unpunished, unsmoked, deadly on rounds like this. Oh, Curve. Taking a bit of a fight towards middle. He wants to just figure out who's over there.
The outlaw again!
And here's Benka moving himself around expertly, but he's got himself dinked by a
5
Sheriff.
HP.
And hold on, Gogs has found a kill towards A main.
Watching here.
Why? Oh, they can't get a foothold in this.
No. It took them a long time last game.
And they're all doubled up again, and there it is. The spike's down, Mister. Not really able to try and get this 2v1, but
Down to
Marky got an ability with this Sheriff to try and get some kills, and there it is. The first one down, the 1v1 secure, but Gogs, a nice little off angle from that reposition, gets him his 3rd kill.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it, but it did take YXC a long time last game to really get going. And again, it is their map, but sometimes it takes a while. Orcadia clearly have a good start on these kind of maps. Not to mention, Orcadia did start on defense last map. So we're seeing the same thing over and over again. But Benka didn't buy an up last map, which we are seeing now, which is very interesting. I think he's been getting these early picks pretty well, and I think securing that just a little bit more might come in handy with that op.
And I like the fact that he's playing with the Sentinel as well, and there it is. You were talking about the Operator. He hadn't had it yet, but maybe he should have last map, because we're seeing that he might become a bit of a dominant force here, and using the AWP on the same side as your Sentinel, it kind of masks where the Sentinel's going to be. Maybe he's on B that round, the Cypher, of course. I think the Cypher is pretty annoying to deal with. But then again, YXC have got an AWP of their own, and Benka's going to get taken down. That's a pretty big pick.
Oh, okay, they picked off the op. Okay, I was going to say, I don't remember Marky buying an op.
Me neither. We didn't see that. But like I said, this masking. Maybe they think the Sentinel's on B, but then again, they've still got the Oh no, they don't have the Sova. That's a big pick. They're not going to be able to break any of these trips. They're going to have to be so careful. But then again, they've got the tag, and I think they need to start getting active. I think Marky needs to drop that orb to someone else or pop the knives and get active, trying to kill this Cypher as fast as possible. And there it is. Con's getting taken down instantly as Marky flies overhead. Curve getting spammed through the smoke onto Nas, opens up the flank, but I don't think that's going to be used in this round. Still, look at Curve. He's trying to get active, but Marky with the knives gets a third one. There's a possibility for an ace here. We did almost see one last map, but I think it's time for Marky. He wants to have his time. He was a bit quiet on the first map, but on this map, he seems to be pretty good. But Reb finding the angles. Able to get that wallbang headshot. You could just see the arm of Marky. Expertly played. And we can see Gogs. He's checking this main position to see where are they, what sides are they playing on, and out comes the right click flash, but Gogs! Oh my days! Instantly dodging that flash on the perfect timing and taking down both players. You have to call a timeout by YXC in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. And they got the up back.
We're getting a replay on this. That was incredible. Out comes the flash, last second dodge, and just keeping that recoil calm and controlled.
Yeah, I mean, they're so focused on the
spike planter.
Yeah, exactly.
Diffuser.
I've mentioned this quite a few times before, but with the Omen ult, it's very, very hard to get a good use out of it. If you can get information like that in such a pressure situation, it brings that pressure right down. You know exactly where they are. Yeah, they're going to swing in a second. I've got it. No worries.
Do they know who they're swinging?
Gogs.
Absolutely sensational from him. We can see a lot. We can see this mid-rush again. No one's there to kind of pressure them this round, though. So that means they're going to be able to get in for free. Marky dodging a bunch of bullets, but a secondary spam coming from Curve. Takes down Rex. That's no reveals, but there's 3 players backside, and I don't think they're aware. Curve's going to get a second one onto Marky in heaven, and you'll a third one as well onto Mister. Still swinging towards this site position. He's finding out Nas in the smoke, and then towards main. Gonna be claiming his 4 as he does have a little whiff on Nas, but doesn't matter. Gogs is there. He's got the info. Playing together very well. Gogs is 10-1 right now.
Yeah, but these rounds are happening so fast.
I know, and I'm worried for YXC. We've not seen a single timeout. I thought after the last round, especially after, you know, you lose a round in that fashion by someone dodging and taking you both down, you just have to. And then once again, we've just seen Curve get a 4K. There's momentum coming to the side of Arcadia. They need to shut this down with a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, Arcadia are not giving YXC the time of day. YXC need that little bit of extra time just to work out their plays, and Marky needs to be hitting those shots.
Then again, Nas, it doesn't matter. Nas is the backbone. Oh, not through the smoke. Check his PC. Benker answering right back through the smoke.
He should not be hitting shots like that.
That is outrageous, and just once again piles onto this momentum, and there comes the KO ult. Shuts down the Hunter's Fury, and Marquis missing another snipe again with the orb. You're gonna have to start worrying if maybe he's got a bit of nerves on his side, and he has every single reason to be nervous. But then again, he answers back. He's just nailed his last 2 shots. Switching to the Vandal now, still battling towards this side position, going wide, but Benkar's caught him. Hacks trying to get the bomb planter off. He has, and it's not going to be able to land the kill though. We need this timeout. YXC need this. 7-1 in a matter of moments. This game has not felt long at all.
I mean, at what point? I don't want to say it, but there might have been a slight little jet diff that round. And unfortunately, I think you said, I think it's the nerves and the pressure that you need to start getting these rounds, closing that, but there it is.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
I mean, you need to see it at some point. We've still got the op on side of Arcadia there, which is working very, very well in their favor.
How useful has that been? Oh my.
Through the cage. It was
outrageous. It's just
wasn't marked by anything.
He wasn't. No, he was just fully.
Okay,
he was just running through the cage, and he's just been sniped. Instant gun.
I mean, I don't think I can say anything else. I believe that they just need that extra time, and hopefully they are going to get it now during this timeout. They need to be able to think about what they're doing. They want to play slow and take out 1 or 2 players before they get onto site, and they're not able to.
I've not even been able to get a read on this game. These rounds have just been like. Just
no, times we're talking about something, and then instantly the rounds it's just over.
Instantly it's either a 5v3, a 3v3, or just a 1v1 at this point.
Yeah.
It's been so fast, but so exciting. I'm loving this.
I know. I mean, we always love to have third maps in best of threes. Obviously, you know, not as a player. Players don't, you know.
It's long as a player.
But I mean, we just love to see these games. 7-1. They can come back from this. They've done it before. Okay,
They have.
Pistol rounds now. Okay.
Okay, this is one of the rounds. You time out before these types of rounds because you do something, you experiment a bit, and then
Yeah.
you can kind of build off of it in the
They've
next
waited
round.
so late though.
Maybe. Ooh, that is a
Nas.
kill you want. Nas might be heating up in this series.
Against the AWP.
And that's the AWP down, and Curve's going to try and desperately retrieve that, but he might be caught in the open, put to 1 HP. Oh, Nas almost caught him, but Gogs has been found in the open. Oh my god, no he didn't, but it doesn't matter because Mister's there. The blinds and play was there, but unfortunately Mister covering his teammates' backs, rightfully so. This is really good for the side of YXC. They finally have a man advantage and they finally feel in control of this match. All three players from Arcadia still slugging their way towards mid, shooting through these smokes. Only now are they starting to disappear, try and hold these sites, and they've chosen their site well, picking towards Reb's site. He's alone, but he does have his Sentinel util. This means he can slow them down and get kills just like that. Marky punished for being in an alone position. Reb desperately trying to hold the site. Mister comes out with a blind, and also with the Astra pull, that's going to be a good combination that gets him another kill. A 2v4, but Curve's going to be able to nail one back onto Hacks. And this could be another kill if Konsk is able to land the shots. The reveals there, but Mister too clean in this round of 1v3, and he's on 1 HP. But then again, Curve, he does get one, but gets taken down, and it's a thrifty for YXC. This is amazing. They needed this.
What were they talking about during this this timeout?
Let's go, guys. We're going to send it down mid.
That's why I said that mid control is what they need.
You
And to be
did.
fair, I didn't think they were going to do it on a pistol round, I'll be honest with you.
I know.
That's against the op with Benka with it in his hands.
It's
just
all about the
instantly.
angles because Benka didn't react because he didn't see Nat.
Yeah.
We saw the similar situation in the post plant with Marky, where he was holding the AWP on a close angle, but Reb was able to punish that because of just the way that angles work in this game. This game's so clinical in the way that angles work and what you do to peek. With him slowly jiggling out, he saw the arm and he's just able to know where the head is.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going back to this slow plays now, which they are being allowed at this point. You know, Arcadia are now having to play a little bit slower, take that time a little bit more, and it gives YXC this time to take mid again. Nas.
But surely you're rattled as Arcadia. You've just,
Yeah.
you know, there's a timeout and then boom, they've hit you with a nuke of a Nas, the Deagle Demon.
Exactly. And he's got a Phantom now pushing up slowly that
I
trip.
think he's got his confidence.
Yeah.
Just like on Sunset with him taking that B site, he's instantly taken mid. It's such an annoying place to try and clear, and
Caution here.
I think he's going to get tagged off of him shooting this trip, though. We can see that Cypher set up. But
Think
then
Sova's
again, if
ready.
he hides about, he could be able to catch Konsk. He's not going to be able to. He's going to take towards top mid. That cam's still not been activated. Cam has been activated and has tagged Nas. And that means they've only seen Nas towards this top mid
Yeah.
position.
Which is a locker, right? Which is, at that point, if you're lucky mid, where's the rest of the team?
Oh, we can see them stacking towards this B site. They have swapped the Cypher and the Vice over this round. They have been, clearly, Arcadia have just been noticing that YXC prefer to come to this site, but Benka got a bit of Marky syndrome, not able to land the sniper shots that he needs to. And Rex with the Hunter's Fury, being able to take one as his team progresses to site. Hacks getting another kill onto Konsk, and then again a second onto Curve. And it's a 2v5 in a couple seconds of exploding utility. Reb's going to be able to get one back onto Nas, who's gone a little bit deeper, quite alone. And there we go. We've seen Mister in this position a couple rounds ago, and he was able to get quite a few, but that Omen Paranoia from Gogs is just way too good. But hold on, Gogs, where are we going? Right into the hands of Marky's operator. And there it is, Marky, he's back. He might not hit the easy shots, but he damn well will hit those hard ones.
I mean, the story. I feel like we've been here before. It is writing itself, but it is... I mean, we've got 2 ops now.
And how will they be used? We
And
just
we
see
had
this
2
look.
ops, like, yeah.
Benka just getting obliterated by a bunch of utility, and then obviously Hacks being able to play off of that and pushing the site with his duelist. Very good. And oh, wow.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned that we have 2 ops. We had 2 ops last round, but Benga didn't even get a chance to use it. Completely
Obliterated
gets it. Oh,
instantly.
look at these kills.
Oh, Marky. I want a bit more of that, and hold on, he might just be able to peek it towards middle, and there it is! An instant shot onto Benka that's going to take him out, but did he see Gogs? I'm not too sure, but he's hiding from it very nicely, going for the quick scope, and there it is. I think Marky's finally online with the operator. 2 big kills at the start of the round to punish Arcadia from pushing down middle. This is their domain, and they are making sure that Arcadia know it.
He's so slow again.
Here.
It's good. They're using the pacing of the round well because as the side of Arcadia, you have to respond at this point. You need kills, whether this comes from an individual play or off of a bit of util. It's difficult, so difficult in these situations.
Their default is completely, their defense is completely split up now.
Marky.
It's a bit too close.
How comes just all the utility trying to find a bit of a spammy angle that maybe Arcadia can play off of, but it's not seeming likely. They are on the worst buy this round, a bit of a mixed buy. We've got Konsk with the Sheriff for some reason in heaven. Curve has managed to get the kill onto Nas. It does open up the flank again, but Arcadia have not been exploiting it, and Rex just demolishing Konsk as he re-peeks from heaven, and Marky with the AWP with a third. Reb's going to be able to get one back onto the backside position, but the up-down angle in B main, too strong. And I think Reb is just going to cut his losses and get out, save his utility, and his money as well. He's only on 600 credits right now.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to benefit a lot more next round than it is right now. There's no way at that point, and look at the time, it's going down so fast now. There's no way that losing your gun in that situation is going to be better than keeping it, obviously. But there's still a good 3 rounds ahead. I mean,
There it
Marky,
is, Marky.
there's one.
So quick, just waiting, seeing the arm, the jiggle from Gogs. Punishing that wide swing again. Very well played from Marky. Individually, pretty much just winning that round for his team instantly off of those very good shots. And personally, I feel like on the side of Arcadia, you just called for a timeout. You've got 2 per match. Oh, sorry, 2 per map.
Yeah.
I feel like you just use one. Just see if you can try and get this last round of this half. You know, you have quite literally been lost 3 rounds in a row. So you know, you want to get a bit of control back, but it seems like they're not going to be going for that. Once again, we can see YXC taking this mid control, which they've got a lot more confident. I think they've found the weakness, the chink in the armor of Arcadia, which is this middle.
Yeah, definitely. And Mr. kind of throwing the knife in at A main. They're completely pushing away Gogs, who was trying to get a little peek in right at the beginning of the round. Still, the util coming back again, back at them.
See
a little bit too scared to push.
Little micro faking from Mister. But I mean, just look at Arcadia. They're not moving at all. Oh.
And that's what you want, right? I mean, apart from
Okay, no, they're doubling up middle. That's to be expected. But YXC are playing around it well. They know that they've been taking mid control each round, and Arcadia have not been re-clearing it because they can't. They're often fighting and then they die. So you can see them just hovering back in these positions and just trying to hold the top. But here comes the strength of that play as they're able to just dive on towards the A site and Curve.
He's trying to keep himself alive. We got someone fall!
Curve has fallen off the map somehow, but Benka's going to be able to get one back onto Nas in the meantime. The Lurk has been killed. I am completely baffled at what Curve has just been trying to do. And out comes the Steel Garden, taking away the weapons of... Oh my god, Reb coming through, punishing them as he swings from heaven. He gets 3 on the round, and Marky's in the open. Konsk punishing. A great ult and some nice shots coming from Reb. Securing the round, but Curve, there's got to be some question. I think we need to be talking to the coach after this one. What has happened there? I heard this overall, and I didn't see any of the tags coming in, and then...
I reckon is he's so-overalted a bit too close to the side.
And he's gone backwards.
And he's gone back a little bit too much.
Not going to be able to see on this replay, but we're going to be able
no.
to see these beautiful shots from Reb. Well played from him.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we need from a retake, to be honest with you. Arcadia, never mind, we've swapped halves.
We have.
They still can't buy, but apparently that's because we are on the next half.
5 ghosts from YXC.
Yeah, it's 1 round difference from what we saw last time. It was 7-5, but that's okay. It's what Arcadia definitely needs, especially after losing the first map. Even if YXC here win the next 2 pistol rounds, there will still be a 2 round difference.
I know we can see Arcadia's take on trying to attack middle. We can see them smoking off both the choke
They
points.
know
So
mid's
going for
where
the
it's
push.
at.
Going for a little bit slower than what YXC were going. But Curve almost getting himself killed there as he's getting put down onto low HP. Konsk opening the door with the paranoia coming in from top middle. That's going to push Rex all the way back. The cage coming out as they've already made it onto the A site, but they do have a player backside they need to deal with. Mister, he's going to be able to forget one for his troubles, and Nas going to get one of his own as well onto Gogs. Swinging towards backside, Rex with a shock dart out, and the kills are just flying in all over the bum site, and it's just a 1v4. None v4.
Hey, he stayed on the map.
He
joking,
did.
I'm joking.
I think that's why he stayed in heaven.
Yeah, he's safe up there. That's the round they need.
It's a
I
big
think-
round. This hopefully should snowball into this round.
Yeah. I think, Arcadia did a pretty good job of taking mid very fast, but they just kept going at that pace, and I don't think it was the play. YXC were very prepared to meet that pace, and it worked out in their favor.
Or maybe you could bring it down to the fact that he just couldn't kill Mr. back site. I think like they had a foothold onto the front of site, and maybe they were worried about the Cypher trips, which rightfully so. They could be very impactful on pistol rounds. But it didn't seem to be the case. The Cypher is unfortunately playing on B. And another slow round from the side of Arcadia. Sorry. Not a slow.
Yeah.
A fast round from
yeah.
the side of Arcadia.
I think they're very, very aware that Marquis loves his outlaw, rightfully so. There's a bit too Gorg's in mid there, trying to hold down what he can without peeking that outlaw.
The classic.
Yeah, Marquis just waiting for him.
He's feeling it. I'm pretty sure he's safe. It's safe to say that he is feeling it right now. And it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this form onto defense.
Yeah, I mean, getting the spike down is pretty important for the economy as well this round. Anything that they can do to try and get a bit of money.
Seems like they're going to be stacking towards the A-bomb site in a second. Just starting to make their way over. Not too sure where they're walking in spawn. But that's all good. You see them start to... YXC start to reclear mid now. And also head towards B. They're going to funnel over one.
I'm liking these Astra Stars holding down A right now. Just waiting.
Mister's going to have to go pretty big in this round if he wants to make sure he stays alive, which is going to be very vital. Sova, drone coming out. And so it is the molly that's going to slow down, hopefully, the attack. But out comes Gogs. He's already in heaven, but Marky's going to punish him for that fast play. I do love it, but Marky's just a bit too quick in this game. There it is again. Reb's dead now as well. And I think maybe another one on curve. He's dancing and dancing around this choke, but he can't do anything. And it's all onto Benka, and I think this round might be said and done. Not able to land the share of shots, and it's a flawless from YXC, which is brilliant because they need all the advantages they do going into this next round.
Oh, 100%. Especially since Arcadia are at 8. Once they if they had won those 2 rounds, 10-4. They didn't. But Arcadia are still currently 2 rounds up, and right now it is their time to buy. The guns are looking pretty good from YXC though. Still keeping the majority of their guns there.
I think momentum's just come back. I mean, they might have lost it on the last round of the first half.
Yeah.
Them losing around like that, especially with Curve falling off the map. But
Yeah. I think that YXC are starting to get their momentum back, but I'm not too sure if, due to Arcadia having 8 rounds at this point, if it's enough to get it
Carry
back in time. Because, they're going to win some rounds here and there.
Of course.
They need 5 rounds.
Be interesting to see. Marky does still have that outlaw. That's big, a lot of damage, and Konsk is dead instantly. A 4v5 now in favor of YXC.
That fire rate of the outlaw is not fair.
It's ridiculous. Does have a long reload. But still, taking down a full health player instantly like that.
Yeah, you should
Konsk-
not be doing that with an outlaw. Okay, tag, sure. But Marky stuck it out no matter what. Usually,
Konsk stuck around.
yeah.
He got tagged and he kept going. He tried to get that second kill. Oh, sorry, that kill. But wasn't able to land it. Out comes a knife. That's going to be... Oh, a little whiff is going to be a bit costly for the side of Arcadia. You start to worry a bit more about... Are you feeling right? Do you think you can even close this out? And honestly, maybe they're just feeling a lot worse right now. They've just been obliterated as soon as they walked out of this smoke. YXC in every advantage now in a 1v5. And
They have
just
the spike.
look at his health as well. Benka's got 30 HP. Any bullet will take him down. And the camera comes out. He's been found. They know which side he's on. And just look at the spam coming through. The recon dart as well. He's hiding from it. But the smoke's down. He's got one
He
for his
gets
trouble.
one.
He got his.
That'll do, but I mean, that was their save round, or their bonus round, sorry, but so they're going to be able to buy out the gun pretty quickly. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. A good timeout for Arcadia to take. I think that would have been lovely for YXC to have probably done that at some point earlier on the first half. Then again, time's gone. They've got momentum back, and I think that's one of YXC's strength. We saw that on Sunset with that momentum coming back later, and they were able to win.
Yeah, 100%. And I did mention, Arcadia kind of still having that lead and possibly trying to run with it, but 8-7 at this point.
They're not able to. I don't know what it is. They get to the second half, and Arcadia just start to struggle a bit, and then you start to think,
Is it their attack? Is it YXC's defense? Because it happened the same time last time, and it comes up to maybe trying to play differently, but playing more riskier plays that you don't usually use. Is it worth it? Is maybe losing 1 or 2 rounds to try and find that play that works well for you worth losing that advantage that they have right now?
Well, I think it comes down to some just more micro plays, like one of the players just not feeling it that game.
Yeah, I mean,
throw it down to that.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of small little plays that work well, but then one big play that kind of messes it up for the whole team. So we'll have to see how it goes. Marky's still on that outlaw, and we love.
Still
there was vandals on the floor, by the way.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him because Arcadia are going to be on a save. So if you've got to,
I mean, yeah,
you've pretty much got to pocket up. So why would you keep it really? And Arcadia, they are buying a couple shields. We can see the marshals coming out.
Yeah, and even if they do lose this round, YXC have enough money to buy next round.
Yeah, they're starting to stack up their economy, and it's getting a little bit worrying if you're on the Arcadia supporters.
Yeah, I mean, GOG's having a good position right now. I think Hax might have heard the TP. Not too sure where, though. Having to back up just in case.
Just once again, we see this kind of slow play, but there has been a bit of an adjustment from YXC. Rex is starting to take a main, so that's going to force out a bit of utility from the side of Arcadius. Arcadius? Arcadia, I keep saying that. Arcadia, if they're going to try and re-clear it, but then again, he's fallen off now, and that site's just going to be held by him and Mister.
Yeah, I mean, this Cypher setup with the Astra right now is looking a little bit dangerous.
And it's looking dicey when you've also got Marky right here with the Outlaw ready to dish out some damage. He's not going to be able to land 2 shots. He has been tagged, and Arcadia are going to be starting to mount their retake. Marky getting out safe and sound. Out comes I'm not too sure what they're called. The Thorns. Starting to break the ankles of Nas, but Jesus! A nice little flick onto Red, but Gogs is right there for the trade with the Stinger, and he's going to take it down, because here it is. Marky again and again with these snipers. He is just insane.
Last player standing.
And he's behind Konsk. He's dove on Konsk, and he's got another kill with the Sheriff. His money is going to be through the roof.
Sorry, I just taken it back a little bit. We were warned, for context by the way, for the space behind us, just to not move a little bit, just in case we trip. Marky's these reactions.
He's blowing me away with. Look at him. He's 19 and 10.
He doesn't need a gun.
Yeah, arguably had a slower start.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, he's got a boomstick. I'm seeing the boomstick.
The transition from the. I mean.
Just look, he's so fast, especially with the quick scopes as well. And there he is. He's somehow behind Konsk. I didn't even see him move.
He doesn't need to. That transition from the Outlaw to the op. He doesn't need that middle man.
He doesn't need to.
And he's holding down mid. Gog's in the same position as before.
It's good. Arcadia have been starting to take a bit of mid control. They've been starting to be dancing around this side, but
are they gonna get it? That spike being left down in spawn, indicating a default. Trying to get one pick, split up that defense as much as you can. But there's 3 of them.
They need this kill on B. If they get this kill on B, this round gets tossed on its head
100%.
so quickly, because we can see the map control that YXC have gotten. They've gotten A main. Quite comfortably so, and there's not been too much pressure that's been put on towards B. Out comes the smoke from Gogs from spawn, and that's kind of pushed the Astra a little bit away. And then you can see the rotates coming in. Actually, now would be the perfect time for them to start diving, but they do need to wait for the Cypher and the Sova. Mainly the Sova for the utility. Those shocks and trying to get rid of those tripwires are very good.
Yeah, I mean, still playing very, very slow. Probably going to wait for this one bit of YouTube to come out.
Yeah, that recon dart.
Yep.
I think he's here now in time that they feel comfortable trying to aggress, but not going to be able to. And I'm just saying, here comes the raid boss towards backside Marky. Gogs with a TP onto site, and he's got the entry onto Nas. Incredible, but he's getting caught out in the open, but Marky misses the shot. I'd be a bit confused why the Omen's planning in the open as well, but sometimes you just got to hit those shots. Those are the ones you really need. Gogs now trapped on the site as the Slugfest starts to come in, just battling from the heaven position. Marky towards CT, going to be nailing Benka backside, and it's still Gogs on site. He's going to have to go pretty big here with both of his teammates in main trying to play off of him, and the res comes through from Hax onto the KO, but Kongs, he's going to be able to punish. He's going to get Hax, and Marky's going to be able to get Gogs as well. He's done so well at surviving, and I think he's done his job enough. It's a 2v1, and Marky has an AWP. This is not the position you want to be in, but then again, Arcadies want to line up. They want to give Marky this. Konsk versus Marky, and Marky's struggling to try and shoot that tripwire. He's going to be sticking, he's going to be getting it to half, but Konsk keeping the round for Arcadia. He's going to be able to get that wallbang headshot and get the 9th round. That keeps Arcadia in the lead. And they've got to make sure they hold this after a round like that got so scrappy, got so sloppy.
I don't know what just happened. Sorry, I'm really... Okay, so Arcadia, they were getting the right kills, and then YXC... I mean, okay...
Nas!
He
I didn't realise how bad that was.
He was blinded.
Oh, he was? Okay.
He was. I didn't think he was.
I didn't think either, because he was moving.
I was very, very confused as to what Nas were doing there, but it's okay. Arcadia were getting the right kills. YXC was somehow getting some very sloppy kills, and it worked out in their favour towards the end, but Arcadia came out on top.
What can you find, Marky? He's going duck hunting. And there's one curve! Instantly taken out of the round again. A 4v5 in our favour.
And that's
YXC.
Don't need to push anymore, Marky.
I think Marky's just trying to get active.
You don't need to. You have the advantage.
What if he gets the wallbang through the smoke?
I mean, it would be a very, very good clip.
I think Marky's kind of hunting for these AWP highlights. But Benka's also hunting for his head as well. Look at the crosshair placement. If Marky just goes a little wider, he's going to catch him. Gogs. Hold on, the smoke is there, but Marky is oddly aware of this play. Gogs. It was a really smart play. It was really nice. I liked it, but unfortunately, Marky just holding. He just knows. Marky playing sensationally in this match.
Down to a 2v5. They are not even on site yet.
And they're still in spawn. They have no map control.
How are they gonna?
It's looking dire. I think it could just be a save.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess
2v5.
a push would be a 2v2, but even then, they have the advantage.
It's Marky as well. He's got an AWP. He's on fire this round. You don't want to swing him.
You know what? I'm liking the, Marky's hitting some very lovely shots, but he's showing that, you know what, it's okay to not hit your shots sometimes.
It's okay because he'll hit every other one.
Exactly.
If he misses, feel yourself lucky. And you better do something off of your life.
10 seconds left.
Because he's just been nailing
Yeah.
Arcadia.
These are the rounds that YXC needed, and they are getting them.
It does feel like, though, I'm a bit worried that if YXC aren't able to get these kills, they struggle.
Yeah, very much. Once Arcadia get onto site, they are very, very hard to retake that site from. And we've seen it. Even though a few rounds ago, Marky was able to get it down to a 1v1, even so, they cannot get that site back.
I mean, look at the kills from Marky. 24 and 11. He is miles ahead of any other player in this.
Yeah, I mean, the assists coming out on top from Mr. as well, seeing completely the next highest assist coming out from Hacks on 5 and even Reb, but that is double. We're seeing the coordination come out from these two, and maybe this KO pick was the right choice.
I agree. They get a lot of info off of it as well, and it seems that they're playing pretty decently off of it. We see the crossfire coming in, and off the paranoia, Arcadia are going to be taking main, and out comes the Steel Garden, but it doesn't really matter because I think half of these guys have pistols. Maybe that's only Mister, and look at Benka already in. Already in heaven with Gogs, and Gogs is looking to go active. Gogs is trying to get very active in this, trying to get one and get done, but he's not going to be able to even get one with the Stinger pushing through into 3 people, and Marky with an AWP
so
again.
quick.
He's got more AWP shots in the locker. This guy needs to be stopped. He's going through and through heaven, keeping on going. Rex takes down Reb, and all of a sudden we're in a 1v5, and he is in Ven. There is nothing Curve can do. He gets spammed through the smoke by the Phantom of Hacks.
And that is the advantage taken for Yari X Control. That is what they needed. They are now on double digits. The pressure is on.
I'm worrying for Arcadia.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is why they saved both of these timeouts. They knew that they have, okay, cool, we have the advantage. There's no need for a timeout, even once those 3 rounds were lost. But
I think they need to time out.
They know what YXC are like.
If they lose this round, there has to be a timeout.
100%.
There's no other time that you can call a timeout. Because if you win, I can understand probably trying to carry the momentum of shutting down YXC, especially if you do it in such class fashion. But that does mean they're going to have a corker of a round. And I'm liking the fact they're starting outside of B. But also, guess who's here? It is Marky. But he is going and bang. Oh, but what is this?
Marky!
There must have been something done between these games, because Marky is absolutely on fire with these AWP shots.
Here.
The saving grace of YXC strikes again.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again.
And there's Nas as well. He's been very underrated, I think, in this series, and he's got a second one as well onto Curve. And I think
You do
it's
have a
looking
duo.
more and more bleak for the side of Arcadia. They can't get anything going. Wherever they go, it seems that Marky's there. Marky's here to just destroy them in this match. And there's Mr. just taking a brave beat towards Reb in A main, and he just can. They have the confidence. YXC are punishing Arcadia.
Yeah, I mean, Reb manages to get one, but does it really matter at this point? Mister.
He's going further.
On
I don't think Gox is going to be.
pain.
He's not going to be ready for him. YXC are dominating now in this second half. They've caught up to Arcadia and they've found their footing.
Now I know why they didn't want to. They did that timeout so late. Okay, yeah, it got them back on track, but they don't need it. They can let go of 7, 8 rounds. It's absolutely fine because we will come back on defense and take this map.
And they're coming back.
And the buy.
The buy is horrible for the side of Arcadia, and there's still no timeout. You can't time out when you only have 1 round before you lose the series.
I mean, with this buy, we're expecting match point, right? And that is 3 rounds they're going to need to get back, but I don't think...
Surely you time out so you can get your mental back. I don't think for the side of Arcadia that they have their mental.
Not even their mental. Get rid of
Yari's.
Rose.
Yari's controls. They need it gone because they are just too strong right now, too confident. They're going for these solo peaks like Rebert did, and he just wins the fight, and it just gives their confidence so much more. Here comes Benka. He wants to stop this. He comes out backside, swinging with those knives, an immediate kill onto Reb, and that gives them the plan. But they need to play well off this post plant. They have done it once before, and it's probably not going to be a clean round. It's going to be a lot of slugging, a lot of shooting through these smokes, but who will do it better? Shock Dart's trying to punish any of these players on the ropes, playing under hell, trying to just soften them up a little bit, and we can see Marky slowly getting his way through CT, and Benka on site. A brilliant headshot to the Heaven player. That's going to be able to take him down. Hack's getting a kill onto Gogs through the smoke.
Damage.
And out comes Benka, but Marky with a quick scope. He's going to punish Benka, getting a trade immediately, and Rex from Heaven going to be taking down Reb. And it's a 2v2.
Spike.
Both players from Arcadia very low.
Last player
Rex still
standing.
swinging towards it. A brilliant shot from Curve. There's no time.
The op.
They've got the round.
Thrifty.
And wow, what a round to get. A thrifty. What?
Oh.
Someone needs to kill Marky because I don't like the fact that he has just been running rampant in this game. 28 and 11.
I mean, you can see the panic as the time starts to go down, and even so, Marky's still getting those kills. It does not matter what is
How
going
did he
on.
hit the quick scope? How? But we've got to praise Benka. He managed to win
Oh,
this round, I think, for the side of
entry?
Arcadia. You needed this kind of player. You needed this performance from him. He's the person with the jet knives. He's the person you count on in the rounds where you have weaker buys, when you have the jet ultimate. And he absolutely delivered. Full credit.
Oh, 100%. They kind of switched up that pace very, very, different to what they've been playing normally. Changing it back up a little bit now, going a little bit slower like they have been before, but the mental... No, I'm lying.
He needs to stop.
I'm lying.
He needs to stop. He's got one nearly every round. I want to look at the stats after this game and figure out which round he actually didn't get a kill in. And Benka's managed to find himself on towards site, and it's a strong retake. Dogs coming up into Heaven to try and assist. I think they're going to be taking the fight towards... Oh my god, it doesn't matter. Mr. and Hacks have found 2 kills on Curve and Gogs, but Benka's managed to get one back onto Nas, but they need these kills, and they need them badly, and probably fast. It's a 2v4. Benka trying to find Mark. He's not going to be able to take him out this time. Marky's still alive. He's got the ult back up. He's picked it back up. We've seen the rotates, the slight shifting from Konsk. He's been very quiet in this series, and now would be a perfect time for him to get active. Hacks' smokes are about to come online, and Benka getting taken down by Marky. There's nothing that he can't do. He's swinging with a rifle, and he will still take you down.
He's just got him back.
And it's match point for Yari X Control in this series.
And the thing is this map is winnable from Arcadia.
Timeout! I want a timeout. I'd love a
There's
timeout.
no way they don't time out right now.
They have to. 10-11 at
There's
least.
no harm in it because at this point there is 1 round possible.
Look at the money.
All they need is 1 round.
The money and the ult economy is
no.
just... It's a bit on their side, actually. They
I
do...
mean-
oh, no, the Astral... If Hack stays alive for a retake, this round is so different.
Not to
But
mention
to be
Mister,
fair,
he's 1 away.
at least with Arcadia, they're going to be favouring playing on site because of the weapons they have. They have 2 Spectres, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. They're going
Not
to
to
be wanting to
mention,
take close.
Reb is also 1 ultimate point away, and that ult can be brutal against these guns. They'll immediately get the gun advantage. Even though they have Spectres and Sheriffs, it's fine.
A
Against
little bit
pistols,
better. They can run a gun. They can start... So
Marky!
we need to
Can't be
stop. This
doing
guy needs to be
this.
stopped instantly, getting a kill onto Benka, who's been extremely impactful in rounds so
Benka's-
dire like this. But I think just look at the confidence on this man. He's still going for more.
That's the thing, right? Because Benker is such a strong player.
Not on the pixel angle.
Oh, you
Not on
need
the pixel angle. Gog's getting taken down as well from Marky. He's been so impactful in this game. He's taking it over. Don't get another one. Please.
It's not fair.
Out comes Rex.
On the info.
They don't have an answer for the AWP, and it's crushing to watch. I think Kongs might get beat. He's not going to get found, but he's going to...
So close.
Cross is getting held. If he goes for more, then it's going to be just difficult. But look at the round. It's so difficult. How do you get a... There's a lurk. I did not notice, but Curve has managed to lurk his way up through middle, trying to fight towards Hax. He's going to be able to get a kill. That's a big kill, but he's running it into the hands.
Curve!
Curve somehow getting another one, but there's another one. Mister coming from A side, taking the bomb. It's a 2v3. Mister does have the ult, but out comes the Steel Garden, equalizing the guns, and Cons get the kills as well. It's a 2v1, but it's the man who's been a thorn in their side the entire game. It's Marky in a 2v1. Starting to take a sprint through towards these. He's just running at them. The final boss of YXC. I almost thought that. But here he comes, barreling his way through the heaven position. Arcadia need to play together. Both of these players need to play together. They're going to be playing for a double peek onto the bomb. It's not planted for them, but that's good. That's what they're going to be trying to do. And Marky slowly making his way towards CT where it's being held.
I think he's heaven.
Reb holding the back of Konsk. And out comes Marky if he lands this kill.
Yeah.
Big, but no. Reb manages to get him.
That was Curve's round.
How did Curve kill Nas? What happened with Nas? He had his knife out.
I know.
He had knife out, and he still managed to land that kill, which is so important, and it gave them so much space, even though Mister did come over.
I mean, you saw the second that Curve got those 2 kills, I know.
Look at him.
And I bet Marky is slightly upset right now by the outcome of that round, but I mean, he's had his rounds.
I would be extremely scared for YXC Marky's mental going into the 3rd game if they lose this. A performance like this.
But I mean, we saw Curve, the second that he got those kills, the rotate through mid by his teammates instantly, and that coordination just got them the round.
Both these teams have been playing so
Who expects a Sova to lurk?
I don't hate it at this point. I was completely lost for a second there until I started looking at my minimap, and here comes Marky towards middle. He knows that's where the players are, but he's instantly been smoked off. But look at him. He's been playing around these smokes that Gogs have been putting down so well, and you've got to commend him for this performance. He's been making these chances happen, and he's been creating them on his own.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it puts Gogs off, right? Because if his smokes can't even defend against an op.
You start to worry.
Yeah, why is there an op?
Hold on, Nas has got an AWP as well. Do not tell me in the final round that this is going to be lost to Nas on AWP as well. Arcadia are going towards this B site. There is 3 players, and I think the 4th one of Nas, sorry, not Nas, Marky's going to be coming over. They're splitting up. Curve seems to be running away.
Oh.
And Nas holding this angle. Konsk, if he just peeks, he's just going to get taken down. The AWP's going to get found out, actually, on the side of Konsk. And what do they do in return? Is he just about to swing out into the AWP? Is he going to take the fight? The Omenal comes out, and there it is, but the missed shot from Nas, that's big, that's crucial. That puts a little bit of doubt in his head if he's going to be able to land the shots, but Konsk is going to get taken down by Mister's grenade. Mister and Nas getting taken down by Benkar as well, as he still continues towards winning this round for his team. Marky's in heaven, looking to get active, but Benkar, so crucial in these rounds, he gets a 3rd. Oh, sorry, that was the kill you already got. But Curve going to be able to take down Rex, and I think we're going towards overtime. He falls off, but Curve is there with him. Curve and Benkar save this round, and we're going to overtime.
Switching sides.
Overtime. I mean, they didn't use that timeout, did they? No.
No, but you'd still do. Each
mean,
team does get one each half, but I've got to commend it. I was screaming for a timeout. I was begging for it from Arcadia, but I think they just might not have needed it. But just look at the guns that are on display. Benkar and Marky both with an operator in this round. A crucial bit of kit, and they need to make sure it works. If it doesn't work, it's so detrimental. They'll have no armor. Just look at the kills from Benkar, so impactful. And Curve as well, just making sure he's peeking with his team. He's holding, because look, with Benkar falling off, he needed a bit of help there. But Curve was right there with him. And what a time to be.
Yeah, I mean, YXC need to win this round because their defense is absolutely fine, but their attack not so much. I mean,
Can Marky make this AWP work? The big first kill coming out. Benkar finally shutting down Marky.
Revenge.
Revenge for everything that has happened in this game. YXC now on the back foot of this attack round. And we can still see them stacked towards B. And Hax has been found towards middle. Not too sure what he's going to be trying to do off of that. Maybe just playing for a sound and a bit of space. Reb getting a bit of, putting his flash down, gets a bit of info that there is maybe more than one player B main off the timing of the drone, obviously. And Benka is still, he's still close, and they've also rotated a player over. The dart comes out, it's going to scan a lot of them. Oh, Nas almost getting found out the smoke by Curve. Out comes to the shock dart to try and kill him, and Reb's getting active, almost getting Nas through the smoke.
It's a 5-man retake.
This is going to be so difficult.
This is not a
Arcadia.
position that YXE
Full
want to
advantage, but then again, Rex, if you're going to pull out shots like that, and Nas! Benka, he's got one back with the AWP, but
2v2.
is it all too late? It's a 2v2. Mister is low.
It's heaven.
Out comes the flash from Gogs to try and deny time, but Rex in a perfect position just counters Benka, and I think this game is going to be...
Yeah.
Oh, Walks to TP in the open, he's got Mister punishing Rex for not having his gun out. TP again towards backside, the repositions have been so good, but the Sovereign, the Hunter's Fury, it's gonna be able to win them the round. Rex, an insane round from him. 4 kills at such a crucial point after losing a player.
Point.
I mean, we've mentioned Marky being that solid, you know, back line.
But Rex comes when you
Exactly.
need him.
Marky getting taken out instantly as soon as that round starts, and then still able to win, even though he's going 32 and 14. It does not matter. Rex, we saw him last game coming through with those
He was
kills.
very
and
good last
it's
game on Sunset.
just showing it. You know, he can sit back and do his job for the first, you know, 24 rounds, and then
The high pressure
oh,
situations, he does
exactly.
thrive. You are right.
And that's the round they needed, because their defense is pretty damn good.
And now look, we're going to see a reaction of this A split with the player starting to fight towards A main, and that is a big kill actually. Benka's going to be taken down early, and you start to worry if you're Arcadia, your duelist is dead again instantly, and it seems like YXC are taking more and more
Trading
space.
duelists, that's
Reb's
for
going to need to
sure.
go huge in this round, but he's not able to. Rex, again, the quality of this player is insane. He's got another kill, and he's almost won this round. If they get one more kill, you could maybe consider this over. Gogs has been found, that TP, you can see the little top of his cloak, and look at the positioning from Mister taking him down, and out comes Curve, but Curve, we were talking about players that come out when you need them. Curve and Cons getting a kill each. The round is evened up. It's a 2 versus 2. Marky still holds his mid position with the AWP, and Konska knows that. He's going to run the hell away so he does not get picked off, and he's going to sprint his way towards this B site with Curve.
But at what point do you stop pushing as the RX control? They just kept going through A main. You don't
To
need
go
to
fast. If Marky gets set up, it's going to spell trouble and danger. Konska might get picked up in the open because guess what?
Yep.
Oh, but he misses.
Marky!
That isn't a good time to miss your shots, and it could cost them in this round. He still has the AWP on the retake and only 71 HP. No shield in this round, so he can get taken down in just a couple bullets. Curve looking towards Heaven's going to be able to get the kill onto Hax. It's a 2v1 again in favor of Arcadia to keep them in this series, but Marky's found one. He's isolated a kill, and now it's Konsk versus Marky in this 1v1 post plan. He's got no utility to use. It's going to come down to a straight mental game, and the AWP. And Konsk, he's starting to go up, but Marky, I think, is sticking. He's got half and tapped it again to make Konsk hurry the hell up. And there he comes. He's jump peeking, but Marky's not sticking. He knows that Konsk needs to play time, and there he does. Marky missing a shot as the tap comes out again, but he's playing time. Go for the stick, but it doesn't matter. Konsk keeps them in this game. 13-13.
Oh, Yari X control should not be winning attack. And Arcadia should
And finally a timeout has come forward because I think I need a break myself. Oh my word.
I mean...
This game has been absolutely sensational from the quality of players we're seeing. And plays.
I don't know what's happening. Yarik's control, you know, getting that initial advantage straight away and doing such a good job, and they're just over peaking.
Arcadia just able to somehow come back. Curve.
No, if Curve is alive, you should not be over pushing.
Those 2 kills on A main were insane. Little spray transfer to get both of the players that just nuked your team.
Yep.
Incredible to be doing this so late, especially in overtime. We're at 13-13 right now. This game's been going on for a while, and despite it being fast, there's been a lot of slow rounds and a lot of entertaining moments that have just kept this game neck and neck throughout, as well as the series. Last map, we also had a very close scoreline as well, and it can go either way in OT. You just need one player.
It is that one round that is so crucial, and it is all the rounds that we're having are getting down to like the 1v1s. it is anyone's game. And I don't know whose game it's going to be. Arcadia are playing exceptionally well, considering, they had that advantage. And honestly, if you're having that advantage and it's immediately getting taken away from you that heavy, the mental would be down.
I'd be annoyed if I was YXC, because you got to think, they were holding the spike in A main, and they killed 2 people. You're like, let's go. We've just possibly won the game. 5v3. Let's go. Hold the bomb with me.
We have
Curve just killed us both. And then Konsk as well, underrated. Finding a kill. He's starting to come alive. He's been very quiet in this matchup so far, but in these last couple of rounds, he's been playing very effectively, keeping himself alive, getting the kill when he needed it, especially in last round, and also playing time.
Waiting for one of the duelists to get picked off first is usually how it goes in this game. The spike has been dropped down towards spawn. It's looking like a little bit of a default.
You've got to know the fatigue on these players. Imagine.
I know.
26 rounds of Valorant played, and it's still not over. You've still got 2 impactful rounds. You need a play. And will you be the one to do it, you think? Or do you trust a teammate? But in general, you can see how slow these guys are playing. They're not wanting to overpeak at all. Marky has opened up the door and he started to find himself inside. I think he's going to break it and just hold that angle with his AWP. Or maybe hold for one of the players. Curve he heard Curve's bolt.
Yeah, that mid push is getting a little bit too much space.
And there's the door open and Curve's attention is drawn, but does he fight Marky? He knows it's a shorty, so does someone want to fall by and get a shorty? Or is it Marky? And Benko's in a very similar situation. He's going to be dodging the flash and gets a big kill, but Marky gets one as well. Oh my goodness, this AWP battle's insane. A 4v4, and it seems like YXC wants B site. They're scattering all over the site, and Benka has got a very bad gun for this. He's jumping around, but not able to. We were talking about Rex being a player who's able to make miracles happen. Arcadia in such a bad position. Reb not able to land the shots on Marky, which is very impactful kill, but he's going to be able to get one to Rex. That's the bomb planter down. Still peeking towards backside, but Nas is going to be able to trade him out, and it's just down to Konsk. We have talked about his impact in these late rounds, but he's not going to be able to land these insane shots that are needed from him. He takes down Marky, but the flick is just off, and Nas gets that trade. And we're in 13-14, match point again to Yari X Control.
Yeah, I mean, they should, statistically, they should not be winning those rounds on attack. And this is their chance to be doing it, but are they going to make those mistakes again? Or are Arcadia...
Just look instant. By the way, just instantly.
It's the exact
same second.
They are synced. I don't know what's with this Jet synergy going on.
Is insane in this game. These guys have been so good with it, and you've got to commend them for it. They're still making these plays happen, keeping themselves unpredictable with it.
But Marky, playing between these smokes again.
Marky, he's going. He's going. He wants this kill, and he knows, but they've snuck past him into this position. Arcadia, this is
straight through. What is going on?
Look at this. The players on site are isolated. They need to start convening together soon. Rex is going to be going for the individual play of the rope, and he's going to be able to get Curve. He's traded out by Konsk, which is good.
Should not be getting kills on that rope.
But here we go. We were talking about, especially you, we're talking about getting these very fast plays and then slowing down. We started to see a slowdown. They are moving around on the A side, but they've slowed down. They're not rushing towards backside this time. They're trying to set something up. There it is. Konsk getting a very impactful kill onto Marky, but 2 are traded out. Konsk and Benko are dead. Rep still trying to go towards backside. He's going to get the kill as well. He's alone on site. The rotate is coming in. Gogs is in heaven. He's in a very good spot. He's making sure that his teammate's heaven is covered. And out comes the Steel Garden, which is going to punish Nas in the position he's in. He has got a good timing, but he's only got a classic. And with Reb still on site and at 5 HP, this means Nas can actually go for this kill with some confidence. He's going to have the gun out, but he's going to get the kill onto Reb. But Gogs rotating just at the right time to get that trade onto Nas. And that secures another round of overtime. 14-14. Neither of these guys can just convert the attack.
I mean, we saw Gogs do a few little lurks last game, but he stopped doing it.
I think
gone
honestly,
back to his roots.
He's been punished, especially by Marky. I know you remember that round top mid where he walked through his own smoke. I love the idea of it, and I thought Marky wasn't going to think of it, but then I saw him post up, and then as soon as Gogs had just shifted out of that smoke, trying to get his good timing, just immediately shut down again.
They are still buying these ops as well.
It's so impactful, I don't blame them, but we are seeing an Odin, and I'd love to see how that's going to be impactful in this round. We can see the aggression coming out from A site with a deep smoke, but it's not going to affect YXC. So what Arcadia are going to do about this, it will be interesting. They're playing very passive, and they're holding. Marky does have mid control, and they're not trying to take it off him.
This B main hold with the op. Well, the B mid hold, sorry. They know that YXC love to have this mid control. possibly maybe trying to go for a bit.
This is a very good position from
Mid, but
Benka.
I know.
I'm loving it because we've also got the Cypher on site who's jiggling his heaven to just help make sure he doesn't get picked out. And it's just such a slow back and forth game, seeing who's going to make the first move. The smokes on A main have just made it so Arcadia do not want to have any, sorry, YXC do not want to have anything to do with A main, but
Yeah, I mean, these players at some point, they've got to start getting a little bit irritable. Everyone kind of just holding their own little angles, but at some point, a move has to be
you
made,
can see
and that move is
another
happening.
split on A coming through.
Yeah,
This is
but
not
the
good
hold
because
from
there's a tag.
Curve. Look at Curve, he's just sitting, waiting. No one's going to know he's there.
No one's going to know, but they
It's
did get the
just-
knife, so they know he's towards sight. And as soon as they start keep clearing out the site, it doesn't really matter. He's been able to get the kill. That's big, and he's got a second one as well. Going through the smoke to try and get a third, but he's not going to be able to. Nas and Hacks getting kills of their own, and Gogs getting another one as well. And it's a 1v3. Arcadia finally have a foothold in this overtime. Are they going to be able to convert it? Hacks has only got 10 seconds left to plant the bomb. And Gogs is still going to be jiggling, trying to keep him off, and he is. He's going to have to stick it in a
Yeah.
second, and then they're going to all swing, and here it comes. Gogs making sure they have every advantage going into this round, and it's 15-14 in favor of Arcadia.
That is the round they needed. They've been losing that round every time and trying to battle it back out to show that they're still in this game. And
And YXC are they're gonna be concerned because you've seen this.
Yep.
Marquis slowed down.
Yep.
He slowed down a lot in these rounds. I think
Wait, hold on. Benka's not buying it up. Hold on.
on attack, I don't blame him for this. I think his rifle has been so impactful that only getting the one kill onto Marquis might not just be enough. I think that maybe they're favoring him going in, killing 3, and that be the round. And then see if Marquis going to be able to hit those shots, but he slowed down, so
Marquis
you
won't
worry
hit
about
him
it.
Careful.
They're wrong site, Marquis.
It's a lot of side control. Sorry, it's a lot of map control that's been taken, and you can see the rotates from YXC,
Yeah.
obviously, in accordance to this, and with a lot of utility being put here, the Cypher util and also the Astra Stars, it's going to be an absolute slugfest. There's going to be a lot of brawling coming out from the sides of these teams, but who's going to win it? Because it's a 5v4, and Arcadia have the favor, but they are pushing into unknown angles, and I think it's coming through. Reb and Curve instantly taking down Hacks and Mister. Curve getting another one onto Nas, and Rex, he's going to be able to get one. He's going to get a second one for his trouble with a 180, and that's going to give him a little bit of time to try and wait for his teammate of Marquis to help him. He's going to spot Gogs towards heaven, I'm pretty sure. And what can Marquis do in this situation? Rex, he's got a third one on the site, taking down Reb as well. Marquis does have the AWP. He's going and holding Gogs, but will Gogs peek? But Benka's going to be able to get Rex, and Gogs, swinging heaven off a timing, takes down Marquis, and that is a 16-14 finish for the side of Arcadia, and what a game to do it.
Sorry. What just happened? Marquis had the perfect read on Gogs, but if his teammate cannot stay alive, I don't blame him. You know, he got 3 kills of his own in a 2v5. It's absolutely fine, but you need to be staying alive for Marquis to be able to get that kill.
What
Arcadia played that so well.
a matchup, and I've got to say, the small adjustment of
Yeah.
Gogs as an IGL recognizing when it's time to stop hitting B. They kept on sorry, it was A side they kept on hitting. They
Yep.
kept on splitting A. They always were slowly taking
And
a bit
they
of mid.
forced Marquis to hold A main.
They forced him. And you can just see instantly, you saw him instantly start moving his way towards A main, holding that deep space, and I was like, this could get a bit scrappy for the side of Arcadia if they want to close this out. You saw the instant rotates off of the information that he had gained 4 players towards the B site, but Arcadia just coming out with the heroics, taking down the site players and winning the round.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they are so confident in their attack that hard in overtime. They just needed that defense round. That's all they needed.
It all
And
comes down to
exactly.
usually a single round.
Yep. And we said this, and we are going to map 3, which is Haven.
I can't wait for Haven.
We are
If
going
we're going to see performances like this on a map of Haven, oh my, I am excited.
And we mentioned the comps earlier. We're not too sure what comps that we want, but we will be taking a slight little break. We need a break. Voices have slightly gone. We'll
Yep.
be back shortly. For now, you're going to your hosts.
Oh my days. What a game. We're literally all of us sat here gripping our chairs, like screaming like, oh my days, what is going on? But congratulations to Arcadia. We're going to map 3. Who would have expected it? Me, actually. But did you guys expect it?
I can't say I did, with the fact that, you know, Arcadia's map pick was Sunset. It was a lot of sort of unknowns going into the second not knowing how prepared they are on it, since it is Yarrick's controls map pick, but they turned up and
Oh, 100%. What are you feeling, Mads?
Heart palpitations, to be honest. I think that is one of the most stressful games of Valorant I've watched.
Yeah.
And I think, as Nebula said, like taking that first map that was not their pick, you would expect them to have their own map pick on lockdown. And obviously we saw like a very strong start from Arcadia on that map, but then the comeback from Yarrick's Control, it's just it was such a closely matched game. It's insane.
Oh, 100%. I've been informed your mic is not on. So I'll let you turn that on. But whilst we're talking about that, like you were mentioning before the game, Mads, about Killjoy. You were expecting some Killjoy gameplay and we didn't get
Yeah.
to see it. So are you upset about that? Or were you glad with how it turned out?
Well, like, I didn't expect a Killjoy to be there. I just wanted her to be there. Simply
Yeah.
because of that mid-control that she has with her turret, but obviously Marky with an ARP, unstoppable, he had it down.
Oh, 100%. I was terrified watching it myself. If I was in that position, I'd be crying. What do you think?
okay. Well, I should be back now. I should be audible. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying before, it was pretty much crazy. And at that overtime, a lot of the sort of patterns of how the first two halves were going were sort of thrown out the window a bit. A lot of those overtime rounds just came down to individual plays and mechanical skill. And that's kind of what happens. We saw like some nerves coming through. There was one round where there was a 2v1 post plant on the B site, and then the Cypher just swung out when there was no like need for it. I thought that could have cost them the game, but Arcadia still able to pull it back. And yeah, a lot of the Arcadia were quite proactive on a lot of their defense rounds, sort of always walking down in some area of the map, but in overtime they stopped that, and it was usually just holding on, and their attack was usually really slow, but that did stay in overtime.
Oh, 100%. I feel like it's quite interesting to see that during like the regular game, their plan was stuck throughout both sides, and the second overtime happened, it was like, oh God, we need to pick it up, we need to do it. And it was just intense, and it was a brilliant game to watch. So I think we're going to look at some stats, to see how well people were playing. See, this is a lot bigger numbers than the last game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's due to length, or maybe it's due to, just...
0 clutches from Yarrick's Control still.
But...
I blame Riot for that one.
Yeah, there's definitely some glitches, but obviously there's the way that it defines the actual thing. But it is interesting to see that that's how they played well as a team, because obviously the way for the game to define it is when there's 2 people left or 3 people left, one of the two. But they clearly were dominating that much that it was very trading and very just working as a team to get those.
Yeah, but I think Arcadia, for a lot of their attack, were really struggling for a long time. Obviously, starting off 7-1, and then Yarrick's Control able to eventually get the lead once they went onto that defense side, which could be expected with the fact that Arcadia were on double Sentinel with the Vise and Cypher. You just have less options to sort of work the map on attack, but they were, for a long time, always going really slow. And it just didn't feel like it was working for them. They had to change something, but then when they did change that pace, when they sped up, they just continued getting shut down. They had sort of, I think, the right idea. I think that pace change was needed, but maybe it came a bit too late, and it sort of seemed like the site hits weren't thought through enough. But by the end of regulation, they were able to, in some really close rounds, bring it back to overtime, and then obviously take it. And then they got some attack overtime rounds as well. That was the sort of breakthrough. It was who was going to win on their attack first.
100%. I know, it's so funny because we're sat here like waiting like for the game to end, and you see the players are doing, you're like, we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah,
we're gonna sit here and enjoy the show whilst we're here. But obviously there was quite an early domination with Arcadia, because compared to the last game, it was still kind of even. Like I think it was 7-5. Yeah, that's maths. That's 12, isn't it? Yeah, 7-5, but it was actually 8-4 this time, which is a lot more leaning towards Arcadia's side. So their defense seemed to be a lot stronger, but it was close. So do you think there's a reason why they had such an early domination this time compared to the other one?
I think maybe it was, I mean, it could have been the fact that maybe Yari's Control haven't played this composition against Orcadia's composition before, and that's not to detract from how Orcadia were playing. They were using it extremely well, but obviously, like, you need to figure out how to break through two agents that can sort of trap you if you try to just burst through a site. So that can take quite a while to find a response to in a half, and that seemed like what was happening for Yari's Control. They again sort of got more of those rounds towards the end of the first half, something that happened in the first map as well, but like how you said, the start was even more dominant for Arcadia. Sunset, it started 7-3, here 7-1.
Yeah, they just seemed a lot more confident, I feel. But obviously, you've had the first game. It's not a warm-up, but it always isn't. Like, it's how you get into the swing of things and see how each team plays. But I do want to ask you, Mads, who would you say is like a standout player in this game?
To be honest, I'm going to have to bring it up. Gogs really stood out to me. Those TPs were insane. It's like a game of cat and mouse almost. The TPs, it's really is just playing with people's heads.
Yeah.
I know we were sat here, we were watching, and we were like, he's just TP'd out in the open. He's gotten a kill. He's everywhere.
I know, we were just so shocked. We were all like, oh my God, he's got it.
Even though he hasn't like been very high up on the leaderboard, like seeing those plays, they are genuinely just insane to me.
I feel like that's a good thing about Valorant. It's like, I'm one of those players, firstly, where I don't get many kills. Might be for a different reason. But obviously, like, you've got to think everyone plays a vital role. And even if it's just to be a distraction or just to be an intimidation factor, that can secure you rounds with just that alone. So is there any standout players for you, Nebula?
Yeah, I do also want to mention, I mean, the Sova from the side of Arcadia had some very nice sight holds towards the end. I mean, there was just that round with the Odin where we were watching, and I was just thinking, A site is so weak here. It's only a player in main, and there's pincers coming from Heaven from main as well, and they just get two on their own, which is just ridiculous. Let alone Marky being, what, 34 and 16?
Oh my days.
Was absolutely nuts, and then still not able to convert that map. That can be an important thing going into map 3. Is that sort of performance and then not converting that map going to sort of hurt your mental? Is it going to be demotivating, or is it just going to make Marky angry? And it's like, okay, I'm just going to do that again. We're going to take map 3.
Right, so we're going to go to our next map soon, which is Haven. Quite exciting. Not as much of a rare pick compared to Abyss, but I'm still excited to see it. But before we go to that, my favourite question, favourite moment.
Oh.
I would say mine was not seeing Neon. Honestly, she's everywhere at the moment. It was just nice to have a little bit of a breather. I feel like with this map, trips, sight holds, you can't really play her that well.
Kind of following on from your point, not so much like favorite moment, but like just seeing consistently Marky and Benka like going the same duel lists, like being like a really, it's really like comparing them two as individuals because they are going the same people. You can't exactly blame it on abilities.
Yeah, so I think that is it for this game. But obviously, we've gone to map 3, which is Haven. So I'm going to send you back to our lovely casters, and they're going to take you into our final game of this series.
Thank you. We are back once again for the third map of this best of 3. We did not think we were going to get this far, especially it being YXC's map pick for Abyss.
I'm not complaining. That was such a good map.
It.
I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to bring out on Haven.
I mean, yeah, Haven, I mentioned earlier, okay, it's just a map that everyone knows how to play. It's default, right? And it shows off these mechanics that these players have. We've seen some good mechanics.
Marky.
Yeah.
Special commendations on Marky. That is crushing to lose a game like that. I think his final kills was, it might have been more than 34 or 34.
High 30s.
Just sensational talent with the AWP all across that game. That was incredible. He had a sniper, like pretty much. He had the outlaw. Yeah,
but I mean, we're seeing Marky, and alongside him is Naz, just consistently always there beside him, getting those extra kills. With the Phantom, may I add, obviously we have had a bit of a buff to the Phantom recently. That headshot rate is, you get that 1 kill headshot a little bit further now, which I'm sure they're taking full advantage of. But I mean, we are now getting into this map.
And here it is. What are the comps? We're going to still see the Cypher. I know a lot of teams like to prefer Killjoy. She has a good ultimate, and also technically like a broader range of where you can actually see people with the turret. And the alarm bot's good for vulnerables, same with the molly for post-plant. But it seems like both sides are going to be favouring the Cypher.
Yeah, but I mean, those Cypher lurks that we've seen on both teams for the last few matches, they are so good. And I think stick with what you know. We are actually seeing a mirror comp coming out from both teams. Both teams now deciding to have that breach in play, which we love to see. These long angles on A. Every single site has that long angle, and that breach stun can make its way all the way down those long site angles.
The quality of a breach player really goes to show, especially in a map like Haven.
Yep.
You have the Neon, which plays so well off of that, and then you kind of send her in, and then she's got a stun of her own. She's able to kind of get to a spot, and then she can stun, and then keep going further off of her own utility, which is so vital. We can already see YXC seeming ready, already all locked in. We saw last time that both teams were kind of just having a bit of a breather
smokes,
between. And I can't fault them for that, especially in this now with Gogs and Benka still not locking in. I understand it's such a long game, and with them coming off such a big win, they need to calm their nerves of, hey, we can win this now. This all comes down to this map. We've practiced this. We know what we're doing. Let's just breathe and make sure we're all collected.
Oh, definitely. And I am seeing both of these Sovas from Rex and Curve, which we have seen in the last few games have been exceptional.
There's so much to do with the darts on this map as well.
Yeah.
You have a lot of different placements, mainly on C. I feel like A is a bit more long.
I mean, we mentioned the breach as well, but breach alongside Neon is going to be very, very strong, especially with this garage, right? If you can clear garage, get a breach song going down C long, Neon straight onto site through Garrett. Oh, I'm so excited.
After seeing what the Neons were doing as well on Sunset,
yeah.
I'm so excited to see what they're going to be pulling out of the bag. And both teams have got the breach and the Neon, so that means these plays are equally likely to happen. I'd love to see another masterclass from Marky, but I could not fault him if he feels gassed.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait a few rounds for these ops to come out, unfortunately. But we might see an outlaw, one or two outlaws coming through very soon. But for now, we are sticking to the guns of Ghosts and Classics. You know, we've actually seen quite a few teams saving up at the moment. Few ghosts here and there, but probably likely to pick them up as they go along. If a teammate dies or
see the sportsmanship in chat as well.
Yeah, we love to see it, especially third map, right?
I know, such close games as well.
Exactly. If whoever wins now, oh man, the dings coming through.
Big amounts of damage coming through, and Marky seems to get active for more. I think he's still feeling it in this game. Same with Nas. You were talking about Nas being by Marky. May not have been beside him this time, but he's making sure he's not flanking him. He's getting the kills, and still see him going towards long, but he almost gets caught out by Gogs. But Gogs, bit of a crucial whiff there. That's probably going to hurt him a little bit mentally, especially on the last map. You've got to be getting those kills. It's really unfortunate. And Rex taking a pick towards B, not landing a shot. He's going to take a lot of damage, and Reb seems to try to get active towards him again, but he's still going to play back. He's only on 47 HP, so he's pretty weak to these guns. Hacks preparing his paranoia for the retake. He's going to be sending that probably towards backside, and out comes the shock dart as well, and Hack's going to get a kill as well on his own accord, and Rex peeking off the breach, flashes, takes down Konsk.
They're all still alive. Thanks. That's a very, very good round from the start of this.
That's just a confidence thing as well, because if you see early on that Yarick's Control are going to be disciplined like this and make sure that they're all together, because they were expertly placed together in that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the first pistol round that they won. Okay, so in the first game they managed to win the second round.
Second round, yeah.
They haven't won a pistol round yet.
And that's going to be big for them. But they know that Arcadia are good, and especially have the capabilities. But Yarick's Control just need to make sure that they can convert this round and convert it confidently. We see Marky with another outlaw on the Neon, and I'm excited because he's heading towards short, and that's where two of Arcadia players are, but they're going to be waiting out the util first, and I think Gogs might be first contact in. That's him gone. Second one maybe. Unfortunately close, but no cigar, and Benka's going to try and charge him down with the...
Marky!
Oh my goodness!
You can't be getting those kills! That doesn't matter, that's fine.
Curve punishing him for taking down two of his teammates and deserved it. There's no way Marky should be able to get away after that. That is incredible. A one-tap instantly, and the stun as well. Just helping him be able to get that kill is just so impressive. We see these players still doubled up towards A and B. We can, as I was saying, we need to see them together and keeping it
up the outlaw.
And they're keeping it tight together. And Mister has still got the outlaw on this site, and he knows where Reb is.
I would like to point out No one from Yari X Control, they're rotated. Mister and Marky held that down all by themselves.
And what fashion they did as well. Outlaw being traded to Mister. Mister gets his.
Yeah, but I mean, Arcadia now they have their buy. Okay, shields are
Look
looking
at
not
the
too
shields.
great.
This is not good at all.
But I mean, even if you have half shield, right, you're still 4 shots to the body. If you get hit 3 times, you're still 5 HP.
What are you going to do about Marky's Outlaw when it comes and kills you? Because for some reason, Marky seems to be so good at placing himself and reading the game of where this other team seems to be going, that it's just making him such a valuable and impactful player. And here it is. He's already down C site taking a fight towards Gogs.
Very brave considering the buy that Arcadia have right now.
I think you kind of just need to do this, and I'm respecting it from Marky. He's
don't
feeling
know.
it clearly, and he wants to get himself active in this round. And to be fair, considering this is on a round where you have weaker weapons, you want to get an early kill. You want to try and even that playing field so you can just double up and trade out.
Exactly, especially with these 5 rifles, you want to kind of bring that confidence down a little bit. Just, you know, kind of make them rethink their push right now, because if they're down to 4 men, it's going to change how they want to attack the site.
Fortunately, he's not going to be able to get the kill.
No.
But the space was taken, and also that Cypher cam is still there. Oh my Benka!
Benka! That's such a nice shot. You should not be hitting those.
Yeah, a nice shot indeed. Wow. And that's the breach gone, so that stalling utility is not going to be there, and that's going to allow Benka to just charge his way forward. The scan comes out, but unfortunately, he's in a bit of a crossfire from Nas. And Nas gets 3 on the round. He's going to be able to get traded out by Konsk. And Rex is going to be taking down Red, but Konsk, he's still in this side position. He needs to try and isolate these fights. He's going to be able to get 1. He's down to a 1v1 with Marky. He does have the Outlaw, but 1 more bullet, I think that is, and he lands it. Marky too clinical with this gun.
I mean, I was going to say, you know, we mentioned about getting that pick early on from the defense would disintegrate the attack, but at the same time, they got that early pick on the defense and it completely cracks it into pieces. But it does not matter because Naz is getting the pick. I mean, there was trades going back and forth, right? But Naz
He comes out of CT. He comes out of CT.
And then he gets 1 more.
And then another one.
And then another one. And that's exactly what you need. And at the same time, Marky is never expected to be winning those 1v1s, especially with an Outlaw compared to a Vandal.
And what's worse, he's got another Outlaw, and he's playing further back now towards this short position to try and punish Benka, because he knows Benka's going to be trying to push up, try to take the fast space that Marky seems to be holding, and he's stuck in the space, but he's not going to do much with it. We can see it's a very slow round.
Yeah, they have to, though.
Yeah, Arcadia trying to figure out what Yari X Control are going to be wanting to do in this round. They've got all the advantages in the world. They're waiting for a slip-up. But then again, giving them the spike is not particularly too well, and that's Reb's utility out of the round, the breach utility, and I don't think he used a single piece that round just yet. And now we can see the adjustment coming out from Arcadia. Despite losing 1, they're going to be trying to split towards Garage and this C site. Nas is going to have to go huge because he is alone on site. Going for the 1 and done angle onto Log. And Benka gets blinded. Nas getting 1 as well. He's going to get a second one onto Konsk as he comes through, but Gog's getting the trade finally from Long. He is only with a stinger. He's going to be TPing towards Garage, found out by the scan dart, and Marky dives upon him and takes him down in convincing fashion. They shut down Arcadia.
They haven't had any advantage in the last 2 maps.
I'm going to say it again. There needs to be a timeout.
Marky has an up. Marky has an up already. 3rd round. 4th round, sorry. Marky has an up.
They need... Timeout's going to come out after this round, and hopefully Marky doesn't get anything too much.
I think Arcadia is just panicking. It is last map. Both teams are in the same position. Okay, yes. This is the thing, right, is that YXC have been winning a lot on defense, and they're starting on defense. And this is what we haven't seen in the last 2 rounds.
He's helping Garage.
2 games.
Benka, you need to hit the shot, and there you go. Big kill.
Too confident.
Big kill. It's a very big opening, but this plays to mask Nas, and he's going to be trying to go for a kill of his own, but he's going to get spammed down, almost getting punished. But Mister's been able to find a kill through a timing in middle, taking down Curve, and that's going to leave another blow towards YXC. We can see Konsk just holding the A main trip, and you can also see that Hax is trying to get a bit active towards it, starting to go for the peak, but Konsk doesn't react in time. Hax getting killed, getting a kill, but now he's going to get traded by Gogs. And we can see the rotate coming out towards A. They're a little bit worried now, the fact that they've lost all A control. Rex has made himself onto site. He is the man to make a play like this, but his position is revealed. This means it's difficult. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be doing anything, because look at the timing that Reb has got.
Careful there.
He has made a lot of noise, I believe. I think he did just flash. He's got none left, but he does have his stun activated. And now we can see Nas just playing towards backside on C, which I think will be good in terms of splitting as they get the plant down on towards B. A 3v3 in this retake.
The flank.
Rex did not hear him.
How?
I'm not too sure how Rex didn't hear him there, but Gogs has just been punished by that.
Confirmed.
Benka didn't even tell him, and Benka's been
Rex.
killed as well. Rex has just completely flipped this round on his head. Reb trying to get something back into this round. He needs to get a kill. He's in a 1v2, but Rex is low, but the aftershock comes out trying to face him towards the higher HP player. Both of them doubled up on site, and Reb's going to be able to get the kill. He's got the stun out, and he's going to be punishing Mister, sticking it to half, but he's been stunned. He's come off, and Mister denying time with the aftershock, and Mister doesn't dodge the aftershock in time. And Reb, rightfully so, getting his confidence back. Arcadia needed a round like that, and that is a very big round to win. That's going to bring the score to 1-4 for them. Not too good, but they have a foothold, and it's not going to be as dominant like the last game.
Yeah, 100%. That is the exact round we are looking for from Arcadia. They're getting those early picks. Even if they're getting traded, it's fine, because they have not been able to hit a site yet where YXC weren't ready, and they are just consistently going back and forth and confusing Yari's control, getting that B site. Yeah, okay, down to a 3v2, but it is what it is. Arcadia come out on top, and the breach util, what we were talking about before as well. It's perfect.
Incredibly well played from Reb there, winning that round for his team.
Marky's
just
again.
already, I think, is that not an outlaw?
Like oh, maybe, possibly.
I'm not sure. I didn't check the bullets, but he's just up here, and he's just being a thorn in the side. And if Gogs peeks him, this isn't too good, especially if it. Oh no, it does have an up. Okay.
It's an up.
It's an up, and he's going to be droned out. Very good composure and collectiveness from the side. He's going to get stunned, but that means he's just gone, and he's going to get re-smoked off, but it's Marky. He's going to see right through this smoke. He wants this, but there comes the flash that pushes him out further, and he's just going to hold the smoke and go back towards site. That pushes him on, and we can see the rotate on A site from the Sova, but now he's starting to leave as there's been nothing on short. That has Marky questioning it, and we can see the rotate already coming over through CT towards C.
Nas is waiting. He's ready.
Out comes the God Dart, and Nas are not able to hit the shot. He's going to be stunned off it as well. This is not a good position for Nas to be in at all. And look at Benka just jumping around the side. I don't even know what's going on. Konska's landed the kill onto Mister, and Nas getting 1-2 of his own before getting traded out by Gogs. Gogs managing to get 2 kills in this round is very vital for them, and trying to win this round, holding for Rex to peek through the smoke. And I think Gogs might want to try and get active towards CT, but no, the gap in the smoke has been found. Rex is going to be able to play around that. He's punished Gogs. And Benka still pushing around site. He's alone, only on 30 HP now. And we can see that Marky wants to get active towards the flank with the overdrive activated. It's so difficult for him to try and land a shot. Marky and Rex swinging together. Benka's going to get taken down, and it's only onto Konsk, but Marky with a lovely little flick with the overdrive, taking down Konsk. And that's going to be 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, that Marky did not need to pop the overdrive there. They had Spike down on default, holding it with an up through C long, sorry. But I mean, if you've got to secure those rounds, you've got to keep that advantage going. 5-1 now, 4 rounds difference still. They're keeping that advantage.
I feel like now's the time you call a timeout. You're on attack on Haven and you're down 1-5. You need a timeout. You need something, because we cannot be losing like this in this
100%.
fashion.
But I mean, they have got 3 ults on the side of Arcadia, but with the buy, I don't think it's worth it.
I think there's a bit of an... Ooh, Marky not able to land the shots. That movement on Neon is absolutely outrageous. We've got 3 players towards this B site, which leaves A pretty weak, and we can see that Gogs is trying to find that
they're well aware of this.
Gogs towards this short position. He's hiding. He's tucked off. Perfect timing. He's going to be able to get a kill if Rex starts to drone, but he's going to get his gun out and jiggle. Not going to be able to land the kill, but that's fine. There's a lot of pressure put onto him, and we can see the smoke coming out. The aftershock as well. Gogs needs to get out as fast as he can. He's going to get put down to a bit of a lower HP. Not too good. And we can see Nash trying to... Konsk trying to push on site, but he's going to get punished by Mister. The rotates are already here. Rex going to get one, but Gogs trading him out for his trouble. And we can see 4 players, every player that's alive on the side of YXC on the A site. And now's the time on Arcadia. Do you just gamble that you need to get running? You haven't seen the Cypher, but Mister's going to be able to take down Gogs. It's so difficult for them to get back into this round. They're trying to re-hit onto site, but Marky's here with the AWP. That's going to be the spike down curve. Now leaving this into the hands of Reb in a 1 versus 4. He's going to be able to get the timing to get the spike, but he's only got a sheriff. He's going to have to hit some seriously insane shots if he wants to get into this round, but it's not going to happen. Mister's too clean.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Gogs got the trade there, but at a very, very high price. Benka popping that overdrive. It just didn't come out okay. Rex managing to get the kill on Benka, unfortunately, like, honestly could have been their round if that overdrive had stayed up a little bit longer. But I mean, we've spoken about this before, and third map tends to always be like a bit of a dominant side. But then at the same time, the last 2 maps have also been very, very dominant from Arcadia. So I don't really know what's going on.
It feels like both maps have had someone at the start taking the lead and going to a high round count, and then the timeout comes on like now, and then it gets, you know, re-put up. But it's last map. Do you have the energy, if you're Arcadia, to come back from this?
I don't
They've
know.
timed out, and I feel personally like it's a little bit late from Gogs to call this.
Yeah.
I'd like to have seen it last round where they can experiment with the pistols, see what they can do, what the protocols of YXC are. We saw them starting to pressure towards, I think that was mid, and it brought a lot of the rotates onto B, and we can Reb with the,
I know.
the shock.
I mean, the team that has had the advantage every game has been the defensive team, and we've seen it before. But at the same time, the fact that Yari X Control haven't had this advantage so far, they might be able to do something with it once they get to the second half.
I just love to see some quality round.
6-1 again. It keeps happening. It doesn't matter who's got the advantage or not. This keeps happening every time.
And Arcadia are going to have to dig deep this game.
Yeah, but if they do not win this round, their money is going to be pretty bad.
They won such an important game, last game, taking the map control of Yari X Control off of them. But is that going to be for something, or will it be for nothing? Out comes the ult. They're trying to fight mid. If Marky hit that shot, I would be screaming back. Insane. Utility coming out. And we've got a standstill in the round, but Gogs has been able to find the first kill on the round, and that's opened up the A site instantly. Rex is down. Reb and Codsburg getting kills of their own. What's happened here? Maybe the timeout has actually led to something. We've got Arcadia in complete favor, but Marky again with this operator. Someone needs to stop him. We cannot be let... If he gets on the orb, it is just insane the amount of damage that he does. And you've got to think now on the side of YXC, you're going to go for... No, I don't think you will be going for a round like this. We can see Curve going towards CT, going to get punished by Marky, but I think Marky actually wants to go for the 1v3. He does have 2 of the players decently low on HP, the Breach and Neon, but he does only have an AWP and no sidearm.
I was going to say, the damage doesn't really matter if you have the operator in hand.
And how will he deal with this? He gets instantly cammed. The calmness and collectiveness of...
Yeah.
It's just so well played.
I mean, he has the money.
He has the money, but...
But now they have the AWP for free.
Now they have the AWP for free, and we have seen Benka be pretty quality on this AWP. He's not been so impactful as Marky, at least not in the last map, but he has definitely won some rounds for Arcadia with the quality of his AWPing.
Oh, definitely, and now we're seeing that that we mentioned last round. If they hadn't have won it, it would have been pretty tight, but it's okay, because we're looking at a pretty even buy now, and few ultimates in hand. Both Omen ults, which again can be used very well if necessary.
But the Hunter's Fury for Curve.
Yeah.
And that's going to have a lot to play in this round if they want to go for a post plant. We can see them slowly scaling up mid. I think they found something that might work, taking this garage control. We know it from last round, it forced out a fight from Yari X Control, and there we go. Nas is just already gone.
Yeah, I mean,
He's not
garage
wanting to
is
stick around
such a
at all.
strong place to be able to get. If you can get control of garage, you can pretty much choose between B or C and where you want to push. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but you've got a pretty good chance of getting that site.
They might be doing that off of Mr. Stun on A, actually, because with the stun on Breach, you can do it from the position that Mr. is playing over here towards the entrance of Garage, which allows these teams to fight back for Garage. But Marky hunting for this kill. He's going to be able to land it. Once again, the angles. He's further away. He has the ability to see Reb first. Those crucial milliseconds counting as he manages to get a kill on such a vital agent. Gogs TPing into the smoke, taking his aggressive timing, but I think Marky, he knows too well on Gogs' antics, and we can see from the shadows now getting activated. He's going to be trying to get the info on C. He's going to be able to find the backside player, and out comes the Hunter's Fury. I did say that was going to be used in this round. Nas dodging extremely well to try and get around this. Gogs managing to trade out Kon's backside. That's going to be the site, but it's a 4v3, and it's not in ORK's favor. They do have a hold into the site, but I think one more kill would really seal the deal if they want to go for a plant. But unfortunately, Gogs, as he's trying to hunt for it, rightfully so, Mr. is going to be able to take him down, and the Hunter's Fury from Rex is coming out now, just trying to deny this and just secure these rounds. They've got the confidence to be using ults like this, and now comes Curve, taking a fight towards CT. He's landed 2. Will he be able to get the plant down? I don't think so. He's going to be able to get another fire to
You
Marky,
can't just walk onto site.
and just quick scope him.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries, I've got this. You go save. Oh my days, Marky.
Arcadia playing that so well. Okay, yeah, Marky got the first pick in Garage. Brilliant pick, by the way. But even so, Arcadia still taking that space, and they're getting. They just couldn't get that spike down quick enough.
These rounds, a lot of these rounds have come down so close. Just look, he manages to peek, and Reb's not going to be able to react in time. He's just sat there. And with the Peaker's advantage in this game, it makes it a lot difficult. Curve trying to battle his way back into this round, getting the 2 with some nice strafing and shooting, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough because Marky's an absolute animal. And here he comes out mid again, getting Reb once again. The same story as last round repeats itself. Reb immediately taken out of this round, and that's a lot of utility gone. And that's a lot of problems for Arcadia to try and deal with in this game.
Yeah, we're going back to these slow players again. It's pretty hard when you're a man down.
Here comes the utility that's going to be able to mask that Marky's going to be moving up with the drone, trying to play off of it.
Yeah.
And there it is. Marky getting his second kill onto Gogs. This guy is outrageous with this gun.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen YXC play in a few tournaments before, and a lot of the time you tend to see that their teamwork just isn't there, but something's changed because they are all playing in unison, and it's so great to see.
And look, they're all rotating off of A because Marky has this angle, and it just makes these other sides so much harder to hold. But Nas not going to be able to get a kill as Benka's going to be able to get that kill, and Mr. going to get one right back as he's in backside. He is slugging it out with them, getting down Konsk as well. Go for the spray! Mr. coming out with 3 crucial kills in that round and shutting down Arcadia's chance to get back in this game. They can't seem to get a foothold here, Mads.
I mean, they are trying so hard, and they're getting so close. They just need that. I mean, we're talking about, you know, micro plays and stuff like that. They just need that little extra push. But how can you do it when you've got Mr. and you've got Marky sitting there waiting for those frags?
I just love to see Reb alive, because imagine in that situation, as we just saw in that replay, imagine if there was a breach flash that just comes out backside and boom, blinded, and he can take the fight with 10 times more confidence. Marky, all right, finally smoked off by Gogs. That's good. That allows them to take this long control a lot more easily, adapting to the fact that he took long last time, so maybe go short now. Rex going to be able to drone, and out comes a breach flash, but Benka pre-firing Marky perfectly through the flash is going to be able to take him down. That's going to give them an advantage. Arcadia really need this round to get 9-3 and get the curse. Benka again coming alive as he's going to take down Rex as well, but Mister's also here on this side, and we can see the rotate already through CT from the Cypher. He doesn't want to be sticking around.
Yeah, it's kind of few lurks going on. Those 2 picks are so crucial there.
I feel like now Arcadia could maybe have the goal to say, go for your luck, go take that garage space, maybe do a bit of moving around of these players, because YXC are just planted. Nas is just holding down B. And Nas! In a game like this, hitting 1 taps like that is sure to bring a bit of confidence for you.
That's
hopefully
on the replay, that's for sure.
With the ult coming out, this is going to make this a lot more winnable. Mr. knows that he needs to start using his Uto. He's going to get a stun. He's going to be able to get 2 off that stun as well. Carv's going to be able to get a kill through the smoke onto Hacks, and the fight comes out on site. And Mr. Oh my God! Getting 4 kills and a spray transfer to finish it off.
Last round in the half.
You are not allowed to be able to hold down A that well. We knew the defense was good, but we did not think it was that good.
The neural theft from Nas has to be commended, giving the timing of the stun the ability to be timed well.
If Nas hasn't gotten that kill, the neural theft wouldn't have come through.
Imagine if you went garage. Imagine if you went garage.
Beautiful plays, after beautiful plays, and they are showing up.
Mr. is alive and kicking at Arcadia.
Don't do it.
Marky's here. No, not again. Gogs immediately taken down. That means there's going to be no CT smoke. And out comes a lot of utility. I don't even know what's getting thrown out. The Hunter's Sphere and a lot of breach kit is getting dumped. Marky somehow managed to get a second one, but Curve finally shutting him down. But it may be too late. It's a 3v4, and they do have the breach shot on the side of YXC, which is going to be so crucial. They need to find this kill, because if they take side, they're going to get retook instantly.
I mean, they can take side if they want it, but are they confident enough to... Oh no, Mrs. already backside.
Nas is on logs. He's ready for this position. We did see him in the previous round where he was able to get 2 and so close to getting a 3rd. I wouldn't put it past him to get it this round. What do you do? Arcadia going for another re-hit, but I feel like if you're on the side of YXC, you just know you've had your Omen on A short the entire round. He's had full info on this space, and you've got nothing.
I think YXC have definitely...
mid-fight from the Sovas. Curve. Just managing to miss the timing, but Nas and Mr. both able to get kills. That's the long player's dead, and it's all onto Curve, but he can't do anything as Rex takes him down with his reposition. and a 10-2 half, and it seems to be falling apart for the side of Arcadia.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this in the last 2 matches, and honestly, I think Arcadia can start taking it back again. But like I mentioned last game, is this gap too big to bring it back all the way? Because yes, okay, you could make it to 10-6 if you wanted the next 4 rounds, but even so, they need 3 rounds, and that is it to close out the best of 3 here.
Arcadia have the world to do in this next half.
Not to mention, YXC have learnt their lesson. If they get 2 or 3 kills, they're not pushing anymore. They're not pushing on that defense. They sit back and they wait, and they are just like we saw the Sova 1v1 on B, and you were sitting there holding it down.
And it's so crucial as well, because when you're down numbers, especially as Arcadia has been, you have to take those 50-50s because you need the kills to get back in the round.
Yeah.
And then again, will it be needed? YXC bombing their way on towards the seaside. Gogs has already got the blind ready, sending it through the smoke. He's going to not be able to land the kills onto Marquis. He gets them while paranoid. Trade comes out from Konsk, but Rex again there for a trade. Hacks getting the kill onto Reb as he pushes out from Garage, and all of a sudden we're in a 4v4 retake. And Nas getting his flank activated. We were talking about his flanks. And vital they have been. He's getting a kill for free, and Curve knows that Nas is coming from mid, but he's not able to land the shots. Nas, clinical with the Ghost.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Arcadia are probably going to have to force buy here just to try and get up.
What do you buy? Do you fully commit, or do you half commit and, well, no, you fully commit at 11.
Oh, he's not even going for the Outlaw anymore. Oh, nope, sorry, he was thinking about it. He has gone for the Outlaw once again, and they are forcing up. And these Stingers, don't get me wrong, the Stinger is a good gun, but is it good enough against a Phantom? And, you know...
Just the gun.
Marquis. Marquis
has been so good at this series. He had a slow start on Sunset, but ever since we touched Abyss and ever since he got his hands on that operator, he has been so crucial to the success of YXC, just killing players left and right, getting entries, getting first bloods. I'd love to see the stats of his first bloods after this game, because they have got to be nuclear.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence coming from YXC here is absolutely incredible. Rex getting a kill on hold on, Rex getting another!
I don't like the micros. I don't like the micros of Arcadia. They're gapped.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
how distant they've been, because Reb gets killed for free and Gogs has to re-peek, and that just allows him to get traded out again. Benka with a very brilliant shot, but Marky's just going to get one right back. They can't seem to get an advantage in this. Marky again and Rex both double peeking on Konsk from 2 different angles, and all of a sudden it's all on Benka. He managed to get something to try and even it out, but Marky and Rex have just decided, hey, we're just going to take the rest of your team out. And now it's a 1v3 with a Marshall. And what can you do in this situation? NASA slipped right past him. Benka's not going to be expecting him, and just a brilliant pairing of bullets. And we're at 12-2, and I think it's safe to say that this series may be all done and dusted. YXC are up to match point here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of kills, we're not even seeing double digits from Arcadia at this point. It is YXC's game. Absolutely incredible plays from them. And I mean, the thing is, Arcadia have been playing so well all 3 matches. Even this match, I understand, you know, they're not necessarily managing to kind of get those breaks, but they have been playing well. It's so unfortunate that they just can't find those cracks, because YXC, they don't have any cracks. They have a wall, and it is not breaking.
And there's just nothing that Arcadia can do. They've had so many good chances. I like the mid-push last round, but the cohesion that comes from just maybe their mental and not wanting to commit, the miscommunication maybe, because we saw Reb sticking to the fight, but Gogs had gone back. I don't know what the call was. It could have been that they needed to stay, or maybe they wanted to go after that. Maybe a bit of miscommunication, and we can see just how much it is affecting their gameplay, because they're not able to get back in this round. They can't do anything. But then again, Benka getting an early pick onto Rex, and that takes down the A-Lurk, is very crucial. We can see YXC still moving back, because Benka has just already rotated himself into Heaven within a matter of seconds. And it'll be interesting to see what YXC and how they want to come back into this round.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit slow again, trying to find out where they want to go. You know, it's match point. They don't.
Is he going to swing this with an Outlaw? Oh my God, he is.
It's incredibly impressive, but he's holding. No, he's not. He's pushing.
Balls on this man to be going for these types of plays is just outrageous.
The rotate's coming through onto A, but no one is on A.
No one has been spotted.
They've got that garage.
They've got the garage position, and it's all going to come down to Konsk in this corner with a judge. I don't think it's going to happen. But then again, none of the util is hitting him. There is a slight chance, there is a world, and out comes the timing, but he's not able to land a kill. Nothing done, and it's a 3v4. Bomb plant going down with 10 seconds remaining in the round. Nas getting a kill, his luck is active, and getting a second onto Reb. He's got B, and it's all onto Benka, and there's the first kill. That's something you need, and he's got full HP, but then again, look at the positions of YXE, but he's found a third onto Marky.
Everyone's so weak.
The up-down is still possible, and he needs to try and isolate these 1v1s, but they're up-down, and he's got one, but not able to close it out, as Mr. confirms the game. 13-2.
I mean, YXC just completely controlled that game. It was absolutely incredible. Don't get me wrong, Arcadia plays so well, and the first 2 matches was theirs to win.
So close. Both of their maps came down to just some minor plays that could have changed the entire course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at that point, the third game, we're just seeing this difference between, you know, the team coordination and the confidence. Because going to third map, both teams are probably a little bit skeptical, but I think YXE kind of scrapped it completely, went, block it out, play it as a normal game. It's absolutely fine, everything is fine. Just run it down.
I think Arcadia felt the pressure.
Yeah.
I think they did.
And yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but YXE haven't had that advantage in any of the games so far, and being able to get it, I think, really threw Arcadia off pretty much completely, and bring it to a 13-2.
Domination on Haven. Absolute domination.
But I mean,
you hate to see it with a series like that.
I
2
know.
close maps and then a 13-2.
I know, but at the same time, if both teams get to third map, it means that both teams deserve to win, right? And, you know, unfortunately, Arcadia couldn't get any more rounds and kind of bring it a little bit closer, but YXE came out on top.
They did, and in very convincing fashion. Like,
Yeah.
just a 13-2. You had Marky was peeking into Garage, one of the closest angles you can find on the map, pretty much.
Yeah.
And he was doing it with an outlaw and still full confidence. But I mean, you're up 12-2, and you can't fault him. He's been feeling it on those last 2 maps, and it was absolutely incredible to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's it for the best of 3 for now. We have got another one coming up, but I will send you back to our lovely host, Quino, just for now.
Thank you very much, casters. What a way to finish it. We've gone through close domination, which is complete turn of events. We were in the room like watching the game and we're like, oh, this is happening so much differently than the other games. So like, what are your thoughts just on how everything went?
Yeah, I mean, first, I just want to like, I want to reiterate how close, how high those first 2 maps were, but obviously that third one just being extreme domination for YXE. And sort of just diving into it a bit deeper, I feel like, I mean, obviously it was majority that first half where it was Arcadia on attack and YXE on the defense. I feel like Arcadia were sort of doing almost the same default every single round, which was the Cypher over towards C-Long, holding passively. You had 2 players on Garage who were the main players going forward, and then you'd have 1 or 2 on A as well, also playing passive. And YXE beyond those first few rounds weren't really aggressing down any angles on defense. They sort of just had the information they needed to have, and they were comfortable with that. So those passive angles didn't really find any value because no one was walking into them, and then the Garage space wouldn't find too much. They had a couple rounds where they grouped into a site hit, and they were successful in not showing the information to where YXE were anticipating that hit, but YXE Control were just still able to hold down that site or just get a successful retake off. So it was just really hard for Arcadia.
Okay, so I feel like obviously during the first half it got to 10-2 to YXE Control. I feel like that would immediately throw your gameplay off because, you know, the last few rounds it's been like 8-4, 7-5, very quite even. Yeah. Whereas this one, you've had that complete domination. You're probably a bit scared. You're probably a bit, maybe it's just the playing so much, it's kind of just thrown them off filter. And I think that showed in their performance, which is unfortunate, but they still played extremely well. But we do have to give a huge prop to YXE Control for just bringing it out of the bag because, you know, they kind of had a few struggles last game, obviously, but then they were like, you know what? We've locked in.
Yep.
So we've got some stats to look at. I love it. I love a little graphic showing the stats because we can see how well people played. So let's have a little nose. So less numbers this time, but I feel like that's because it was so quick, so much dominance coming in from YXE Control. But it's not as differentiated as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I'm surprised the first kills are that even, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because with how the pace of the game going, you wouldn't expect that. But again, just Arcadia not really able to capitalize off of the first bloods that they got in this map, unfortunately, which, I mean, it has to be like a really big thing in some of these games. Converting those 5v4 rounds can just win you maps, win you series. And I'd like to go back to, as you mentioned before, with potential fatigue in a best of three. Not all players have experience with the best of threes. They're going to have more reps in BO1s. Yeah. Maybe their scrim blocks, their scrim days aren't as long. Obviously, that can vary a lot between teams and how they manage themselves, but that could have been a factor here, or it could just be down to which maps they got, because we did see very valiant efforts from Arcadia on map 1 and 2, and I also want to go to the individual performances now.
Yes.
I mean, Marky's name.
Yeah.
Especially on Abyss and now this Haven as well, just doing insane numbers and just being extremely reliable.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like it was just watching it was so strange because although Arcadia did do extremely well, they just couldn't capitalize on anything they did, as you can see by the first bloods. So it was disappointing, but they've still put up such a good showcase of their talent. But I feel like Marky, especially during that last game and the games prior, has proven himself as a dominator. It's kind of why we've got Jet on the sofa in place of our other
in honor of the Abyss performance.
Honestly, that Abyss performance, I'm still not over it. The op down mid, I remember watching a shot and literally I was like, did that hit? Did that actually hit? And it's just like, I'd be terrified.
From Benka as well, honestly.
Yep.
They also did really well on the side of Arcadia.
Honestly, I feel like this was such a good way to start EVC the Surge 2.
Yeah,
'Cause
100%.
I didn't see a bad performance.
I forgot it's day one.
Honestly, this feels like it could have been like one of the finals, just with how close everything is, how intense it's all been. But I do want to ask you, did you expect this outcome?
Oh, I mean, I did say at the start of the show that Yari X Control were the favorites for this series, but I think the fashion in which this series went was, very bizarre.
Yeah.
Very bizarre. Both taking each other's, the opponent's map picks, and then also just that going from 2 really close games to that third one being so dominant. It was a very sort of unconventional way to go through a series, but it's still definitely an exciting one to watch.
100%. So a huge congratulations to GRX Control. And I'm so excited for the rest of this now. That's honestly got me completely buzzing. But do you think, because obviously we're talking about the agents, do you think, because even though the metas were kind of the same, do you reckon it's just better people, better players? Or do you reckon it was just based on how they control the map? Because you mentioned the one going down.
Yeah, sort of a more passive play style for Arcadia on their attack on Haven. Yeah, I think it definitely comes down more to execution than the composition.
Yeah.
Especially at this level, comfort will be such a big thing. Agent-wise, you could have a slightly more optimized agent for that role. But if you have someone that really specializes in something, put them on that.
Yeah, 100%.
Just put them on that. They're going to do better, and if they, have the proficiency in their agent to also let your team be aware of how to play around that, then they're just going to sort of help to enable them. And that sort of brings the best out of what you can get out of your lineup. But obviously, when you're able to sort of bring that mastery over to the best agents at the time as well, like a lot of duelist players, if they didn't before having to learn and pick up Neon, it can be insane, as we've seen in the past month or two in Valorant, but also today as well.
Yep. So I think this is it for the first series. We'll see you on the caster's desk, actually. Sure. But I think our official MVP would have to go to Marky. Yeah, you're right. Because it's just, I feel like they played so well as a team, but Marky was the one getting those picks, getting those, just kind of controlling the game.
Yeah.
That couldn't hashtag.
Well, I mean, it's typical from the duelist, but it's the spearhead of the team.
Yeah.
And I want to, not forget also, we did see some individual brilliance from
100%.
The side of Arcadia, especially on Abyss. There were some really good individual performances from that side. But just control like Yari and Marky, especially, just the individual consistency that they brought to the table carried them across the line.
So thank you very much for being on the analyst desk with me. It's nice to see you. So coming up, we have TSE versus SSP. If it's anything like these ones this evening, honestly, time flies when you're in here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a one to watch. So I can't wait to see you. Hope you guys come back, go and have a little break, have a little chill, and we'll see you back here for TSE versus SSP.
You only got hurt 'cause you made me bored. It's karma. It's karma. Karma's gonna think for me. We hold hands, make let's keep the receipts. Karma, she's my best friend. One step closer, here's evidence. Karma's gonna think for me. You'll see you'll be digging up 6 feet. Karma's never let me down. A smile will kill when I cut you out. Snip, snip, cutting your bullshit with a plot twist. Don't waste my time, I don't do toxic. I see you looking at me like she's so sweet. She's so nice, I can do what I like, right? Did I make you cry? I forgot that you're right. You know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You, now you got hurt 'cause you made me. Yeah, you know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You only got hurt 'cause you made me bored. It's karma. It's karma. It's karma. Snip, 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 snip. I'm so bored.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet.
Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning.
Most days I can barely leave my bed, 'cause someone lives rent free inside my head. I say I'm not okay, I'm terrified when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes. What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know why. Angels come and they leave into the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Please, God, can you give me some relief? I've been out here hiding like a thief. I'll pull the windows down when I feel low. Keep my demons close so nobody knows the crusade that lives inside of me. Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know why. Angels come and they leave into the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Oh my God, I can't breathe. Angels come and they leave. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting a demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting a demon. And you took it all away from me. And you took it all away.
Feel the time, feel the time, feel the time, feel the time.
I'll never mistake the way you give me my faith. My body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember they fall to our face. I don't wanna wait. Every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave. I want you to stay, please stay. Venom in my veins, deliverance waits for your hands. I am not afraid. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember they fall to our face. I don't wanna wait. Every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave. I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, your name, calling out your name, your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away.
Hi Esports and welcome back to EVC's The Surge 2. What a game to start off this weekend. So I'm joined by two wonderful analysts once again, and I think the easiest way to get into this is talk about that last game because we are joined by one of the casters, JB, and we've got Mads back. So welcome back and welcome.
Yeah.
So that last game was intense. Just general thoughts. What is going on in your head?
Marky's incredible. He saved Yari's control through that, I feel like. A lot of the rounds that Yari's control were winning just came off of a lot of individual plays from him. But they were also setting him up so well, which I think is a good thing for a team to be showing. They understand how to play. I think it's just good for a team.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, watching, like, even though he got the most kills and stuff, it's kind of like the reason he got those kills is because everyone works so well together. It's like one well-oiled machine. So how are you feeling about that, Mads?
Obviously, the first two games were very, very stressful, especially the second one. But I think the third one calmed my nerves a bit.
Because of just how quick it was. Honestly, we were so shocked. We were in the other room watching the game. We were like, oh, this game's nearly over. Because we were so prepared for another overtime, another stressful, like, struggle from both teams.
We were getting ready to sit down.
Like,
you were doing your notes.
You
we
had
were micing
food
up.
coming. Then we had, Marky and the Jet just dominate, and we gave him our MVP because well deserved, I think, obviously. But next up, we have Twisted Saints Esports versus Sissy State Punks. How are we feeling about this game, guys?
I don't know much about Sissy State Punks, but I know TSE have been a pretty well-known team in Tier 3 Valorant. They've got some very good individual players, and also their teamwork is pretty good as well. It'll be exciting to see what they're going to pull off. I'm not too sure on the map pool, but I think they're very well drilled on a lot of maps, and they show a lot of good coordination and cohesion.
100%. What about you, man?
Similarly to JB, like, I haven't seen much of Sissy State Punks, like, at all. However, I've seen quite a bit of TSE. Not the most promising moments when I've seen them, however, but I do think that they've improved immensely since last time I've seen them.
Oh, I'm so excited because I know nothing about either of the teams. So I'm going into this completely blind. But you know who isn't going into it blind? The casters. They know so much more about it than us. Well, you're one of the casters. You know everything more than us. Or you probably know more than me. I'm the dumb one here, is what I'm hearing. So we're going to go to our casters, and they're going to take you into our first game.
Thank you so much for that, Quino. I'm Jack, joined here by the wonderful, the spectacular Nebula. Had to give you a nice intro.
Yeah.
I feel like we've spoken about all of the knowledge. You are the knowledge guy. We've been talking about this game a bit before. You have quite a lot of intel on these teams.
Somewhat.
Overall. Somewhat.
A bit.
You
I'm
know
a bit of
you know
intel,
your stuff.
Yeah. But the main team I'm interested to see here is TSE, obviously facing up against Sissy State Punks. Probably just going to call them SSP throughout.
Yeah.
But yeah, TSE retaining their core after Eclipse, unfortunately failing to make it to the Polaris kickoff for 2025, which is now going to be, like North and East combined. That's a whole nother thing.
That's a whole thing in itself.
That's pretty exciting from a competition end. But we're focusing on EVC The Surge and this match, this BO3, in round 2 of groups. As I said, TSE, SSP. And yeah, I want to see how much of the identity of this TSE lineup has changed, because I believe they've retained 3 of their members, as I said, since Eclipse, with 2 new players coming in. SSP I'm less familiar with, but yeah, they're seeded to a place in the group where this should be a competitive match, so I'm really looking forward to what this starts for us.
Yeah, 100%. With TSE, of course, retaining that roster, but you bring in these new players, it can really change up a lot. It can be really positive. You can bring in a lot of new plays, a little bit of a new style in there, a nice little kick in there, but also at the same time, you've got these 2 players you need to bring up to speed. They don't know your standard defaults as a team. They don't know how your team necessarily runs, so it's something you kind of have to bring them up to speed nice and quickly. They've had a bit of time to prep for that, so I'm sure they're ready for it, but it's 100% something to watch for. Like, see how these new players slot in, see if they can pick up the pace straight away. And with that, do you have any specific players to watch for?
I want to see Hal. I believe Hal is going to be on the duelist role, has previously played duelist for teams like K10. Yeah, and is a pretty consistent player and puts up numbers. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see that name. Obviously, some of the other names that have retained on TSE, like Xantox, that they always show up on the day.
100%.
So yeah, this is going to be, and like you mentioning before, it can be a big setback, even if you have the same core, to introduce those new players in, depending on how prep heavy you are as a team. If you are that prep heavy, then it can be, take a long time to get those players to the same page as your pre-existing ones. As we go into the veto, we're going to start off with Ascent, picked by TSE, moving into Haven, and then, if it is necessary, Bind as the 3rd.
Yeah, one of those these picks, a lot of these maps have been in rotation for a while. You're not seeing any of those newer maps coming on through. We've not got the Abyss. One of those maps which is kind of up in the air still. I think a lot of players are still kind of working out how they want to play that. But Ascent, one of those ones that's been around for a while. You've got that standard meta. Do you think that's maybe TSE just on comfort? They know they've got that, the setup with that team. They're ready to go into it. Or is this somewhere where they start to innovate with these new players?
Yeah, I mean, some teams with maps like Ascent just feel they know what they're doing. They understand this map. They have how they picture what they want to do in the game, and they just absolutely go for it. And then, as you say, there are also those teams that just go for really unconventional things that try to throw off what is the standard meta of this map, as there's been a sort of very static composition meta on Ascent.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams decide to go with, and whether it's going to be conventional or that more, wild style. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I love a bit of a wild pick in there. I mean, we saw the Vise earlier already.
Yeah.
One of those agents which can really change up how you have to play around it. But as we look further into the series as well, you've got that Haven going into a second map. One of those maps, again, that's been around for a while. It went out the map pool for a bit. It's back in. It's that free site map. It's one where a lot of standard things are set up on it, but we're starting to see a lot of teams innovating on it.
Yeah, these first two maps are bread and butter Valorant. Yeah. And it's going to be, even though some people find them a bit more boring, I think it's going to be really cool to see, and it's going to be easy to identify sort of how these teams want to present themselves in this match. Are you going to put your foot in the door immediately and just go aggressive no matter what side you're on? Or are you going to lay back, wait for the information you need, and just play reactive depending on what the enemy team is doing? And it looks like we're going to see some traditional comms come out here.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the standard comps from both sides. You've got those Jets coming through. You've got the Omens on smokes. The KO, one of those picks that's been around for quite a while now, able to shut down a lot of those executes. Killjoy, I mean, a staple for Ascent.
Yeah.
Been around for so long, the ultimate gets so much impact. The B lockdown, basically. And then, of course, you have the Sova to try and counter that a bit. Now, you've seen a few variations from other teams. Like, some teams bring in the Cypher every so often, but he's been nerfed again, so maybe less so. But with these standard compositions coming in for, is there any specific agents you look for, or any specific kind of play styles that you expect to see from these teams to kind of throw off that normal meta, maybe?
I think the main thing I'm going to be looking at is just the pace these teams go for. A lot of the time you would see for the attacking side, depending on, well, we're going to have TSE starting on this attack. Yeah. So for the first half, it's just going to be looking at sort of who dictates the pace, what side is that going to be, and if it's the attack, are they just going to be fast-hitting sites? Because often you will need some form of mid control to be able to achieve that, because trying to fast-hit through some of those choke points, A main and B main, can just, be a death sentence.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
If you don't have the utility or the sort of external distractions to support it, it can just be a meat grinder that you're walking into, and then you're just dead. So that's why
seen it happen too many times.
Yeah, that's like a big selling point for why a lot of teams will play slow on this map. You're able to just play with the time and have a lot more room to settle on the decision you want to go for. But obviously, if you take too long, then it can force you into kind of the same situations of just hitting into sites extremely late and not having sort of the room you want to play around and get into those sites as we get into the first round of Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, finally we're going into the game here. TSC, as you were saying, starting on that attack side. We'll see how they get started. Really want to see how one of those players to get started straight away, start getting those picks, get activated, especially on this attack side. And as you were saying about that mid competition, you need to take control of this. You can't just give it up, and already you're seeing a couple players from TSC go for it. But on the other side as well, SSP have 3 players stacked up just holding this angle. Just trying to make sure they don't give up anything too early. And it's just a couple jiggles from either side here. Nothing major going down as such. But already, I say that, and there is a pick already on the side of SSP there, taking down one of the players in SO on TSE. And that's going to call for the other player to rotate over and group up with the team on A, but SFP have read into this.
Yeah, SSP just see no early presence on B, and they instantly send 4 people to walk down on mid and get their first pick. And then they have the discipline, they back away, they don't overextend, they don't go for too much, and now they're in a position where they have a 5v4 going into TSE, attempting to take this A site, and Hao will find the first.
Yeah, Hao entering into site gets the first down onto the player of SSP there, as Oli up top already tagged up weak. And you've got Shiro just stuck in this tree position. They'll get shot, and you're shot out the site already. The blind, they're trying to get aggressive, but Power will take out Howl as he will fall on down. But there's all these players left to clear out for TSE. Sitting under Heaven already lands the shot on 1 on X-Ray, but gets traded straight on back as SSP will get the kills, but Zentox almost closes out the round before it finally gets shut down. But for a second there, Zentox almost won out the round single-handedly.
Yeah, there were several individual plays that were almost heroics for both sides, but it does end up being that early play in the round that comes back to bite TSE at the end. 1 player standing for SSP as they get that pistol. And yeah, that was just, I mean, That flash play on Heaven, I mean, I was looking at it and it was really risky for SSP on the retake. Just they were extremely vulnerable as to whether they were going to be able to back up fast enough from that, but they were able to. And then even though X-Ray landed a ridiculous shot when SSP were trying to come out of Heaven, they keep their numbers, they keep as a group, and they're able to retake together and eventually get the trades through to where they claim the round.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork really there, just showing how important it is to make sure you group up together. And SSP wanting to get a bit aggressive on this A side, make sure they take this main control. And Howl already on the other side in mid, taking down Shiro. Straight away an early pick there, and Zentox as well. Combines for a second, already taking out some of these guns, and Ollie gets aggressive, can't land the shots, and X-Ray will take him out. But Niash, oh my goodness, gets two with the Sheriff there, re-aggresses, and takes down both players on the side of TSC and brings it to 3-on-2. All of a sudden, you've slowed down all of this aggression, but it looks like they're not ready for this read. TSC stacked up as free on this A site, but as players of SSP, you have to stay split. You need to know what's going on here. But Nisha is just rotating off. But there we go. Spike Tap will come on through and Nisha will rotate back towards. The call will come on over. They know that all of TSC is here, but Zentox is going to be in this really tucked in position, playing safe. But Nisha already with the third on the round onto Esso. How we're going to play in this under Heaven position. As Nisha has to be so careful, waiting for the group up. Wait for that extra player to join you. You have a bit more of that power to push back into sight. And Zentox now realizes they need to get aggressive, trying to land the shots, can't get the kill free yet, but lots of damage done, and finally lands the shot as Howl left under in hell as well. Got so much left to do for Nisha, but can't do it. A free KO on the round for Nisha, not enough to close out the round, and TSC will bring us 1-1.
I don't know how TSC have managed that, converting their eco round. From the numbers from when the round started to slow down and it was a 3v2 for TSC, you wouldn't have thought they were the ones with the lower economy in that round, but they brought the Sheriffs into it and they were able to take the advantage for themselves, going early aggression on not only A main, but also the Sova on the B side of the map, also taking space there and just not allowing TSC any breathing room to play slower, which you would initially do in an anti-eco, as the economy is now just flips on its head.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha, the only player really able to get anything done with that Sheriff, getting that 3K on the round, some insane shots. Don't know how hitting some of those, but gonna have a lot to do here as the players of TSC are stacked up onto A, and Nisha has got a lot to handle, decides to back on up to Hell, but TSC aren't committing to this as yet. They've sent these players up, they've sent this aggression, and all of the rotates have come on through for the side of SSP, but TSC is still exploring. They don't want to commit to this just yet. It seems like SSP might have read into this just a little bit, realized that the silence has come on through, but they've got to be careful of this player in X-Ray just sitting in that corner. They've been planted into A just in case, but Esso's still looking for that pick in mid. There's a couple of players that might swing out, one of which is Ollie, as there we go, the smoke's going to fall and they'll be revealed, but they'll land the shot onto Esso, as Howl will trade one straight on back. But Nisha as well, again with the Sheriff, landing the shots time and time again, takes out that one player lurking on A and X-Ray. And all of a sudden, they're all split up. There's 4 players to deal with, and Zentox gets one with the molly after Shiro had got one with the Sheriff. But Pat in this corner still got to be cleared out. Zentox makes sure to, and Zim will combine for the second, bringing it all down to Nisha. I mean, we've seen what Nisha can do with the Sheriff. Has managed to recover that Vandal, but got so much to do here. Got to clear out these 2 players. And Zentox, I mean, ready, posted, wants to take this fight straight away.
Yeah, some insane shots have still been coming out from SSP, but it's still Nisha left in a 1v2 who has been on fire in these first 2 rounds, but will they be able to convert this clutch? They still have some time left on the spike. They will throw a flash out to lane, and now their location is spotted. They are repositioning over to lane, swinging into both players, finds the first, but won't be able to get the second, and TSC will find their second in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, Zentox, they're making sure to play out with the player. They make sure to stack up on that position. A lot of time you'll see those players maybe get a bit too aggressive, going, oh, we're in the 2v1, we can get that extra pick for free, but they make sure to play together. Zentox closing out the round, having a great start to this game already. 7-1 on this game. Already almost got that ultimate up as well.
Yeah, and you saw SSP early into the round really over-rotating towards A, but then they got the call, hold on, they're not out of sight yet, let's wait a minute. But TSC didn't have the initial mid control, so they had to re-clear, as we see TSC going really fast into A main.
Yeah, TSC send that blind out straight away with 5 players stacked up. Want to get aggressive, and Zim will already take out one in Ollie, who tried to get a bit too aggressive there, maybe. The ultimate has been invested here for the side of TSC, but Shiro can hold this heaven position just outside of it, and there's one player in hell as well to deal with. Zin going to be that first line to run on in, and already Shiro's got 2, gets the third as well. Shiro good for 3, 1 bullet left in the gun, and Sevkin will support. And already that shut it down for the side of TSC. SSP had so much to deal with, but Shiro just there, ready to deal with it all, which places X-Ray into this really awkward position. The owner player left standing, there's this high-low positioning, and they realize they can't swing on through. Gets the first, though, but that's... I say that, all of a sudden X-Ray has the ultimate available, will be able to rotate over to B, and a round that looked completely unwinnable, all of a sudden X-Ray has a really good position.
This would be a 1v4 clutch, and the spike is going to go down on this B site, and X-Ray has so much time to play with, but that also means that Pat has the time to rotate and make their way over to this B site. X-Ray going into B main, their position will be unknown for now. Pat has to be aware of so many angles, and with the Odin as well. But X-Ray is 1 bullet, and they will go down. The recon dart comes out. Is Pat aware? Does Pat suspect this angle from X-Ray? But it doesn't connect. The shots aren't there, but the defuse still has to come through. The shock dart will be let out. X-Ray spams, so does Pat. You know an Odin wins a spam duel through the wall, but X-Ray is hiding behind walls that are not penetrable. X-Ray playing it so well. Pat gets the kill, but there is no time for the defuse, and SSP will find an equalizer.
I don't know what even happened on that round. I mean, X-Ray, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Somehow, winning out that round, it comes down to time in the end, but the 1v4 there, a completely unwinnable position, sitting in A main, you've got 3 players facing you, and you manage to just isolate all of those fights, take out the players, ultimate comes online, you TP over, and you win the spam duel against an Odin. Yes, you get taken out, but you manage to kill the time.
I mean, it's so crazy that I mixed up the round. Who the round is going to.
Yeah, I mean,
but, I mean, that's crazy from X-Ray, and that has to be a mood killer if you're SSP.
Yeah, I mean, you had such a good position, and all of a sudden it takes 1 player to just get a couple of those kills. Probably would have gone into that, like, I'll get as much damage as I can, get out, but no, somehow managing to close that out, as that's forced SSP to be on this eco round. Gonna only have a few of these sheriffs coming on through, and, I mean, TSC, it's gonna give you a big confidence boost. You still go for this A push time and time again. SSP wanting to get a bit aggressive towards mid. Make sure they have a bit of this control so they can see where the rest of the team is going. But it looks like TSC just not ready to commit just yet. Trying to hear out what's going on.
Yeah, I was just going to say we do see both null commands online as well.
Yeah.
Which could enable either team to either enter or try and stop a site hit.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro's got those knives popped. Gonna be the player to watch on this round for the side of SSP. Gonna want to get a lot of those frags, but not finding anything in mid. Will continue lurking through. Might spot that one player in the killjoy as Zentox gets taken out by Shiro. That's gonna suddenly be the go button for the rest of TSE into this A site. And already they get a first, but one is traded straight back for Nisha. As Zin will take down Nisha behind the box. Will sit there, won't really be able to get rezzed here. But we'll be able to get that intel to call the rest of the team over and brings us into this 3-on-3. Shiro, still these knives available online, goes up top, doesn't find anyone, and Shiro gets taken out. But all of a sudden, the trades are going back and forward, and it leaves it down to 2 players on the side of SSP. Zin's got so much to do here, lands the shots on the first, 2 bullets remaining and can't land the shots, as Sevcom will close out that round. An eco round for the side of SSP, and it goes in their favor.
Yeah, How just had to... the Jet from Heaven just had to instantly swing out as the KO knife was going to remove their Blade Storm if they didn't go out early. And as you said, just complete chaos on the A site in that retake. But SSP coming out on top in the back and forth and being able to find their second round and not letting this lead get too far away from them.
Yeah, I mean, SSP gonna get these guns back online. We saw the up there for a second, deciding not to invest into it, but they're gonna have the econ swing back in their way. They were in that round with not the greatest, but managing to get the kills on through, forcing TSC onto the save.
You're gonna see the sort of ultimate cycle come into play for both teams here as well. The Sova having a Hunter's Fury and the opposite Killjoy being 1 away.
Shiro was looking for that updraft from Hal there, knows the knives are popped, but Hal's just going to run on through into Pizza, into Market, gets all the way towards B. We'll see one player, won't get the kill, and Pat will just back on up. Doesn't want to take that fight just yet. Knows they have the Odin for this spam through the wall. but already the dart will get taken out, and TSC slow themselves down a little bit. But SSP is all around ready for this take, and TSC over the top. How gets taken down, as Shiro will combine as well, but Zin and Zentox trade it straight back again. Nisha managing to equal it on out, but Zentox still one of those players to watch for, managing to land these shots in these eco rounds. And Nisha is just holding this player, and Eso is stuck in the corner, knows that Nisha is watching. There's nothing you can do here, you just got to swing out at some point and land the shot. But here we go, the blind's going to go through for Ollie, the push on through, the TP over, and Exo... Eso, how? Full blinded, and Ollie somehow gets taken out there by Eso, brought down to 5 HP, and suddenly it's all down to Nisha. The spike plant will go down, and Zentox in a really good position here. Eso will most likely get taken out here by Nisha, as even the smallest bit of damage will take him out, and Nisha, aware of this player close though, the bot for Zentox will reveal Nisha, but Zentox lands the shot, and again another thrifty round. Both teams here seem to be on the save, they're better.
We're really seeing a fight of players trying to step up to the table here. You know, you have the macro game, you have all the decisions that each IGL is going to be making, but in the late round, it will sometimes come down to those gunfights, and Nisha almost pulling it across the line, but not able to do it for SSP in that round. I really thought that was looking really good for SSP, I believe, getting the first 2 kills when TSC were entering onto that site. Even if those kills didn't come through, they had a position with 2 players backside, 2 players CT. They could have instantly flooded into B, but TSC still coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, TSC opting to go back to this A site, realizing it was the tried and true, but they don't commit to it. They wanted to bait a bit more over. They sent the TP over for X-Ray. X-Ray just going to sit in this position and wait and watch. As the rest of the team are going down catwalk, and Zentox will get one on the other side of the map, as Sevgun gets a bit too aggressive there. And TSC have all of this mid-control. X-Ray swings into 3 players, and one will push up really aggressive here. Sends the blind out, but has to back on up, as Ollie will get the kill. And that will be a gun recovered. But Zentox again on the other side of the map, getting another pick, that second kill. And all of a sudden, they've got the full B control. TSC is going to push up all the way into the spawn of SSP as well, just to try and lock this down. But they're going through mid. And TSC might not spot this straight away, as the turret will be taken out. And that will be the intel there for Zentox. As Nisha's going to look to be this flank player with Ollie. Group 1 up, try and get something done, as Shiro will be that lone ranger, just trying to find a pick in mid, but they've got to get their foot in the door here for SSP. TSC is all set up, and Eso deep in their spawn sees Shiro but won't land the shots, and Shiro will just look to keep on going through. So many players to deal with, and TSC will get both the kills there, but Nisha managing to get one onto Hao, but that will be the round. Zin closing that one out. A clean round there for TSC.
Yeah, by the time that the final SSP players got to that B site, there was no chance they were going to be able to get that retake off. It was just about getting as many guns away from TSC as possible, as that was an eco round for SSP. I think they did what they could in the early round. They lost a player aggressing on B and then instantly walked up A as a group, just trying to find the picks they can. But unfortunately, their loss of a member on the B site meant that TSC were just instantly able to take that site and then just not lose many numbers on the end of the round. But as we go into another buy round here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Zentox, one of those players to really watch for, just sitting on the other side of the map, just punishing that aggression, as you were saying, from the side of SSP. And TSC, time and time again, get this A main control. SSP don't want to aggress past it and take it. And also the mid control over to TSC as well. It seems like SSP are really playing passive. They really don't want to over-aggress. They're realizing, as you were saying, they're giving up these early kills. And they just don't want to do it anymore, as TSC aren't even finding any players as of yet. A couple spams on through, but nothing connecting. And they still haven't decided where they're going as of yet, as the spike will look to rotate over towards B, as that looks like that's going to be where they crunch.
If Zentox can break this turret on B, that could create a lot of question marks for the side of SSP as to where TSC are going. However, that drone will be a big indicator that they'd want to go towards A. However, TSC are grouping over towards that B site. However, Pat will find Eso with the Hunter's Fury, as Hal is just going in and taking down Pat into market, as they will continue aggressing.
Yeah, Hal being that aggressive player pushing up, instantly trading back the numbers to make sure it's in their favor. As Sevgun will just run through the smoke and somehow land the shot on Hal.
30 seconds.
Don't know how they've got away with that one, but all of a sudden, the site control is not fully in control of TSC. The Killjoy ultimate will be invested, as X-Ray will get one onto Nisha as well. And X-Ray, this player in main, looking to just cut off all of these SSP players, playing super far back for TSE and not even allowing SSP to get onto site to fight the rest of TSE. Zentox on that front line on the site as well, and X-Ray is just going to look to play support with his utility in main. As Zentox has to get aggressive as this ultimate has been invested, will break it on through, and Zin and X-Ray combine for 2, but Ollie managing to get one back for the other side, pulls out the classic, can't land the shots, and X-Ray closes out the round, bringing it 6-2 for the side of TSE.
Wow, Ollie being so close with that classic, and that was a heavy investment round in terms of both lockdowns coming through for both teams. First used by TSE to stall in that post plant to prevent the retake from SSP, and then SSP using their own to try and get back into that B site, but not only back into the B site, but force the fights out from TSE, which did happen. It just came down to the wire once again. Yeah. And then Ollie not able to come out on top, but
I mean, from the side of SSP there, you've got those ultimates all being invested. You invested that Soverock so early on, and that Killjoy lockdown as well to try and counter the other one, but it's just not working in your favor. SSP seem to be struggling to retake these sites. TSE get the control, and they keep it.
Yeah.
They send a couple players aggressive or have that one sitting really far back. That means you can't even get into their main setup. They're only getting through to that first player. But again, getting the kills, managing to take out some of those players. And so many rounds are coming down to, as you're saying, those individual plays.
Yeah. I'd like to see maybe SSP sort of commit to taking information really hard on one side of the map. I feel like they sort of poke on different sides at different points. But I feel like maybe if they sort of just force take one area, they know where a lot of TSE will be, and they'd be able to sort of disable their rotates and be able to anticipate a site hit, whether they want to fight before TSE would enter that site or just be ready to do a flood retake really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, maybe is this the round to go for it? I mean, you're on that eco round. You're not going to have the guns. Maybe get a bit aggressive. Shiro going to be that first line of defense as all of TSE is going to push up in B main as how that first player to go in updrafts in, dashes onto site already and wants to take the fight as Shiro lands a great shot onto Esso, and How just running on through, takes down Pat in that backside position, and that will be the site for TSE. Shiro still up in this round though, is shown to be one of those players that can land these shots when needed. But the whole of TSE all on site, all set up, ready to go. And Ollie again landing a shot through the wall onto Howl there. These Sheriffs are really doing some big damage. And TSE have got to be careful not to be too aggressive and give away too many kills too early on. And Shiro again lands another headshot onto X-Ray this time, leaving only 2 players standing for TSE, but Zentox being that player time and time again to land the 2. But that's the round. Nisha shuts it out with that Sheriff and another eco round.
Wow. SSP found that first pick onto Howl, I believe, and they just didn't stop going with those Sheriffs. They've been hitting some really nasty shots with this gun. I mean, maybe just stick on the Sheriffs at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've had like 3 or 4 50 rounds already, like a couple for each side, and it's showing that it's one of those you have to be aware that even if you have the better weapon, you can't win out these fights. As Shiro, that was a great shot. Pat in that backside position, nothing you can do against a running Vandal, but yeah, as you were saying, those players from SSP just landing the shots when they need to, taking out these TSE players, and TSE, I mean, they didn't really know what hit them.
Yeah, but regardless, I don't know if TSE would be able to do that same pace, at least on the same side, as that null command is once again available for SSP. We're going to see an instant KO Flash and Hunter's Fury popped. TSE looking to go very aggressive on A and already finding damage, not finding the kill onto Ollie though, as it will only be the first shot of the Hunter's Fury to connect, as TSE may just enter the A side right now.
As you were saying, that Ollie manages to shut down Howl, who pushed all the way through mid and instantly gets taken out as Sepcom combines for a second, and all of a sudden this crunch is just being taken out. SSP winning out these fights leaves it all down to Esso in the 1v4. Really not much more you can do there. You don't have the spike, and it's probably going to be one of those rounds where you look to just try and get a couple picks, try and rotate through and find something, but only the Sheriff available. A great round for SSP there. I mean, shutting down TSE. They send the 3 players through main. They send 1 player through tree. And every fight goes the way of SSP. And Shiro's going to be here, ready to try and shut that in this round as soon as Esso swings this corner. And there we go. The headshot as well, just to really rub it in. And Shiro with that operator. A gun we haven't seen in this game so far.
Yeah, true. The economy's been a bit volatile for SSP with those 2-round deficits, so not really able to get it online until this point. But we have seen back-to-back rounds from TSE that have gone in that really fast pace, and they've gotten shut down both times. So I'm interested to see that it's likely, or you could think first, I think the first train of thought is that, okay, they're not going to do that anymore. It's not working.
Yeah.
Stick to what we were finding success with, and that's good. That's going to get us these last 2 rounds in the half, and that can be a really big difference. It could be a 6-6 or an 8-4, and those are massive changes going into that second half. Or it could just be the calmness and the execution of these site hits. If there are sort of certain pieces of utility going a bit astray, or just timings are a bit off, their coach Wuta could just be addressing those things and sort of letting them fix those up, and then try the same thing or similar things once again, just with better execution. I think either of those are the sort of potential outcomes we can be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, TSC really wanting to get aggressive on those last 2 rounds, as you were saying, but SSP there to shut it down both times in different fashions as well. That crunch, as they all push out of A main and every single player gets taken out, it might be that the flash timings just weren't there for the team, but TSC really have to make sure to bring this back. It started to look like it was slipping just about, but they've still got plenty of time to bring this back and make this a great half for them on this attack side. Defense side, often one of those more favored ones, but as time has gone on, as players get used to these setups, they know how to break them down, and TSC want to get aggressive on A, but Ollie's already TP'd into this Y position here. Could go big if TSC don't clear it out, but they're going to slow down just for a second. They've still got all these players here stacked up ready. Zentox again on that B site, always waiting. But the side of SSP, it looks like they might want to get aggressive in response to this, as the drone will clear them out, and Ollie will get one and back on up into sight, as Shiro will get Zentox on the other side of the map. That operator being activated and shutting down these Zentox lurks that done so well in the past. And the rest of the players of SSP are going to wait for this push. They know that all of TSC is here, but TSC, they look like they might want to go back here, maybe realizing that SSP have got the read. But they've not got a great deal of time. Only a minute left on the clock, but no real space anywhere.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Shiro found that... Okay, Hal in a duel on mid. But as I was saying, I think the fact that Shiro found that pick on the other side of the map made it very big for SSP, is the fact that they just had so much map control. It was the lurk of TSE down. They then had no more information on that side of the map. They're going to try and re-clear it now, but Shiro will just land an instant headshot onto Hal and will now still retain control of this B site in a 4v2. It's looking really close to done.
Yeah, I mean, Zin just looking in mid, trying to find a player, but 29 HP remaining, as Ollie will shut down Esso there. And again, one of those rounds where you had so much good space on A for a bit, but on the B side, Zentox gets shut down, and all of a sudden you've lost the rest of the map. Yes, you get that pick in mid, you managed to get that gun recovered, but you just didn't have the timing left on the clock, as Zin's just going to save this Vandal through to the next. And that brings it to 5-6. SSP really just mounting the comeback hit.
Yeah, Zin, as you said, keeping that Vandal for the final round of the half. And yeah, TSE initially having this lead, and now 3 rounds in a row for SSP. I think you really want to convert this last round, but they don't have an insane amount of resources to do so, at least in the ultimates. Their guns are going to be okay. All rifles for the side of TSE, as SSP will have an operator online as well as most impactfully that null command being online to stop pushes, and then the lockdown on in 2 also. But we're going to see that operator posted up in mid, and then potentially some early fight up on A, as Hal will just dash in and find Nisha immediately.
I mean, Hal, yeah, showing to be so aggressive time and time again. But again, Zentox is shut down on the other side of the map. This time, Sevkun getting aggressive out of A, trying to take all of this space back. Sees the aggressive play on A and just raises them one on the B side. And Sevkun keeps on going, lands the second. But Hal will shut that one down, as Sevkun and Hal being just in this 1v1 almost, getting the kills for each side. And Shiro has managed to recover all of this space on B, which will leave TSU with not much to work with here. They're going to send one player over to B to go exploring, but the rest of the players will stack up onto A with that spike. And Shiro, again with this operator, shutting down these players. Zin gets shut down again. And X-Ray wants to go into backside alone, but has to cancel that as they see Shiro last second. And Hal going to be this player to go aggressive, does not clear their corner and gets taken out by Pat in the end. Ollie will shut down the round, bringing us to a 6-6 even half.
Yeah, Hal just completely unsuspecting of how deep Ollie would be into that A site. And SSP managed to bring back that half into an even scoreline. I think that's really massive for their odds onto this, as if they had such a big deficit on their defense side, that would be really difficult, especially in these mirror comps. You don't have, you know, something like a Phoenix, a double duelist, some sort of niche to help you on that attack. It's just your execution having these mirror compositions. So bringing those rounds back is really big for them, and it's going to help their chances a lot.
Yeah, I mean, SSP really showing the buff that that timeout can bring. That bit of extra time to work out what's going wrong. They fix it up, win 4 in a row at the end of that round, and they'll look to bring this momentum into the second half as they'll swap onto that attack side. Often the less favorable side for a lot of these teams. You have to find the gaps quickly. But Shiro going to want to get aggressive in mid straight off as Howell has already taken the space on A as well. And Shiro just walking on through. Doesn't see any players as it seems like TSC have decided to give up this space into this round, and they're just going to look to lock down these sites. But they might want to regress into mid at some point. But at the moment, no picks from either side yet. Not too much shown from either team here. As Zentox going to be this player on B to just try and lock down and shut down anything SSP tries to do. As they'll try and walk on up and play contact, as Zentox is going to be the one to have to deal with this. The turret will tell him they're all there, and he sees 3 players and backs on up. But the shock dart will do a bit of damage onto these SSP players. As Pat will spot this player out close, and the rotates come on through for TSC. The blind will blind up Zentox, but manages to land the first, can't land the second as kills go each and every way, bringing this 3-on-3 down. And Esso, still in this back line, does not get found out, but sees one player, lands the shots. The jumping players everywhere, can't get another. But one of these players so weak from the side of SSP. As Nisha managing to get that kill, but How with the Sheriff pushes up lane, knows that Nisha is in the backline after this shot comes on through, and Zim will be the one to shut it out. All left down to Pat, 25 HP remaining, no util and only a classic in hand. Yes, you have the spike, but you've got 2 players to deal with. And they're just going to stay grouped on up. Maybe not too sure what Pat's going to do, and Pat will land one. A great shot onto How, but will get shut down. And that's a round straight back.
Wow, that was really close at the end. I'm not sure how sustainable of a B take that is for TSE, or a B hold rather, that is for TSE. As they were keeping the players on site and in the open to try and fight for that space to just not allow SSP into the site at all. But each player were finding trades, which ended up allowing them to come out on top in that situation, but it was only finding one each. I think maybe you need a bit more utility to support those players to deny SSP from getting out of B main, but it is a pistol round. You're not going to have all of that available, and you're probably going to see it. Woo, okay, Zentox finding 2 already, looking for a 3rd as these eco frags are going to come through. How will find the 3rd? And SSP this time completely stopped in their tracks.
I mean, you were saying they let them into sight. This time Zentox shuts the door right in their face. Has the Bulldog to shut down. Yes, it's only against this save round, but doesn't even give an opportunity for this other side in SSP. And Ollie left behind this box, all trapped on out as Esso will close that kill down. And all left onto Pat again, who will land a great shot onto Zentox there with the Sheriff and won't get anything more. And Zentox there, even appreciating that great shot. But one of those rounds where, like, it seemed like they were just ready to go in, but nothing can be done.
What are these Sheriff shots, man? I mean, I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, because you're going to get bored of me saying that. But, yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, yeah. I don't know if you expect a team on an anti-eco to just swing main like that. Often you're going to have it drilled into you. Keep discipline. Don't you lose your guns.
Don't go too aggressive.
Don't swing. Zentox says no. I'm going to swing, I'm going to kill 2, and then I'm going to let my duelist get the 3rd, because why not?
And it pays off massively. I mean, it shuts down any chance. We saw in the first half there, like, it was a conversion. TSC managing to convert that round back, but they made sure SSP had no chance of that. But we go into this round, and SSP will be on that buy. TSC carrying those guns forward from the last round, and it's going to be a mid-push for the side of SSP. They'll get found out from that dart. They'll know there's at least 1 player there. But TSC willing to sit back, trying to spam a couple shots on through. But at the moment, nothing yet. No spike commitment. And SSP wanting to really take this fight in mid, but not being given anything from TSE.
Yeah, SSP getting up into mid really fast, but not really able to go much deeper than bottom mid yet. Both of the avenues of mid were being watched. However, the Sova of TSE rotating away over to B to be ready for that potential hit. However, it looks like SSP are grouping towards A short, and they're going to go in now with the flash, and Pat landing the headshot onto Zin straight through the smoke, and they won't commit to A just yet. They're going to stay in mid and regroup as they look to go towards B.
Yeah, a great shot there to shut down that player, and that's going to keep the rest of these players on the side of TSC grouped over towards A. Only Zentox, this lone player on B. Yes, you only have 30 seconds left, but you got one player to deal with. All of this killjoy utility as well. As finally, the rotates will come on through for TSC as Shiro's pushed up into market already. Zentox still in his backside position, hits a great shot onto Shiro, but will get traded out by Pat, and that will be the site for SSP. Spike will go down here, and TSC going to have to go into this retake with this lesser weaponry, and going to have quite a lot of players to clear out. I mean, having to break this door on through will reveal or at least where one of these players are. And there's so much to deal with, but how with the Outlaw managing to get the first onto Ollie? There's this player close, they know about them though, and Sevkin will get taken out as well as Nisha will trade 2 straight back with the Guardian, but how there to shut it on down, brings it onto this one-on-one, knows the player's backside, but's been tagged on out. Only 7 bullets in the Vandal, gonna have to be clean with these shots. Knows that Pat's playing this backside angle, but can't land the shots, and Pat, with the 3K on the round, will shut it down.
Yeah, Pat keeping his cool and just closing it out. The post-plant setup from SSP was looking pretty concerning to me once those first kills started coming through for TSE. You had 2 players playing far up, however they weren't in positions where they were able to directly trade each other instantly. It was relying on the Omen to land that shot onto Hao retaking, but Hao found the first and made it look really dangerous as Sevkan, as we see in the replay here, fell first. Benicia finding 2 to bounce back, and Pat crucially winning that final fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to cause SSP to want to go towards this A site. Howl already taking out 1, and Zin combines for a second as TSE shutting down a lot of these players early on. Send the blind on through, but don't get aggressive with it, as it will be another flash pop. An X-ray decides not to get aggressive. This drone comes on through, and the ultimate has been invested from the other side here in SSP. TSE have to run for the fences, but Pat will take one straight down. But no, the collateral there for Zin, taking down 2 players at once, leaving it all down to Pat, who will get the first, but that will be all. And Zin, 4K on the round there. Some great shots.
Wow, and that's not how you want to lose rounds if you're SSP, simply for the fact of your morale.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, sometimes you have to just say, okay, unlucky guys, go next. Collateral, yeah, unfortunate.
Unfortunate timing there. Maybe swung a bit too much at the same time. The 2K comes straight on through, but it's going to force SSP onto this save round again and again. But as you have been saying, these Sheriff shots have been hitting.
They have been.
They've been confident on these rounds, so you can't count them out of anything.
Yeah, but I think this time, if it gets dangerous, TSE have some ultimates online to also assist them if they need it to keep hold of this round. There may be some form of trap play or swing coming out from TSE, and Zentox finding 3 on his own with the Sova Dart, and Shiro is left to challenge Zentox back on B main. Hao will find the 4th kill for TSE as Shiro will deny Zentox the highlight play to end the round. But what was that to kick it off?
Zentox somehow gets free on that little swing on through, sees all the players, lands all of the shots, and a great little trap play, as you were saying there, from TSE. They get the dart on through, the intel is there, and the confidence to just swing through and get all of the players. Leaves it all down to Shiro, who's only going to have a Sheriff. But again, it's one of those rounds where you'd like to see a bit more from SSP. We've seen what they can do with these guns, but they all just line up for the side of TSE, and there we go, that's going to be the round. TSE just seem to be causing SSP to trip up on a couple of these positions. I mean, SSP, that's 2 rounds in a row now that you've given up so many easy kills. Yes, you don't have the econ in this round, but to give up 3 kills like that is not something you ever want to be doing.
Oh, just seeing it again. I guess if at this point, if you're SSP, if you're going to go B main, use a Paranoia, use a KO Flash, drone, something. Don't give Zentox a fair fight, because he's going to go 22 and 12, and seemingly all of these multi-kills just come when they just swing B main, where their turret is watching no less. And now it's going to be an operator up to the task. However, a KO Flash and a Paranoia will both come through. Hao surely will fall, but gets out with 8 HP.
How has he managed to get out there? AHP remaining. We'll get the heal back up because of the shield there. And Shiro decides not to get aggressive, realizing that there was this player close, knows there's an operator to deal with. They're not going to want to dry swing through, but Hao's going to post up on mid instead, look for these rotates on through, as it looks like that might be what the side of SSP opt to do. Got this other player as well, trying to just find out what's going on. As all of a sudden, that round looked like it was going to be a big crunch again, but no, Hao takes one down in mid in Nisha. And there's still this player close in Sevkun. Howl, if you get too aggressive here, you will get shut down as the comm will go over to Sevkun, but managing to get the good position, gets one, will be able to back on out, just about, but no, Sevkun will take down Howl finally, and the operator will fall. And Sevkun gets the final bit into the site. This will give the site over to them, but no, Zin straight away there to shut it down for TSC. And it looks like it's all going to be left down to Pat. I mean, you've got the gun, maybe you can not even invest too much more. You've got some shocks, but you've got so much to do. And TSC, keep it clean.
With how these rounds are playing out, with how these gunfights are playing out, TSC confidence is just completely brewing for them. It's going to be running through their entire team, through their entire VC. And that momentum is really hard to stop at this point in a game. I think they're going to be getting that operator from Howl back online. And if Howl escaped that second time,
how?
I don't even know.
The first one was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Somehow, like, almost gets out in the second, forces that player to swing on through, be aggressive. And, I mean, the players are also weak, and we're going to see the timeout come on through. I mean, SSP here, you've lost 3 rounds in a row. You've only managed to win this one on this second half. Something needs to change.
Yeah, and I was just still thinking about that last round. I think Sevkun trying to hold that play from Market as their teammate dropped down onto site. I think that was a smart play. In the numbers disadvantage, you sort of have to go for that since, I mean, there's no other way to really create it, and you're going to be outnumbered if you try to swing together. But just unfortunately losing the gunfight and then just still going TSE's way.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see a couple of these replays and Howl being one of those players good for 2 on the operator and almost gets out in the second position after finally getting traded. But yeah, left all down to Pat, nothing they could do, and TSC just swarming on in. They know that they have this positioning. They don't give up all of sight. And even if they do, there's not enough players left for SSP to even hold it.
Yeah, I mean, TSC just have started winning rounds and they're not stopping for now. Will this timeout for SSP be able to get their heads back into this game? Except their money is still not where you'd want it. This isn't likely going to be the round where they bounce back, even though it would be allowing TSE to get to map point. Yeah. It would have to be a real trek for SSP to take this map if they fall this round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where you really don't want to give it up. You don't have much of a choice with your economy situation right now. I mean, they're aware of these B players. They don't want to just swing into it blind. As I say that, Shiro might look to dry swing and try and find out what's going on, but doesn't connect any of these shots, and Howl will be posted ready on this B angle. Doesn't land the shot, though. The turret will be taken down, but that will be it, and they'll manage to get out. That's great for shutting down a bit of that intel that TSC have to have that confidence. But the rest of the players of SSP, they seem to be stacked up towards this mid or A, maybe looking to go for this tree push.
Yeah, TSC on B, they just don't listen to rules. They don't care about staying behind the Killjoy util. They just want to always contest this B main space, and that's forced SSP to move over towards the A side of the map here. And this may be very predictable because TSC have B control, but SSP are pushing through with Shiro, who will be shut down after their first kill. Now, duel between Pat and X-Ray, it will go in the favor of the latter as TSC look to engage on this A site, and Howl will just keep finding impact, looking for a third. X-Ray will claim the kill onto Sevkun, and now there's only one standing for SSP on their eco.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha, the last player standing, has the spike, but only a Sheriff in hand, and Zentox there to close it out, making sure that nothing crazy happens there. Hits the little pose after an almost flawless round for TSE there. Shutting down any chance for SSP. I mean, the timeout not working in their favor this time. Yes, you didn't have the economy, but you would have maybe hoped to see a bit more of damage in that round, only taking out that one player.
Yeah, I think if you're SSP, you probably have to recognize at this point that there is usually a Sentinel and an operator on this B side of the map. Those are usually the sort of things that you would say, okay, let's go the other side of the map if we see those, if we're thinking about avoiding certain players or weaponry or utility on a side of the map. So I'd want to see them either fast hit the opposite side or just forcibly take B main, and they will invest the paranoia to do so. But now there's an Odin from Zentox just chipping them down all the way.
Yeah, and you were saying about the operator being there, but the operator has shifted on over to A. Wants to get aggressive in mid, but can't get anything done as Shiro for SSP will push on all the way up into mid. This bot will spot them out, and they'll have to break that, which will alert these TSE players, but they still have enough players here to deal with anything that might happen. And SO's retaken a bit of that main space, leaving SSP in this position where you don't really have too much intel into this round. You had a bit of that B aggression early on, but you've given it up. And there's so many players in mid ready to swing, but X-Ray going to be first line of defense for TSE here. Going to have a lot to deal with. There's the ultimate gets invested. The no command taking out all utility, but Howl again and again landing these shots. Manages to get the first as X-Ray will combine for a second, as Howl cannot land the shot there. As through the smoke for X-Ray, they're managing to get one. Brings it all down to this one player in Sevkan, managing just about to win out the fight, leaving it down to this 1v1. Howl versus Sevkan, 14 HP remaining only though for Sevkan, but Howl has managed to recover a Phantom and spots out the player. 13-7 for the side of TSE there. A game which looked so shaky at first. It was backwards and forwards, but managing to have a clean second half.
Yeah, TSE just found the pedal and just accelerated through Ascent. More figuratively than literally.
Yes.
But just kept on going with those rounds. They just had so much momentum going towards the end, and it was so well played, and also just individual brilliance being shown on display.
Yeah.
Zentox, Howl, especially the names we have to say, and if they continue that performance, names we're going to continue having to say in this series in map 2, if not a map 3 as well.
Yeah. I mean, looking forward into Haven.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen a lot of these players stand out, as you were saying, Zentox, I mean, consistent time and time again, and how getting that operator activated. Haven, one of those maps where if you can get an operator player going, you have that A long angled shut down, you have C long shut down, something to watch out for 100%. But before that, we're going to go and send you over to our host quickly to have a quick break, have a little bit more of a breakdown, a bit more analysis, and then we'll be back for map 2.
Thank you very much, casters. We're back. What a brilliant game. You know, TSC, they really brought it out. And I liked that halfway through it was quite even. Do you think this was an expected result?
Yeah, TSC were definitely the favourites to win. They're a very well-known team as well. They've played in a lot of tournaments before. I think they're a lot more prepared.
I don't know too much about the other team, CC, but I know TSC themselves. As I said before the game started, they're a very solid team. I was a bit surprised that it got to, I think it was a 6-6 scoreline at the half, but then TSC just went on an absolute stormer when they're on defense.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was literally going to ask, like, who do you think's the star player of this game? But I think that kind of answers it.
I mean, I think that one round on B main is just enough to show the level. I mean, I think it wasn't against Nico, but I mean, he's had 3 people swing him, and he somehow managed to spray transfer 3 people down in a split second.
Yeah, the only thing he had was peeking off his turret, which is incredibly impressive, especially as a sentinel.
And brave, playing in front of all of his util just to get such a nice transfer. It was so clean.
100%. We have some replays that we're going to be able to look at. I cannot wait. Because honestly, that game, it went by so fast. It was so intense.
I mean, yeah, it was some good team play from the side of TSC at the beginning. Unfortunately, they did lose this pistol round, but I think they did get the second round right back after.
Honestly, just seeing this, I'm literally in shock sat here. There's just so much going on, so much speed, but we have Nisha and the Sheriff just dominating. But I feel like that's what I like about this, is everyone's quite evenly matched. So, like, even though there is star players from each, like, team, everyone pulls their own way. Everyone has their own, like, shtick within the team, and it works really well. So, Maddie, who would you say? Like, or is there any, like, specifics?
I mean, we've mentioned Zentox time and time again in not just these games, but I've seen him previously play. But Shiro, I mean, as the team that, first of all, that didn't win, and secondly, the underdogs, playing absolutely incredibly, getting so many, you know, just frags for their team, and kind of being able to create those like, opportunities for the team as well. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to get the win, but even so, they all played exceptionally well.
Oh, 100%. So I'm going to ask you both, what do you think, like, is the reason that it led to this result? Like, do you reckon it was just SSP maybe just misplaying, or was it TSC just generally just being better?
I think there was a lot of domination when it got to the second half. I don't think TSC could really find their footing and have a ton of confidence going into their attack. Obviously, it was a 6-6 scoreline, so I think SSP were good at making sure that they were taking the fight to TSC, making sure they were kept on their toes. But I think as the game developed and it got on, TSC's, I think their just experience has just been able to just prove how well they did play in this. And with the amount of highlights that we can see coming from some of these TSC players, it's obvious that they were a good, clear winner.
Yeah, definitely. I just think their defense is so strong, and they've clearly been working on it. Ascent is that kind of map where a lot of teams know how to play it, but a team like TSC who spend a lot of their time working and just grinding out this game, and so much time scrimming. They know what they're doing, and I think it's really paid off.
I know we were talking about it earlier on the host's desk that even though this map might be seen as like one of the more basic maps, that leads to more
Mechanics,
skill. Yeah.
100%.
It's brilliant to see because, you know, we're looking at all these kills, all these shots. We've got Shiro and this, like ARP. Just everyone has their own role to play. They know how it works. Like you said, they've been scrimming. So honestly, it worked out in TSC's favour. Unfortunately, not for SSP, but I think them coming in as someone who we don't really know too much about, they put on a good show.
Oh, definitely. And sometimes that's the advantage that you get as an underdog. Like teams that you don't tend to see played in like these streamed tournaments, you don't know how they play. You can't watch their VODs and see how to counter them. So I guess sometimes it can work out. And they managed to get 6 rounds, which, especially in the first half anyway, which drawing it, brings it pretty strong.
I would love to get a caster's point of view on this, because obviously we're joined by 2 of our casters from the previous match.
Yeah, we're still here. We're chilling.
I get to just sit back and breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
So would that be a match you want to cast? Yeah. You gonna get back up there?
Also, I mean, it's been a long day. I've met a lot of the TSC managers, players, people in general. They're all so lovely. It's nice to be able to cast people's games like that as well. We just love casting, to be honest with you. But
I had a great time.
Yeah.
So you guys have been doing a brilliant job, and obviously we've got Jack Destroyer and Nebula both doing a brilliant job. But I think that's it for this game. So let's be real. Who knows who's going to be with me next? Quite topsy-turvy. But, we've got a stat graphic.
Oh.
Got a stat graphic to look at, to see just the general things. So,
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's reasonably close considering the score.
That's what we've noticed quite a lot. Like, even though one team has kind of dominated, it's still been quite even with stats.
I didn't notice that on the last map of the game that we had casted with the first kills and being so balanced, but we can see which team is able to play around the either man advantage or man disadvantage, which is something so important because not all the time is it just like your duelist getting fragged out. It can simply just be the people that have such vital utility for the team.
Yeah, I think Shiro might have been a lot of those first kills there, managing to kind of just split up the game a little bit. Not enough to win the game, unfortunately, but you can definitely notice that those frags are doing something for the team.
100%. I think it's lovely to see, though, because it just shows which team can capitalise on those first bloods with how even it is. Yeah. So it's like, okay, who's going to take advantage of this situation and prove their dominance? And believe it or not, it was TSC with their victory, which is nice to see. But obviously, we've got either 1 or 2 more games coming up. But who knows? Like, we thought last time it was going to be a 2-0.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being 16-14, was it? Honestly, I was...
16-14, second map.
You might have seen my face. I was shocked. You guys are probably tired.
I mean, we love a third map, but sometimes when games are overrunning a little bit, it does get quite intense.
Speaking of overrunning, let's go to our casters because they've got the next game just for you guys.
Thank you again, Quino. Yes, we are back for map 2. It's going to be Haven going into this one. We've just finished on Ascent. We're going over to Haven. It's a bit of a change-up. We've suddenly got an extra site to deal with and so much extra to deal with, but any specific things? Are we expecting similar comps in the sense of keep it consistent with what's used on the map? Or is this where they start to innovate and bring in those extra agents that don't get played as much?
I think we're likely to see comps that are sort of traditional to what's seen on Haven and what's seen on this map, as we saw pretty traditional stuff also on Ascent, but not a traditional playstyle, especially from TSC, who were just completely disrespecting not only the norms of the map, but when you're disrespecting the norms of the map, you're also disrespecting the enemy team. But SSP... we're still putting up a fight. They have some shooters, let me tell you. They have shooters that we just saw.
For a second there, I saw a Vise
smoke
hover.
hovers. Yeah, okay.
I thought we were about to see the Vise, and I was like, that is a new one.
We're getting baited.
I've seen it once before, and it does pay off sometimes, but it's one of those where you're really just innovating on the map. But as you were saying, it's a pretty standard composition for both sides. You've got those breaches on both sides, the Neon locked in through for Shiro. I'd expect to see How do similar, or maybe on the Jet based on last map.
Yeah, and TSC is again going to be on defense, and I wonder if they're going to bring the same sort of disrespect that they were just doing in that last round on Haven, aggressing in a lot of areas of the map, or at least contesting deep sightlines. That's something I'd expect, at least if they're able to get that operator online as well, which is definitely something that is very prevalent on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, but with the Neon changes coming in, a lot of players are picking into this Neon, which means you see a bit less of the operators and a bit more aggression. I mean, how one of those players, I mean, we've seen what he can do. And if they're going to break those norms and be aggressive, sending Howl in on that Neon to just go and take fights could pay off massively. But at the same time, you have to deal with the faster pace on the other side, because the Neon just picks up the pace for everyone.
Yeah, I know I saw a breach there. I'm not sure if it's there on both sides, but that breach can be extremely good at setting up, especially a Neon, to just charge into sight and have utility supporting her that's able to reach her in time, because she just goes so fast into different areas that other characters cannot stay caught up with. Yeah. As we're going to see the Neon breach combo from both sides, we're going to have mirror comps excluding the Sentinel choice, with SSP opting for a Killjoy and TSC and Zentox on that Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, one of those, we've seen a bit more of the Cypher come on in, but then it started to die out a bit as the nerfs came on through, but still one of those consistent agents you can see time and time again. As TSC going to want to get aggressive down this sewers position, but aren't going to find anything straight away, as SSP are just sitting back waiting in this mid. But I say that, and Sevcan already making all of this space up into B, wanting to just try and get in early, but going to have to deal with Howl if they try to push in any further. But the rest of the players all pushing into garage position here. Smokes off for X-Ray, and X-Ray is suddenly just having to back off, and already the fight's coming through. Sevcan will get the first onto Howl, taking out a big player to play with, but Zentox still here, still getting kills, as the kills going backwards and forwards each and every way. But finally, the site is secured, and Nisha will get this spike planted down, leaving it to a 2-on-3 retake. But already one of these players so weak. I mean, Zin stun comes on through, but you've got so much to clear out. 3 players, 2 on long, 1 in garage. So much you've got to be careful to clear out here. And Esso trying to spot this player out in garage, but doesn't see anything as of yet. And the patience to just sit back and wait. The first spike tap comes on through, the molly thrown on out. Won't land anything major, but it's going to take them off of the spike for now. And Zin gonna have to be this player to take the fights, as the other player will stick, and Zin gets the first. Goes aggressive onto this player in the Kabi, can't land the shots, as Oli will get the kill, and Sevcan will clean it up.
Yeah, way too much for Esso and Zin to do at the end. And TSE was sticking to the style they've been doing throughout this series, almost antsy on that defense. Instead of playing to retake on C, just opting to stay in the site, fight it. And that led to so much chaos with, you know, Shiro just fighting, being stunned, throwing a stun, all in such close quarters in a Cypher cage, but ended up not paying off for TSE, the trades not going their way and eventually putting them in a numbers deficit. That just made it way too difficult to come out on top in that retake. So maybe slowing it down a bit or just playing more for those retakes could be something we see from them. But once again, early space is going to be taken for them. Okay, Shiro is going to deny that walk down C-Long.
Yeah, gets the first onto X-Ray, punishing this aggression from TSE. And SSP will decide to group up and go for the C-push off of that. Getting that first pick, getting that first bit of space. Know that they've cleared out enough, and it's forced all of the rest of the players of TSE back. And SSP will have this site for free for now. But as I say that, Esso in the back line, taking out Shiro, who just tries to slide into back site there. But Zentox still has not been cleared out in this garage position. But they are aware of the positionings that they have not cleared, as SSP will just look to push back into long. It's one of those positions that's so difficult to clear on out. Yes, you have smokes, but the spams can come on through. I say that, but the smokes has been actually taken out for TSE, so they don't even have that. They're going to need to take these fights. The stun will come through to force Pat back into this corner, as Oli will get one, and Pat will get a second. After being stunned up, sees Howe slide towards and gets the kill. As Zin wants to get aggressive, but doesn't have too much here to get anything done. Sevcan looking to re-aggress here, wanting to take out the rest of these players in TSE. Doesn't want them to fall to spike. They want the extra money, extra ult orbs, but it's not going to happen, as it looks like these 2 players for TSE, they're just going to die to spike here and just let Spike take him out to get the money.
Yeah, TSE didn't have the players in position to take the post-plant setup out of long with all of those SSP players there, but it is an eco for them that is expected that they aren't able to come on top in that round, and this is where it's going to be really important for TSE to convert this bonus, and also to see where the sort of ultimate economy is going to go. It's quite even right now, with not many players being close to their ultimates, mostly just SO3 away on that Sova for TSE. But in the coming rounds is where we're going to sort of see that ultimate economy develop and have an impact on this half.
Yeah, and as you were saying with those ultimate economies, they can just win rounds for you, some of these. Especially, but the stun straight away, trying to stop Shiro. Can't land the shot, has to back on up as Hao will also get stunned, but doesn't have anyone aggressing as of yet. So we'll just back on up and play safe, and the early aggression not necessarily paying off. They don't garner too much space from it, but as I say that, you have a player all the way pushed into Garage in Sevcon, who's got all the way up to this trip, but doesn't want to break this just yet. Doesn't want to reveal where the team is deciding to go, as the 3 other players will stack up on long, and TSE is going to have a lot to deal with here as Zentox gets one through the cage, but Shiro and Sevcon combined for 2. And X-Ray, this final player left on site, getting tagged up, getting spammed up, and finally gets taken out by the molly of Sevcon. And that's going to be the site for them, as it's going to leave TSE in this awkward position, trying to get this one back. They need to win this round after losing the pistol. You don't want to give out too much more. Struggling a bit with the turret there, as it comes on and offline, as Sevcon's going to know that they're here. Going to hold this Garage position down, and Zin's not going to be able to get too much here. As I say that, the swing comes on through and nothing lands. And Zin backs on up. They don't even have a way back into this site. It looks like they're sitting back, maybe looking to save already.
Yeah, I mean, this round looks over for TSE, and that's their bonus. That's the round that you almost... It's sort of the most guaranteed, if you'd like, but Zin able to find an extra bonus on the way out. Will remove a gun from SSP as Shiro will keep on going, as they have an outlaw online. Will pick up that rifle and will go straight back out and fall once again to Zin, who will go into the next round with a Guardian seemingly. Okay, just getting 3. And now SSP only have 1 previous gun going into the next, but that's not going to impact them too much, as they still have a bunch of money to go for, and we once again see the members of TSE falling on that C site, you know, trying to play that really high pace on that defense once the hits come through, but the timing was played so well for SSP. Sevcon just waiting in Garage to break that tripwire, knowing that they'll reveal if the C-split is coming through, if that utility is destroyed. Just waiting for the right moment when their teammates were grouped up on C-long to not reveal it too early, but still have a great opportunity to attack TSE from the side as we go into round 4 and TSE's eco.
Yeah, I mean, TSE already putting a little adaptation in, sending Howl into that Garage position, making sure nothing will go too much further through with that Bucky in that corner. You have to be so careful from the SSP side. You don't want to get caught out by that. And it looks like they're going to want to push up into B, one of those sites that's often more difficult to deal with. You've got those 2 sides to watch out for, but X-Ray swings around at just the awkward timing, but will spot out these players, won't be able to take any out as Shiro will get the kill. That will be the B site here for SSP, and TSE going to have to go for this retake on this B site. Not the greatest site to try and retake, but already SSP want to get aggressive, take down these TSE players, not even give them a chance, as Orly has already got 1 onto Esso, and there we go, Nisha combines for another. And SSP, they just don't want to give TSE even a chance, a foot in the door, as Zentox will get the first with the Sheriff. And won't be able to get the gun upgrade yet, as I say that, and then Zentox gets another. It's probably going to be the only ones on this round, and this will be most likely the round for SSP. But Zentox managing to recover a Vandal into that round, getting a couple kills, getting out. But again, TSE just couldn't do too much. You didn't have the utility, yes, but they just have to give it up.
Yeah. Apart from Zentox finding 3 clean shots, I was going to say that SSP were just able to shut down the flank routes that came out from TSE, trying to find those picks, trying to find a way back into the B site, a way to retake. But SSP were just 1 step ahead and were able to shut those down. And we saw in the first few rounds, TSE instantly taking the A lobby space. I thought that would be quite dangerous for SSP, as they never tried to re-clear it. They were just going towards another side of the map, which you would think would allow TSE to really anticipate those hits and have a lot of members over towards there. If the A players are able to just fast rotate over, we're going to see the space taken again for TSE, but SSP will look to instantly contest.
Yeah, wanting to fight back, try and get some space, but Hal will already get one and a second after finally being taken down by Pat there. But TSE not even scared to get aggressive despite losing so many rounds off of it. And Nisha's going to look to try and clear on through. Doesn't see this player in this close corner as Esso just about lands the shots and will get the kill. Bringing it to 4-on-2. Finally, we're starting to see TSE get a foot back in the door for this game, and they'll spot out a player as well in Pat. They know that the players are down in sewer. They're just going to back on up. They don't want to give up too much unless they have to, and TSE are just going to sit on site and wait for these SSP players to push. Sevkin so close, not getting spotted out, as Zin just wanting to just wait. They know they don't need to get aggressive, so disciplined out of TSE. And there we go, Sevkin will get the first. Can't land the shots on the second, but we'll get a bit of space into sight. And this isn't necessarily where they're going to commit, but there we go. The other players have joined up as Sevkin gets the second, brings us into this 2-on-2, low HP remaining, and Pat will land the shock dart, but it doesn't matter as Sevkin gets the third. 3 clean shots, a great round already for him. Leaves it all down to the solo player for TSE, a round that looked so good, so promising, a 4-on-2. Now all left down to X-Ray.
Sevkin taking their time on the site and continuing the domination that has been happening for SSP so far on Haven. X-Ray with so much to do in this 1v2 time, not on their side so far. And Pat takes the swing, finds the information. But will they be able to convert the kill? X-Ray running out of time and running out of options as Pat will claim the 5th round for SSP in a brilliant start to their attack.
Yeah, I mean, SSP really showing a dominant form, and I was about to ask, when do you see the timeout from TSE? And there it is, after 5 rounds in a row of not being able to get too much space. But Sevkin, I mean, winning back a round that looked so difficult. They'd been shut out of that A site. Finally, it looked like TSE were getting back into it. They were shutting down these pushes, but before we knew it, Sevkin landing the shot, shutting down 3 players, and brings it in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, those were insane shots from Sevkin there. Yeah. But also the player, the other player on site, able to just not peek too early, just playing to the pace that Sevkin was also going, not peeking an angle that would make it harder for Sevkin to sort of get that an unexpected fight and turn the tides for SSP in that round. And if stuff is happening like that.
Yeah. I mean, also an interesting choice as well from Sevkin there. Like, you've had so many players taken down. You're in this 4-on-2. You know that they know you're on A, but they decide to stick out and wait, and they even split up. You have the numbers disadvantage. You send that one player to go down main, and you just go, don't worry, I've got it all sorted here. I'll get the picks for us, and I'll get us into sight.
Yeah.
I mean, Sevkin, 7-2.
Yeah, and we're going to see not only the economy heavily in favor of SSP, but also... Actually, no, the ultimates are really even. But we are going to see the economy really in favor of SSP, and even if they lose this round, if TSE manage to convert an eco, they're still going to have a buy. So you're going to have to see some really immaculate play from TSE, and they're just going to go instantly aggressive down mid, and Hal will be hit by that paranoia in middle. Will they back off all the way? No, they're just going to reposition and go into mid window. Hal about to find his first jewel will be stopped by Nisha, and that is the biggest threat TSE have in this round, down within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was clearly some kind of play that they decided on this timeout. We're going to send this one player aggressive, try and get something done, and it gets shut down. Nisha being so patient to just sit back and wait, and now the rest of the team will stack up onto this C side, and X-Ray just about doesn't spot out the players, as SSP are going to run up all together, and Ollie will already take down X-Ray. That's the site straight on over to SSP, and Shiro has also ultimate and will push on up. Wanting to get more players, but deciding not to get aggressive, being so patient. And Nisha will get one through the smoke, and they just back on up. They get the spike down, they decide to back up. They realize they don't need to get any more aggressive, and TSE 2v5, gun's not in your favor, and you've got so many players to deal with.
Yeah, and TSE, there's almost no chance for them in this retake. So many ultimates on the side of SSP as well, but they're just going to go for the kills they can with the weaponry they have. As Zentox will find Sevkin, and they're just going to try to find as many exits as possible, but the aftershock from Nisha is just going to insult Zin and send them back to spawn, as SSP will run away from the spike, excluding Shiro, who's going to try and hunt down this gun, as SSP move to 6-0 already.
Yeah, I mean, Zentox running for the fences, wanting to make sure they save that gun through. We'll hear the Neon chasing after them, but Shiro cannot find the kill there, but won't mind too much as that is 6 rounds on the board. I mean, from the side of TSE, can't even get anything going right now. 4 of these rounds have been forcing them onto that save. You've seen the spike has been the thing that's won them the rounds, and it seems like they can't work out what's going wrong, but maybe we'll see a slight change as Howl is going to invest this operator into this round.
Yep. And that operator had so much impact in the last map, but obviously not able to come online until this point with how the economy was for TSE and the fact that they've lost so many rounds in a row. SSP now once again contesting this A lobby space, and the operator won't connect initially as Howl seemingly is going to go for another fight on long with the help of this drone. Will Howl be able to find the shot onto one of SSP? A fight about to come through, but Ollie is ready for it and denies the operator having impact and will remove it instantly out of TSE's hands as soon as they get it. But the Rolling Thunder comes through and TSE are going to have to stop this site take.
Yeah, Nisha invests that Rolling Thunder in as Esso will take out one with the Shock Dart from heaven as Pat will fall down. Finally, they have the site here for SSP, but this is a great look for TSE already. Managing to keep 4 players up, but still got quite a lot to clear on out. As SSP just gonna wait out, gonna play these crossfires, and Zin gonna need to invest this stun and get stunned up in exchange as well. Can't find any players just yet as Nisha's gonna look to swing on through on this timing, gets the 1. We'll see these other players as X-Ray will get a trade onto Shiro, and Zentox will shut down Nisha and Ollie, all left alone. And finally, a round for TSE there, keeping it clean on this retake and bringing it back with 2 guns recovered as well.
It seemed like SSP had great crossfires to set up for that post plant, but the flank broke it apart, forcing the players to reposition and not be able to trade each other, enabling TSE to finally get around on the board. And they're still going to have mostly, or actually all of their members are going to have weaponry on the table. How once again able to have that operator online. I think that's big. If we're able, or if rather TSE are able to get Howl online back into this series and back into their really confident ways. Remember, they were disrespecting SSP so much on Ascent. You've got to, I think, be leaning into the same things if that's how your team finds success.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely one to watch out for as Pat with an interesting dart there to send it into Garage to clear out, but there is nothing there to deal with. As Shiro wanting to get aggressive on this Neon, just run on through, but X-Ray ready on the other side to send that blind on through as soon as these players push on, but they've played it quiet. And Howl, as you were saying, finally gets one with the operator. The dink comes on through and Howl again lands a second. The Rolling Thunder invested, but Howl accidentally runs a bit too fast and gets tagged up by it. And we'll just have to sit and wait, but the spike is with them. TSE have this, and SSP need to recover as one player is so weak, but Shiro will get it and will just about get out with his life as well. And as I say that, X-Ray will get another onto Nisha. And only 2 players left standing for SSP. Shiro gonna look to get aggressive as the stun comes on through. Manages to beat the timing, will get stuck in the trip though. And as the blind finally comes on down, X-Ray will get the kill and Zentox will close out the round.
Okay, TSE showing there is a limit to what they're gonna allow SSP to get away with. And even though the first kills came through for the side of TSE, they still invest the Rolling Thunder to just secure the round. I think that's definitely what you need when you've had some close rounds go the enemy's way. You just want to keep it in your favor. You want to keep this stretch of rounds going. Now that you've gotten hold of it, you don't want to let go. And the economy, they can now have an opportunity to break it for SSP if they take this round.
I mean, you were saying about how needing to get activated. There we go. We saw it right there. Gets that 2 kills on the round. A great shot on the second, but just about whiffs the shot on the first there. Getting aggressive out of that garage positioning, but can't land anything. And we'll swap over to C Long and get taken out by Ollie. Just as I say that, it's almost as if I cursed. How unfortunate. Gets taken down in this round. And already the numbers advantage swaying in the way of SSP. And I mean, TSE, they're going to have to slow it down after this. They're going to have to wait on out.
Yep. And that duel in Garage would be important if it comes to B. But SSP look to just group towards A. They're going to play slow. I believe they're stalling for a tech issue here that came up in the chat. But
I do believe I saw a disconnect.
Yeah, there was a disconnect, but they're still going to try and find space here. They're re-clearing A on this drone. But they're not going to know that there's only 1 player from TSE on this A site. How fast will they opt to hit this? if they do it now, they could have very good chances of success. Esso going towards short, about to enter a fight against 2, but stunned up, will try to back away. Will they have the time? The Aftershock will not allow Esso to escape, and SSP go into the site and will now have to prevent a retake.
I mean, Nisha, that utility getting such good use out of it. 2 kills already in this game with that. And Sevkun managing to shut one down after reconnecting back in was in a really good lurk spot, but Zentox will shut that one straight on down. As TSC gonna only have these 2 players standing, so many ultimates on the other side as well if needed. And it's just going to be given up on that one. TSC not wanting to go for that, not wanting to commit into it, realizing they don't even have a way back in, and SSP, even with the 1 player disconnected, managing to win out the round.
I mean, talk about confidence. That's something that's going to give you confidence. Yeah, that's a bizarre turn of events, but I mean, tactical DC,
yeah,
I guess.
I mean, disconnects, waits around, somehow doesn't get spotted, and then gets a really good lurk timing.
Yeah, but I mean, either way, without that lurk, that was still a great side take for SSP, and then obviously that lurk making it way easier to deal with the retake attempt from TSC, lowering their numbers, making them have to worry about someone in the back lines. Sevcon's been finding really good timings, usually through mid, either garage or B. Just poking the sort of, just poking the open spots that TSC leave around that area of the map, and it makes them so paranoid. They have to just keep, they have to just keep so much awareness about where Sevcon could be going through that map, and that can make it a lot more difficult to go for fast retakes if you wish to.
Yeah, and SSP gonna get aggressive in this mid position as already the kills going each and every way as Sevcan and Nisha combine for 2. And SSP, they've got a bit of this site control, but the stun will come on through, and Zentox in a really awkward spot with this operator. Stuck behind a smoke, but how? Still in the backline. The blind will come on through, will blind him up, and he can't land the shots as Shiro will get 1. But Zentox with the classic manages to get another and trades a second as well with the Vandal, and Nisha managing to bring it even, and what a swing as well to take out the final player, and Zentox in the back line. A great round for SSP there. Bringing it to 8-2.
Yeah, such huge impact from Nisha, and it seemed like TSC had finally figured out what they needed to do. It seemed like they were going to get their foot really back into this half, but SSP still look to keep control and still look to retain a huge lead going into when they're on defense, currently being 8-2 in their favor. I mean,
yeah. I mean, SSP really showing dominant form in this game. I mean, you saw the first game, it was really 50-50, like both sides just fighting back against each other, but it seems like it's all been down on SSP in this half. But no, Shiro and Hao trading 1-for-1 as Zin and Sev can't do the same on the other side. And the spike will fall here as Hao will get into a good position to spot this out as Sevcon will fall. And there is another player close in X-Ray, but Nisha managing to land the shots, gets 2 of their own, and brings it down to this one last player on TSC side. And they've got the C site. Zentox, that lone player. We've seen what Zentox was doing, especially last game, but maybe unable to get as activated in this one, as it's going to be another one of those C plants. They're going to be able to just back on off to C long and not have to worry too much, and they have the breach up. Those stuns, those flashes going to stop any opportunities for Zentox here. But Zentox is going to give it a go and just try and explore through a little bit. The Rolling Thunder is there as well if needed, if it gets a bit worrying. But Zentox invests the ult into this, really wants to commit. We'll know that both players are playing long now.
No cages either.
Ollie has this blind ready in hand and will get the timing right. And Zentox blinded up, has to back on up, run for the fences. And there's still nothing more as, again, the stun comes through as well. And it's going to leave no time left for Zentox. Nothing more they can do. They're going to go for these kills on the way out. But no, Ollie will shut it down. And no kills for Zentox there. As 9-2 for the side of SSP. TSC just can't find a way back in. They give up these sites maybe a bit too easily.
Yeah, maybe that neural theft could have had a really big impact if there was, you know, a flank coming around. It could have allowed Zentox to isolate those fights, but with those players both being in long, just the opportunity was not allowed. And it seemed like TSC were finally able to shut down some of the aggression on middle from SSP. However, they just lost the members. They still lost members from shutting down that aggression with how fast it was from SSP, allowing SSP to just have so many choices between them where they wanted to go, but Hal is going to give them no choices in this round and will find a collateral to stop the initial push into Garage and finally give them a lifeline to get a decent scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, how a great position there. Managing to get 2 in this close corner as TSC gives it the advantage, and the ultimate is invested as it's the last round anyway, and How with the free K running around, jumping around, and gets the 4 as well. Shutting down that round single-handedly, bringing it to 3-9. It's an extra round on the board. A round, I mean, really needed for the side of TSC. Any round is good for them, but SSP with that 9-3 half, a dominant showing so far.
Yeah, if you're going to have a round like that in a 3-9, you want it to be the last one. They can at least go into this next half with some form of hope, with some form of confidence that, you know, they've still got this. They're obviously still in this series. They're still a map up. Map 2 has not been claimed yet for SSP, but it is looking very good for them with that round count. And it seems like SSP are going to do a similar thing to their opponents on A with early aggression into A lobby. And we may see a big fight from both sides coming out here.
I mean, yeah, this push into Suez could see so much go down as both teams look to be stacked up ready for it. You've got those 2 other players on the side of SSP sitting watching Garage just in case, but SSP's going to get aggressive here. As TSC, are they going to be ready for this? No, it looks like they're going towards long, not sending anyone down this sewer position. As SSP, if they get this timing, could be great. Going to spot out Esso and get the first for Shiro there. Gets the stun, backs on up, and they're going to go back to site here. And TSC now have to be so worried that there's so much to deal with, and SSP get that early pick, but already the push down mid as well. They've managed to get a bit more of this positioning. They're going to surely hear this rotation over. And TSC going to get this C site for free for now, but they got so many players to clear on out. Shiro going to be this first player, going to have to deal with Howl, who's decided to push up really close and can't get a slide in time, as Howl will get 2, will slide on through and won't get a second, as Sevkun managing to get 3 on the round, shuts down any opportunity there, and just slams the door in their face.
SSP was so ready for that C fight as they just made a really early rotation after they took that A space and found that early kill. They just made the prediction that TSC are not going to re-clear this area after we've already found a member here. We're just going to run straight to the C site, not even wait for confirmation of that info, but they eventually got it from the players in Garage. They heard the noise of TSC running up to long, and then SSP just have more numbers, and they use that so well to their advantage and end up closing out the pistol to make it really dangerous for TSC, but they're not going to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, How does not want to slow down here on this Neon, running in, trying to take a fight nice and early on. Will take down the turret and force Sevkun back as the only player on C for now, but the rest of the team will rotate on over as TSC is going to get this site control. They have the whole site to themselves for now. Will get the spike planted down, but the rest of the players of SSP already stacked up, trying to group up, take these fights together. Don't want to give up anything too crazy, as How will get 1 and manage to just about recover back into the site and rejoin the team. But already Ollie managing to get 1 onto X-Ray, as How wanting to go aggressive again and again and manages to land another, but the rest of the team is falling around him as Sevkun combines for another 2 with the Phantom and will shut down the round again. Sevkun just shutting down every single opportunity for TSE here. It seems like it's just his site.
Yeah, SSP Chaos once again, but they will come out on top on that anti-eco. Maybe a bit closer than you'd want, but honestly, when you're this far up, when you get rounds, you take them anyway.
Yeah.
They just get you ever closer to that map victory, and that's the thing of ultimate importance here. We're going to see How very close to that overdrive, 1 away, and we'll have a Bucky on this attack. It's probably going to be a similar pace to the opening rounds that he's previously done.
Yeah,
Ooh,
probably.
Changing weaponry, though.
Oh, yeah, wanting to probably find an early pick and try and get that online, as that will probably give them the best chance in this round, but gonna most likely have to give up that match point here. I mean, you saw those Sheriffs invested, and X-Ray only got that classic to be able to clear that out, and these players on SSP getting aggressive, and Shiro has already got 1 in the round, and that will activate Howl on the other side, who will get taken out straight away by Ollie. Already taking down 2 players for the side of SSP here, and they want to keep getting aggressive. Sevkun, we've seen what he's been doing, gets another, swings around and hits the second shot as well. Shutting down any opportunities here for TSC. A flawless round against the lighter by Yes, but they couldn't even get any positioning whatsoever.
Yeah, SSP are at the brink of taking us to a map 3, of taking us to bind against TSE. And what a map 3 that would be if we get there, and what a series this is turning out to be, as we're just seeing domination on the other side on this map too. And SSP, once again, it's going to be pretty even weaponry this time, but we're going to see several Outlaws come out from SSP. But TSE will have majority full shield, so we'll see if that comes back to bite SSP, as they may not find the impact they want with those Outlaws, but either way, it's going to deal lethal damage.
Yeah, I mean, How going to keep trying to get aggressive. Has this Judge this time. Will need to take these close fights. Has to push in and try and get something early, but can't find anything just yet. And Pat seems to know the positioning. Knows that one of these players has pushed up close and has just sat themselves down waiting. And they're just not going to move. SSP willing to just sit down and wait. They don't need to worry about anything too much for now, and How stuck in this corner. Wants to get activated, and here we go. This drone's going to spot out Esso, who tries to break it but can't about just in time. And Pat still so aware of How's positioning, and How just has to wait. Seems like on the side of TSC, they're kind of just stuck in a bit of a stalemate at the moment, as they need to find this first opening pick, but SSP is just not moving.
Yep. All TSC have is an overdrive, but an overdrive can be way more than just the impact of a standard ultimate, as Hal will go in, but will be stunned and will not have the fire rate to get the damage they would want, as Esso and the rest of TSC look to continue fighting, even though they're at such a deficit. Zentox will find one at the lurk before they get taken down, and it's now going to be a 2v3 in favor of TSC.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha gonna have to be this first player to push on in, try and take these fights, as Ollie does only have that Outlaw, and Zin is gonna be close there, ready to shut it on down, but I say that, and Nisha will get one back on the other side, brings it to this 1v2, both players front side, gets the first, but can't land the second, and finally a round shut out for Esso there for the side of TSC, managing to bring it to 4-12, but is it too little too late?
That would have been a ridiculous close for Nisha if they converted that, but Esso luckily close enough to manage to get the trade onto their teammate and keep the game alive for TSE, but it's such a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah.
When do you start believing in comebacks?
I mean, look, the comeback is always possible, but in a game like this, SSP still have the economy. They can still keep on running this through. TSE have got so much to do. Yes, they found a bit of success, but this is the first one they found on this side, as How gonna really try and get aggressive here on that stunned up player. Gets a lot of tags on through, but no kill will connect, and Pat will get out with their life. And that just means they can sit back and wait for the rest of the team to group up and help them out. But TSC do not commit to this, as Zentox manages to find Sevkan, who gets way too aggressive through that garage positioning, trying to get into the spawn of TSC. And yeah, Zentox being this solo player to find the gap in the hold, and Ollie gonna be this first line of defense, gonna blind on through, get this timing right, but doesn't decide to swing off of it. Gets the team to, but no one there to help, as How will get 2 on the round already and keeps on getting aggressive, and Zentox will combine for another. And it looks like TSC are going to be able to close out a very clean round here, as the only player left standing has such low HP.
Yeah, and it's going to be so difficult to close this round out for Pat. Practically impossible, but seems like he's going to go for it anyway, but the main goal is going to just be removing the most guns you can from the side of TSC. They're in these post-plant positions. They don't want to let anything slip through. And Esso will find the kill onto Pat and will keep TSC going in map 2.
Yeah, TSC showing some signs of brilliance as we get into this, like later on in this half. I mean, managing to bring back a couple of rounds there, but again, you have to be aware that if they just drop one singular round for SSP there, they can win the game out just like that.
Yeah, and you maybe see SSP, namely Sevkan in that round, getting a bit too eager to end the game almost. Finding what they probably thought was a really good lurk timing, but being caught off by Zentox being in that backline. For TSC, able to catch off that lurk. Probably not something that's going to be repeated in this round, but what will be repeated is Neon's just running in.
Yeah, Shiro wanting to get really aggressive there on the defensive side, trying to find that early pick. Will be the one player with the Vandal for the side of SSP here, and Nisha going to stun and try and help out the player, but nothing will connect as of yet. A little bit of damage traded each side, and the Vandal will be thrown on back as Shiro has the ultimate available. So we'll be ready to pop this as soon as anything happens, but looks like the side of TSC, they just want to sit back and wait a bit. They're a bit scared of this aggression maybe, and know they don't need to commit into this necessarily. And they're going to clear it all out with this drone.
Yep, and Zin had the breach Yuta already, but isn't going to use it. Shiro, though, drop their weaponry, but will still find a headshot with the Sheriff, will still connect the crucial shots. Looks to go for more, but isn't going to commit. May look to reswing now. It will seemingly be solo, but there's players right behind them, 3 to be exact. SSP are ready for this fight. Shiro sliding out to be the first point of contact, and one either way. The overdrive will come out to try and finish the game. Shiro will get shut down by Esso, and There's a lurk in the C site for,
30
for
seconds
TSE.
left.
There is,
Are they
but
going to go back? Do they have the time? 30 seconds. But
this
the
player pushed
Killjoy
up.
is down in middle. They're going to be able to hear this. Are they going to be able to shut it down? No. They will be able to get into the C site, but the retake may happen very quickly.
Yeah, the retake is going to be so ready for the other side here as Zentox, the only player to get all of this positioning, as Sevcon might get the timing right. He will shut down the first player as the other will TP onto site. The spike will get planted just about, but the ultimate already invested for Sevcon here. X-Ray and Zentox gonna have to push on back out of this ultimate. Yes, they can play this long positioning, but they've got a lot to deal with here. As Oli already getting into sight, the other two players grouping up as well. The smokes are available. They're going to have to get the spams on through and have to get a bit lucky here to make sure they land them, as Zentox will get stunned up straight away. X-Ray there ready, and the defuse is coming through as Oli is just sticking it. Nothing is being done, no spams connecting, and that will be the round. 13-5 for the side of SSP, shutting down TSE there and bringing us to 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, what a bounce back that is for SSP, bringing us to a third map and showing that they can really fight back against TSE and want to just take the victory completely for themselves. I mean, that was strong. That was a strong showing from them.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like TSE, after such brilliance towards that second half of that first map, just really struggling in this map. They couldn't really get anything going, and when they did, it was too little, too late. Nothing could be done, and SSP just running away with it. I mean, the Neons just getting aggressive, and from the side of TSE, couldn't get too much done there. And then we'll look forward into the next map. I mean, we've got Bind next. I mean, what do we expect to see there?
Yeah, I mean, probably even more chaos. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening there. But before map 3, we're going to head back to our analyst desk before we come back for Bind.
Hello. Welcome back. What a game. We were watching it here and we were just like, it's so temperamental.
It's such a different game.
Yeah, we just didn't really know what was going on. It was kind of just,
When I laughed,
what is going on? We were like, what do you think led to this result?
SSP came out of nowhere, but they were swinging, dominating TSE in these rounds. We had a lot of really good individual moments. Sevcan, extremely good.
Yeah.
Just shutting down a lot of these players, especially at the start of the second half. The pistol rounds, they kept their momentum going into it, even though they did lose the last round of the half. They went into it instantly pushing up A short, got their kill, came all the way back, and then it started to go a bit backwards when they started to retake on C site. But then Sevcan comes out of nowhere, a 2v3, and he just one-taps 3 of them. And then the round after, the same happens. Howl has been really good at getting the entries for the side of TSE, but apparently they weren't able to play off of that. Sevcan, again, on the second round, and I think maybe the third round as well, he got a 4K, then a 3K. I think so much momentum was gained from SSP.
Yeah.
It could lead into another dominant map 3 if they get a good start.
Oh, 100%. I think especially if you're going into the game halfway through, it's 10-2. As TSC, you've kind of lost your strength, especially coming off a win. You're like, oh, they probably thought, oh, we've got this. We've got this in the bag.
Confident game from 13-7, and then they get destroyed.
I know, especially so significantly as well. There was a little glimpse of hope in the second half. Like they got, I think, 4 rounds.
Yeah.
But once you're that behind,
It doesn't really matter. You kind of just play in to pray that eventually it just
especially
gets going.
once they've got their ultimates, their util, once they've got a little grasp of what you're doing, they can just get rounds every now and then, and that leads them to the win easily.
And it did.
Yeah, of course, because SSP won. Congratulations. We're going to go to a third map, which is not what I expected at all.
I thought SSP wouldn't really bounce back. I don't know how their experience is, obviously, as a team, but I think they showed it in that map. They came back from a 13-7 and then smacked them.
And then we have Zevcon, I would say, is our MVP of that map.
I think he was.
Just, especially after the one specific moment.
Oh, the disconnect. That was funny. That was funny. Him disconnecting in the corner of middle and then still somehow managing to take a timing and get a big frag onto the breach.
Yes.
I think that denied the retake for that round. It was,
Honestly, so accidental. Maybe it was on purpose. Like, oh yeah.
they might have been bragging. They might have
We were literally watching it and we're like, how did that happen? How do you sneak up like that? But
such a good timing.
we have some stats to look at. So let's have a little nose there. There we go. So this is a lot more one-sided, I would say, compared to last time.
Yeah, it was pretty even last time.
Yeah, it was
the first kills were the same.
Yeah, but here we have SSB having more first kills. So maybe that's their motive. They were like, okay, get these first kills, get this initiative, so then they can be intimidating. They can have that, just have that advantage. So they just clearly capitalised off that, even though there's still quite, it's not like a mega difference. They still proved better.
I think SSP on their attack, they were getting so many first bloods, but I've got to give credit to Howl in the amount of kills that I noticed him getting right back after trading the first death. But unfortunately, TSA weren't just able to capitalise off of it, and I think that kind of led to SSP gaining that momentum that they did, and still just taking some insane fights. Like you'd have Sevcan running down mid, walking down. It was really fun to see. But I mean, at the side of TSE, you've got to be annoyed that they're almost disrespecting you in how aggressive they're playing, especially on defense on Haven.
Yeah, especially I would say with those post plants having such a higher amount, it's kind of like, yeah, we've sussed how you play now, so we're just going to play off your defenses, play off your attacks, and just play for safety, really, because we noticed a lot. I think there was, at one point, 4 of them C-long, and all just waiting for a single tap, and they just got absolutely rolled. But I think that's it for that game. We're going to a game 3. I'm quite excited now.
I am as well. I'd like to see a closer map for this last one.
Yeah.
I think TSE are a good team, and so is SSP. And I think these teams can have a really good game on the last one of Bind.
Anyway, so we're going to pass it over, and we will see you in a little bit.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet.
Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 colors draw me, gravity to the bottom of the sea. Making waves, I'm making waves to leave this place. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning,
Most days I can barely leave my bed, 'cause someone lives rent free inside my head. I say I'm not okay, I'm terrified when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes. What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh my God, I can't breathe, and I don't know why angels angels come and they leave to the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Please, God, can you give me some relief? I've been out here hiding like a thief. I'll pull the windows down when I feel low. Keep my demons close so nobody knows the crusade that lives inside of me. Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know why. Angels come and they leave to the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Oh my God, I can't breathe. Angels come and they leave. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again.
Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon.
welcome back to Game 3 of our series. I mean, TSC versus SSP, it's been a great one so far. We had that first map quite close to start out, and then TSC started to run away with it, but we go into map 2, and SSP are back.
Yeah, this map 3 is shaping up to look really exciting, and I also think Bind is going to be a map that sort of enables shenanigans that these teams are doing. I think it's going to enable aggressive shenanigans, especially on the defense side. If you really want to do stuff like showers crunches through that B teleport, or just other pushes through, you know, A short, B long as well, contesting that can be really important. So those sort of avenues, I think, are going to give both of these teams a lot of opportunity to express their skill.
Yeah, 100%. One of those maps where, I mean, we've seen how these first few maps have even been. There's a lot of aggressive pushing going on. But in one of those where that can also happen, you've got the TPs to play into as well. Yep. If you get, you know, a certain amount of aggression, you can go into their back line through a TP straight away. But it's definitely one to watch out for. And one of those maps again where you can start to see a couple of those weird little pocket picks maybe coming out. I mean, I've seen a few Yorus come out on this map before. I wouldn't be overly surprised if we see that, but the consistent Jets and Neons are also great, and even Raze.
Yeah, Raze was a staple on this map for a really long time, with Neon sort of being that main other option that you're going to see. As you mentioned, this is one of the maps where I think people are sort of more used to seeing Yoru be put into that second duelist slot, or sometimes even a main duelist, where he really is able to excel on this map, especially with being able to fake and sort of abuse the teleports on the map itself. But also just the map design is quite good for just throwing teleports across the map. For quick rotations on either side, you're able to create a bunch of presence, but we haven't seen one just yet, as we're going to head straight into agent select.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard comps it looks like so far. I mean, you're going to see those Brimstones. I mean, those double smokes on both sides. You've got the Brimstone Viper. Why is it that on this map this is so picked? I mean, it's a very common thing to happen, but what is it that makes it so much more powerful on this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bind is one of the maps where teams really value being able to place 3 smokes at one time. And Brim is the only controller who's able to properly do that on his own. But then he also has a lot of power in terms of just stalling post plant or denying plant itself with his molly and his ultimate specifically. I also want to dive into the fact that the difference between both of these comps here, SSP are going to have the Cypher and the Viper, where TSC are going Sentinel-less. The main thing being that SSP are going to have less information easily accessible to them, especially on that defense, with their only hard information really, well, not hard information, but their only soft information really being that Sky.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to utilize that utility extremely well in order to be able to know when to rotate and where they want to make it their strong side on the map.
I mean, yeah, and you see the Gecko Fade as well on the other side. I mean, 2 of those agents that can give so much recon with the stuff. Like, even the Gecko Flash will reveal where these players are, and Fade, one of those agents we kind of saw, like, it's kind of hovered around in the meta kind of on this. It's like, when it's not picked super often, but if played effectively, can be great.
Yeah, Fade can definitely shine on a lot of the maps where Sova isn't as prevalent. And it's, I'd say one of the main avenues from that is the differences in how Prowlers and drones take people off of angles. Sometimes the Prowler you can stay fighting, but on a map like Bind, just the information that someone is in a corner like A Cubby or in Hookah is extremely valuable, whereas Sova, if you're facing against operators, for example, you really need to force them away. But it's less prevalent on this map, although still possible. But we're going to be going straight into round 1, map 3, SSP versus TSE.
Yeah, and TSC already looking to go towards this B site. They're going to send a couple players up long and a couple towards Hookah, and SSP Pat going to be trying to swing this on through. Spots the players and backs on up. Doesn't want to take too much of a fight there in the early round, and TSC willing to get aggressive. Make sure they clear out all of these angles. I mean, we've seen before in that close spot on B that they can be dangerous if not cleared out properly. And TSC looking to take these fights, but SSP set up well with these 2 players. This high-low setup, making sure to break it on down. And SSP, they're getting aggressive on the other side of the map, and it's paid off for them as Nisha will get 1 onto Esso after getting the trade through. Sevcan does fall, but they're not going to be too against that, as it's going to force the rest of these players of TSC to regroup back up.
Yeah, we're getting a taste of this SSP defense. They don't want to stay idle. They want to take space on the side of the map where they don't have that information from Twisted Saint Esports of just revealing their position. But now it looks like TSE are going to try and enter into this A site. Time running out, 40 seconds left on the clock, and all the utility is going to go out. The smokes covering the wingman to get the spike down, but Nisha is right on this flank into Lamps as all 3 TSE players are starting to fight.
Yeah, TSC not ready necessarily for this player in the back, but they've all grouped up into this Lamps position. And it's going to cause so much for SSP to have to clear out. But if they manage to get a good bit of util in there and clear it, it could be great for them. But TSC trapped one in. They don't have the spike in their control necessarily, as SSP are going to look to start getting aggressive as the tap comes on through, and TSC will get the first. But the stick is happening, and TSC have to push on in. They managed to not get too much done there, but they stopped the defuse happening, and Sin trying to spam through the smoke won't get anything, as Zentox will get one, get the second, but the stick is still happening, and just about Ollie will stick it out, will win out the round. A clutch for the side of SSP there, and TSC had it.
Sin didn't have the ammo. TSC got the first 2 kills, but the third was the most important. And the shots, the bullets just weren't there to be able to get Ollie off of that spike, just sticking the defuse and gaining that pistol for SSP. That's a huge start for them. That's a massive round to get on the board initially, and they're going to want to carry that through to the rest of this half. And we have, I believe, seen an anti-eco not converted already in this series, so you don't want this to be another of them.
Yeah, we've seen it happen already, and TSC are not going to be too happy with that round. They wanted to try to get their comeback, but SSP already getting aggressive on long, takes down one straight away, and a trade on the other side of the map as well, as one player will fall from each side. But TSC not too afraid of this, as they'll send the extra player over to group up onto B. But they've got a lot to deal with if they choose to submit to this one. Ashiro still with this Outlaw, such a dangerous gun in these sorts of rounds. Will take down the Gecko Flash, but no shots connecting, as SSP wanting to get activated, wanting to take the kills, and there we go. They'll shut down the round, not allowing anything for TSC there. Yes, they'll get a pick on the way out, but they do not want to allow this to slip away from them.
It wasn't the decider in the round, but what a great flash thrown by Pat to assist Ollie in B long there. Just, they smoked off the long fight, so Ollie was completely isolated. Pat throws that Sky Flash straight over the top of long to be able to just confirm that fight, not lose more guns than you need to on that anti-eco, and SSP are able to convert it, and then TSC are going to now have to fight back with this bonus, and they have full weaponry to do so.
Yeah, and luckily those full shields as well. Kashiro's still got that Outlaw online, but that won't do too much damage here, as Pat already sending the flash out, wanting to find out where these players are. Will get revealed themselves as well, so we'll have to back on up. But already they know that at least a few players are B. Looks like TSC might not want to necessarily commit into this. Spike is still sitting towards the middle of the map here, as they don't want to commit too early. They kind of want to feel out, see what's going on, as they're going to start to send a couple players up on B long. And Howl is going to be the first line to go in. We'll get the blast pack through, and we'll just about lose out the fight against Pat. Pat broke solo and finally gets traded out by Zin there, but manages to get one on the way out as Ollie as well. He's swinging aggressively out of hookah, leaving Zin all alone, managing to get the first on site as Esso gets another. Finally cleaning up and grouping up as a team, and TSC have got the site. SSP here gonna have to retake through. I mean, be one of those sites that's so difficult to get the retake, and Nisha wanting to get aggressive through TP manages to get a big tag onto Esso. 39 HP remaining for them, but the Vandal still in hand as Zim will get another. Will close out Shiro, and only the solo player left. Nisha just stuck in this TP, wanting to just land 1 or 2 shots, maybe just get something on the way out, but the spam's coming through, the connecting through the wall. And brought so weak, and that will surely be the round, and there it is for the side of TSE.
Yeah, we maybe could have seen some earlier rotations from SSP to sort of mitigate the explosiveness that TSE had the potential to have and unleashed on that B site, with Shiro just walking up solo on showers at near the early round, just getting so much information by themselves, and then they had that Cypher utility on A short as well. Sometimes on those bonus rounds, you have to take gambles. Maybe just going to that B site early would have given them a chance. However, definitely not the worst round to lose. It is their bonus, and they're going to come straight back into this round with guns in their own hands.
Yeah, one of those that they'll probably expect to lose. They'll just go, as much damage as we can get is great, but TSC making sure they get that round on the board. Don't want to let it start slipping away like the last map, but already managing to get that first round on the board, and this is where you're going to want to see what happens as the buy rounds from each side, as Ollie just sitting in this, being patient, waiting, and is paid off massively for it, as Howl will get one as well onto Sevkan on the other side. Howl wanting to get aggressive through this B long position, but this nade's going to do a lot to slow them down. Shiro spamming through the smoke as well, nothing connecting, but it's going to slow down all these TSE players on this B long position. As Zentox is going to have to rotate on back. They don't have the spike as of yet. They need to group back up and get this. And you've got this one player pushing down Hookah right now, trying to just get some extra space. And it's going to cause for a fight. And there we go. Zentox is going to win it out as X-Ray and Zin just waiting patiently. The swing comes on through finally, and they'll get this push into B. They will have the site control for now, but no spike yet, and already the SSP players want to get aggressive. They want to push out, but Zin is there to shut it down, bringing it all down onto this one solo player. The Brimstone for the side of SSP and Ollie gonna have to just back up and save this gun with so long left in the round.
Yeah,
30 seconds left.
crucial 1v1s going the way of TSE in that round. That lurk down hookah looked like it could have been really detrimental, but not able to find any kills from that push, and then unfortunately being taken down. And yeah, that leaves SSP just in a really difficult position in the late state of the round.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's like TSE managed to get into sight and keep it clean and keep 4 players alive as well. Just forcing SSP just out of the site, and there's nothing really they can do. They try and do that fast, aggressive, straight back in, but only have 2 players to go for it, and the timing is not there to group up together. And Ollie gonna have to do with a couple of these players to try and save this Phantom through. The tag comes on, but there's nothing as the kill yet. Is Ollie gonna have a lot of players to deal with? The nade also thrown through, trying to just stay alive on this heaven position. Swings on through, but no. Howell will shut it down, not allowing any guns to be saved on through, and a great round for TSE there.
Yeah, I think if SSP have had a lot of sort of moments of defensive aggression, of walking up different areas, but it's been solo a lot of the time. I think if you start to do those sort of plays as 2 people, 3 people, you could see them really turning the tides of how these rounds are going for them on this half. You could find trades or just a lot of information that would be extremely valuable to them in these rounds, but that may not be happening just yet. However, we are going to see the classic combination of Raze and Sky on B long, potentially getting a fight against TSE.
Yeah, I mean, TSE were going to want to get aggressive. They've got the gun advantage here, and they all know this, as SSP going to be on this weaker weaponry going into this round. Going to leave a couple of these players solo. They're going to try and group up on this site here. Already been spotted out by that Fade utility, as we were saying. Such good recon here. But TSE not trying to get too aggressive too quickly, aware that these SSP players might send a couple aggressive players out. They want to get these early picks on through, and How being the first player to show themselves to the other side. And Ollie just has to back on up. So here we go, TSE. They're sending a player into A though. They send that aggression into B. They swapped it all over to A. We'll get tagged by that Cypher Cam, but the nade on through to shut down Sevkan. Gets a nade to the face, but manages to get out without any damage taken. The trips are going to do a lot to slow down these players, but they're just going to break them all on and just run on into the site. Sevkan going to have a lot to do here. Got to get this timing right on this swing. And there we go. Sevkan gets the first, manages to back on out, and they've stopped the plant as well. The wingman unable to get this plant down. And now it's in a really awkward spot, but Zentox will get the kill. This nade is going to do so much, but also the ultimate invested. As TSE forced on back, and all of a sudden they've only got 30 seconds left on the round, and all of these players are here for SSP. There's so much left to clear out, and the ultimate's been invested for TSE. They really want to make sure they shut this down, as Howell will have to hop off the spike and get the kill, as Ollie will trade one straight back as well. The spike is finally planted down for the side of TSE. There's so many kills left to get as Ollie swings on out, and a great headshot there with the Sheriff. Tries to get more, but Zin will shut it all on down, and Shiro with the Marshall. All left onto Zin, but no! This guy ultimate has played it off, and Pat managing to get the kill timing right.
How have SSP managed that? They were able to get some really early picks as TSE were entering into that site, and they were able to keep all of that, or at least almost all of their members alive to play that retake and not falling whilst TSE were entering into that site. I was thinking SSP had really deep sight lines on almost all angles of the map, like 3 out of 4. They had members holding and waiting for those TSE players, but they weren't really doing too much off of it. I was sort of waiting for SSP to make a play out of it, but they had a very good reactionary response to TSE and are able to take an eco round away from them.
Yeah, I mean, SSP, the Sky ult helping them out massively there, pulling the crosshair placement out of the way, and Zentox is going to invest his ultimate already straight into the round. We'll get caught by the trip, so we won't get too much more, but we'll see a couple of these players as they'll try and spam it on out, as a Raze ult also invested from the side of TSE. Does not get anything done, but How will hop up top, and already the kills going backwards and forwards. 2 on 3 now, as TSE will just about get this advantage, and they've got the site. A moment of silence after all of these kills falling down, and SSP going to have to do another one of these retakes on B. Not a great site to try and get through, but Shiro's beating the timing of the smoke here. Tries to get the kill, can't land the shots, and Zentox will get the kill. Shiro had to fight through a nade at the same time. Not much more they could do, and it's all left down to Nisha. 3 players left, and the ultimate's still there. They've got the second use on it, but they can't find Nisha. Nisha's managed to slip the ultimate there. They get the timing right. They could maybe get 1 or 2 here and make this somewhat winnable, but the players of TSC so patient to just wait in this long position, realize they have no idea where Nisha is playing, and they just don't want to give up any easy kills, don't want to give those 1v1s, and the time is just going to tick on down. As Nisha has finally got to get something going, puts the wall up, goes for the stick, and won't decide to commit to it, and will go aggressive in the end and try and get one on the way out. Gets one, but finally gets taken out by X-Ray there.
You know what? That play was great from Nisha at the end to just try and not allow TSE to get away with their lives, to try and remove guns from their side. And only getting 1 from it, I honestly thought they were going to get 2 or maybe even 3. But TSE able to have members teleport away, and it stays even. It seems like we're going to get a culmination of these previous 2 maps and have it be a very close one.
Yeah, I mean, the side of SSP here, forced onto a bit of a save. You've got that 1 gun onto Nisha. I mean, we've seen Nisha can be one of those players to survive quite late into those rounds. Maybe not the aggressive player, but as I say that, Shiro looked like they were going to get aggressive for a second there, but decides better of it. And instead, going to try and take a bit of aggression towards Showers, see what they can get done. Already brought vulnerable, though, as Esso and one other player from TSE are going to be the only 2 over onto A, as it's a bit of a default. But on the side of Hookah as well, you've got a bit of aggression from the side of TSC. Sevkan gets tagged on up, gets pushed on back, will get the heal through, but this will give Hal the space to be able to push up a bit. But Shiro managing to take down Zentox in Showers.
Yeah, a great pick for them, as the round will crawl to a halt for now. The spike still back in spawn for TSE, as they won't be able to commit to a site yet. However, they do have 3 members over towards that B site. SSP are not aware just yet, as they have 2 players ready and waiting for this A short lurk, but it's not going to come through. Oh my goodness, the jewels already start for Hal, as he's going to try to jump out into the B site, but Sevkan will deny it, as TSE try to make their way over to the B site, but they may have been heard.
Yeah, it seems like this 1 player in SSP has managed to get this camp spot out, and it's going to call these rotations over. They've got to be careful of this 1 player in their backline as well. The Raze is lurking through, going to have a lot to deal with, as Sevkan going to back up. Leave Nisha in this really close position. The 1 player with a gun gets the first, can't land the shots on the second, but has so much time left. Finally, as Sevkan will get the kill, and Esso will get 1, bringing it to this 1v3. Swings on out, gets the timing on the second, but can't get the last player. A thrifty round for the side of SSP there, and TSE looking a bit shaky in that one.
SSP bounce right back. And yeah, as you say, TSE looked a bit more lost in that round, especially with how far back the spike was. It seemed like they wanted to commit to the B side way before they were able to get the spike over there. You probably could have had the rotation come through sooner. Maybe just lapse in communication there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be something way bigger, and that's why we see a timeout coming through right now, hopefully able to resolve these issues.
Yeah, I mean, the TSE players get caught out early. That Showers aggression, taking down 1 straight away. And it's something that maybe throws off this play you had. They were going for a really slow, methodical play, and suddenly someone's run in and got a kill on you, and it messes up your whole idea. And then before you know it, like, SSP had so many players left for this, like, retake. Hal trying to get a bit too aggressive, hops up a bit too early, and this gun really does pay off from Nisha, being able to just be that scary thing to, I mean, TSC have to be aware.
Yeah.
They know there's a gun on the other side. They can't just run in and take these fights.
Yeah, I mean, these sheriffs from the earlier maps still doing the same thing. So, still landing these shots. It's ridiculous. I think we're going to continue seeing mechanical brilliance like that, as we see a weaker buy come out from TSC, likely a half buy, as they could opt to do a fast play here. Maybe, you know, Brim ulting into lamps if they wanted to just really try and force this round conversion. But it seems like they're not going to do that. They're going to default with a lot of gaps towards the center of the map, and rather focusing on Belong and Showers, respectively.
Looks like Belong might be the place where they get a fight, as the Skyflash sent on down straight away. Zin sending the Prowler up, making sure none of these players have pushed down past. I mean, this smoke just takes out so much of their intel. And they're going to slowly push on up, as Zin with this stinger on this front line, being there just in case Pat gets too aggressive. And there we go, the Prowler's going to swap one out, as Esso managing to take down Sevkan straight away. As Pat backs up onto site, doesn't want to give anything too much away to these TSE players, as they've already lost one of these players over towards this A site. And it looks like the rest of TSE are going to group up onto this B site. Got 2 players in SSP to deal with, but the rest have not rotated over as of yet. They're going to go for this slow push. TSE, man advantage is theirs, but they still don't have the weaponry for this, and they're just playing quiet. They're playing so patient, not wanting to give up too much. But Pat is going to be this first point of contact, going to send the flash out, going to realize that the rest of TSE is still here, and that's going to be the go button for them, as TSE is going to run into the site. Got a lot to deal with, 2 players at least, and Pat gets the first, but gets traded out by X-Ray, as the kill's also getting traded back for the rest, as TSE come out on top, bringing it to 3-on-2, but Ollie, this first player nice and close, might be able to get something before this spike gets down, but no, but gets the first on long, as sees the second where the spike was planted, spams on through, ultimate invested for Shiro as well, goes looking in long, but that's not where the player is, as they're in elbow. How gets the kill onto Ollie? Bringing it down to this 1v1. They try and take the aim duel. Nothing goes through as Shiro unable to win that one out. How managing to shut out the round just about. And SSP looked quite strong on that retake.
Yeah, that looked like a done deal for SSP once that showstopper came out. But Shiro just not in the right place at the right time, and Ollie gets taken out by Hao, swinging out of elbow from that unexpected position, and he's able to convert the second also and keep the game at an even scoreline for TSE.
I mean, TSE really hitting the bounce back from that last game, making sure that they didn't let that get to their mental too much. They've had that quick break. They've got that reset. They go, that map happened, we'll move on to the next. This is going to be ours. And yeah, it's a really close scoreline for both teams here, as looks like Ollie is going to try and get aggressive down onto B long. But there's 3 players on the side of TSE ready to greet if he gets too aggressive there. So sees better of it and decides not to go too aggressive there. But again, that spike is being left in that middle position time and time again. And it's kind of working for TSE, but maybe he slows down a bit of their pushes.
Yeah, that may be the case. It's opting for a slow round once again as they look to be moving right towards A, and they don't go into the heavy presence of members of SSP over in Shower. However, they will run straight into a Cypher setup as they have just been found.
Yeah, Sevcan will spot out at least 1 player for now, as this cam will get destroyed straight away, and the TSE players have lurked on past this smoke, and Hao will take down Sevcan as the rest of TSE all flood into sight. They're aware of these Showers players as well, but Nisha gets 1 before going taken down. Shiro trying to stay up here, but got so much to deal with, a Prowler in the face, and they'd get sent out. Brings in really low HP. Shiro unable to find a kill as of yet, and is waiting for the rest of the team to try and help out, as SSP only have these 3 players to deal with it and do not have the guns in their favor, and the swing comes on through and Shiro will get 1. But Zin maybe getting a bit too aggressive there, as Shiro, 8 bullets left in the Vandal, will need to get this stick going on early. They're going to force the players out of lamps, but the flash comes through and will stop them getting the kill, as there's still so many players for SSP to deal with here. And they see one close, but X-Ray gets the kill onto Shiro, gets the second and the third, the spray down, making sure that nothing too scrappy happens there, and TSE closing out a nice clean round.
Wow, that surprised me that SSP tried to commit to that retake with time going so low. They just invest that orbital strike in straight away. I respect it, just going for the slim opportunity they had in the round, and it was possible. But as you said, that triple spray down from X-Ray, just denying any possibility of that coming through.
Yeah, SSP just didn't have the guns to back up these ultimates and to help out, and X-Ray just showing, swinging through, getting that free, shutting down any possibilities for them. And it's going to put them into a bit of a weird position for the side of SSP here. I mean, we've got a couple of guns on through, a couple of shields missing, but TSE, they're going aggressive. They sent 2 ults in already. Hao has this ultimate, will go up top and will take down Sevcan on the back side. Already getting so much space in this B site, and all of SSP rushing to get on over to try and back on up. Shiro gets across the smoke, but Esso is going to invest this ultimate. The Viper's pit is up. The spike is not going to be planted into it, though, so it's going to be a bit of a weird positioning for them to play around. The TSC players playing inside, and Hao gets 1 with the shorty, as Esso will get a second with a Vandal spray through. Pal managing to get 1 on the way in, but brought so weak by the Viper's pit. Esso wanting to get aggressive, the flash in the face, but still gets the kill. Can't see what's going on, and Ollie, 5 HP remaining, 1v4, really not much more you can do there. Has to run into the ultimate, and Esso gets the kill. A great round there for TSE.
TSE made a great opportunity for themselves, a great post plant for themselves with that Viper's pit. Just ultimately securing that round and those crossfires, not allowing SSP any entry into the site. However, they did use 3 big ultimates to take that round. They're not going to have those going into the next. However, they do have a lead of 2 right now. That is definitely a good thing you want when it's this close in this sort of half. But they're not going to have the same sort of resources to brute force rounds in the upcoming.
SSP are calling that timeout through. I mean, maybe one of those where you're seeing TSE start to get a bit more positioning. You're starting to struggle a bit on these retakes. TSE with this aggression, they're starting to mix it up, go fast into these sites, and it's working for them. And if you're on the side of SSP, what do you maybe do to counter this?
Oh, I mean, I think they've started doing a hole they had before of taking early space as groups. We saw a couple rounds ago them having multiple players up in showers, but maybe not the reactions off of finding that information. You may want sort of rotations happening off of that, or other spaces being taken. Sometimes you give it up. You don't need to keep that space after you've had that information and sort of a read on what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean,
as we head into penultimate round of the first half.
Yeah, SSP, they really want to make sure they get back into it. Don't want to allow too much to happen for TSE there. As we're going to have a quick pause here, maybe a slight technical issue. But we're going to cut back just for a second and see what's going on here. Hopefully get that fixed nice and quickly. But, I mean, SSP, as we were saying, down those 2 rounds, you're going into that penultimate round of the half. This really has to be the place where you start to bring it back a bit. You're starting to lose a few too many rounds maybe on this defense side. And as you look onto the attack, would you say that's the stronger side for their composition, or do you want to see more out of them on the defense?
Oh, I think it can depend on how the team plays, to be honest. But definitely having more information, I think, is going to help you on that defense. You can sort of play it different ways. If you're playing the comp with the Viper and the Cypher, and you're playing it quite slow, you're going to have to use that to sort of make the most of it. Allow your Viper to sort of lurk where they wish to. That very common lurk setup that we've seen on A short with the orb on lamps as well. You're able to get some really incredible timings. If you have a good lurker that's able to do that, and then you just make the team so paranoid they have to have maybe even 2 players just watching those angles to deny that sort of opportunity. So playing slower with that comp, you have to be able to work the map extremely well. We've seen some really fast plays out of TSE with those when the ultimates come online typically, and yeah, those sort of rounds are more possible with the comp they have.
Yeah, 100%, and we'll get back into game nice and quickly here, as already the ultimate is invested for the Viper on the side of SSP. Making sure to lock down this positioning. I mean, the Gecko is going to try to find them, but they do not find it, as Nisha will stay alive just sitting in this ultimate for now, and that's going to shut down a great lane that TSE might have wanted to look for, but they've got to be aware of this flank. 3 players pushing on through, and they were just caught unaware. Shiro gets the first on to Zin, and the nade will come on to Tisha there. Already getting brought down a bit weak, and Shiro will also go down as well, as Esso will be the one to take that kill. Already, you've got all of this space on the side, but the spike's in the site. Nisha brought so weak. 9 HP remaining, but thanks to the regen shield, we'll get back up onto that 25 shield as Sevkun gets one through the box onto Howl. It's a bit of a scrappy round from both sides here already. As TSE, I mean, finally Zentox will get another kill, bringing it even, but it was looking a bit worrying at first there, as they were dropping a few too many players. As Nisha just still alive in this spot, managing to get another swings out of the ultimate. Perfect timing. Still wanting to keep going. Those are players close, and lands the shot as well onto Esso. And there we go, bringing it all down onto Zentox, who gets the first, but that is all. As Nisha has a great round, a 3K on the round, managing to lock down the short position on the Thrifty.
Yeah, 2 members of TSE are just able to creep into the A site undetected until Hal fell, and then Zentox was able to get the trade, but SSP had control of that spike on A short with that Viper's Pit as well. It was just too much for TSE to overcome, even though they had those players inside of the site. It was just too difficult to retake, and now looking at the ultimates, there's not going to be too many online on the server, just the Sky Ultimate for Pat on the side of SSP, looking to get an even scoreline entering into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, SSP wanting to fight back into this, as you were saying. Got that thrifty round on through. Will look to try and get this buy round. They've got the weaponry this time. Should be a bit easier, as they've already gone aggressive out this short position. But they've got the wrong read, as TSE is pushed up onto long. But they're going to go for this fast flank. TSE last time weren't ready for this on the A side, but this time they've got Zin ready watching, aware that this might happen, but the timing. And Shiro managing to get the first, but Hao manages to catch Pat with the ultimate in hand. Does not get a chance to pop that in time, but Shiro brought weak as well. Brought down to that 10 HP, and the rotate is through, and they're onto this A site. Esso has been waiting here, lurking, might get this timing as the rest of the players try and rotate in, and TSE gonna go for this push on in, and the ultimate's invested as well, and Esso will get spotted out by the trip as Nisha will get 2 more. How the only one able to get one back, and all of a sudden is left in this 1v3, but Shiro shuts it down. 6-6 on the half, And even half overall, what was not looking great at the start for SSP there, managing to bring it back.
Yeah, they were just able to completely withstand the site hit that came through there. Sevken just living entirely on the site within their cage setups and just able to get the kills they need, keep their life intact. And Nisha helping out as well on the site, just both finding the frags they needed to completely deny TSE that chance to get that final round in the first half. And now we're going to see if TSE opt to do the same play style they did on that defense on Ascent, most notably, doing, you know, a lot of aggressive plays, which Bind allows it to be possible, but you'd probably want a lot more, not necessarily prep behind it, but just additional layers of utility.
Yeah.
It's harder to do it solo.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful with it, but they also have to be aware that they don't have this Sentinel to just sit back on a site and hold it for them. That Cypher on the other side was able to just kind of sit back and just play off their util, but from the side of TSE, you've got to get a bit more aggressive. You need to know what's going on, as Sin is going to show that by jiggling on this long angle, as Pat will spot this out straight away. Sin unable to take down the dog, and will get taken down a bit of health, but nothing too major as Pat was caught anyway, and SSP not wanting to go too slow, but they've stacked up towards this short position. Spike transferred over to the right player and they're ready to go. TSC's going to have a lot to handle here as Hao's going to go searching with the rest of the team. There's Sevken waiting in this corner. If he gets the timing right, it'd be great, but Zentox managing to take out Sevken. So only the 4 players on short pushing on in. It's Hao keeping this Showers positioning. The 2 players on the back site to help back it up. And Shiro and Oli just trying to hold on for the team as Zentox gets aggressive out the smoke off of the wingman. Nisha and Esso trading back as Oli gets another as well. All of a sudden it's a 3-on-2. The rotate has come on through as SSP want to get onto this B site. TSC ready, but they decide to let the plant go through. B is one of those sites that can be so difficult to retake, especially with no util, but they do have the numbers advantage here. TSC just biding their time, waiting. Gonna have to deal with Nisha holding down this angle. But he's searching around maybe to try and get aggressive down elbow, get the timing, get the swing on together. As soon as Nisha calls it, Oli will swing on through, get the first, get the second, and X-Ray will trade one back onto Nisha finally. But X-Ray left all alone in the 1v1. Unable to get that defuse in that position, unfortunately, as Oli just gonna play time, not gonna give the fight over to X-Ray. It's X-Ray. The time is all on you. You have to stick this spike on through eventually, but no, the time is going to run out and Oli's going to get the kill. 4K on the pistol round for Oli there. And such a good round, even if it was a bit scrappy.
What an incredible round, end to the round there to Oli. That was amazing shots from them, just peeking around elbow off of their teammate and then again, wrapping towards the end, just stalling so well, stalling the time. And this pick on Showers was so huge for TSE initially, because they not only were able to take down that Cypher, but they were also able to just remove the threat of Showers, and they were able to instantly go back to that A site and sort of be ready for that retake. But Oli still shutting them down and still getting a second pistol on Bind for SSP.
Yeah, I mean, those pistol rounds can be so impactful. You win that round, you then get into the second round where you have the gun advantage. And SSP are going to be aware of this. They're going to go a bit more aggressive. They've already taken all of this positioning up B long, making sure to clear out these corners. They're aware that on these save rounds, teams can start to try and just put a player in a certain position and just play what they can, as TSE going to call to rotate early. They know they do not have the guns for this. They just need to be numbers all together. And SSP is just waiting. They've managed to take all this space, maybe scaring TSE a bit, as TSE is going to go exploring. As Esso going to swing out of hookah, manages to get the first onto Sevken, will take down one of the guns. Might be able to recover this, as this is a Guardian. Got to be careful of the other player close, as Nisha will get the kill onto Esso straight on back, bringing the numbers back in their favor as Zin trade it out onto Shiro. Zin in the back position on site, managing to stop anything more from SSP there.
Baiting the rotations?
I think they are. There's one player in the back line in elbow. Pat managing to somehow take down Hao all the way in the back line. TSC is so confused what's gone on there, as SSP got all the way back. I mean, Pat now gonna rotate over to this A. You've got this other player here who's already told you it's free, but you still got a player to deal with. B is X-Ray. Swings on back and takes down Nisha there, bringing it to this 3-on-2, and the spike will go down here, but they're going to have a lot to do. You had the gun advantage going into this round, but you only stand with a Guardian and a Bulldog remaining. 2 players left, and the guns have been recovered on the other side. Zin's managed to pick up the Spectre, get in the right position, and this could be really impactful. And you've got one player sent round on the flank. It's a bit of a long flank, so might run low on the time, but TSE Gonna look to hold on here as there we go, the first kill for Ollie. So Ollie just waiting, playing around this triple box. Zin got so much to do, will go for the stick, the tap on through. Won't decide to stick it out as Zentox gets another. As TSC will have the numbers advantage, but all of a sudden Pat gets the kill, the flash comes on through, does not swing off of it.
Thinks he's off?
Stick, it's still going, and the Thrifty. Pat, unaware of the fact that Zin was sticking there. And a round that looked so safe for SSP suddenly goes the way of TSC.
That's incredibly brave from Zin. I mean, the thought process from Pat is pretty sensible. I've flashed them, they're full blind. If they were defusing, there is no way they are going to stick that. But it's the reverse psychology.
Yeah.
You know that the Sky player is going to think that. So Zin just sticks it the whole way.
I mean, even then, if Zin is full blinded, the flashes come through. Even if they hop off the spike, they can't take the fight. They can't see. So they just decide to stick it on through. And I mean, it pays off massively.
Yeah, and not only is that a crazy final engagement in the round, it's also an eco round for TSE.
Yeah, and all of the guns gone from the other side as well. I mean, you only had the one player surviving. The one Guardian carried on through, and you're going to see it here as TSE going to have the guns in their favor here and already taken all of this showers control as SSP have opted to go towards short. Got that lamps control for themselves as well on that front site, but still got to be aware of the showers. They don't know if any players have got into there, and Shiro is going to be sent aggressive into the back site. The showers has not been cleared out yet as Zentox going to go for some spams as Ollie will get the first, and Zentox and Hao combine for 2 on the other side. As Shiro wanting to keep going aggressive, and Hao gets 2 on the round there. 1 through the wall with the Outlaw, showing how great that gun can be on some of these rounds. As TSE now have the numbers in their favor. Only 2 players left standing for the side of SSP. And Ezo in the back line, managing to take down Zevkun, leaving it all down to Shiro. Only got a Sheriff, no utility available, can't land the shots, and Hao shuts it down for TSE there.
TSE seem to be finding their rhythm once again. And when that happened in map 1, it was extremely dangerous, and it was also in the second half on their defense. Can they repeat that success on map 3 to convert this series?
I mean, yeah, we've seen it's such a backwards and forwards map this time. We saw that on that first map, and then suddenly a team runs away with it. That's 2 rounds in a row for TSE, as you were saying. This could be the turning point, but on the side of SSP, you still got so much in this. You're managing to keep it going through, and we go into this timeout here. It's something you need to talk about. Make sure you're not dropping too many of these rounds, leaving a few too many kills away. And, I mean, a lot of those spots just weren't cleared out on site.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, as you said, it's been so back and forth and so much chaos on some of these site hits, but also a lot of slow rounds. I think TSE have been sort of upping the pace more than SSP were on that attack side.
Yeah.
To sort of just bringing it to them faster, and that's sort of the action that I think most people want to see.
Yeah.
When they're watching.
High octane gameplay, send players flying in.
Yeah,
go for the kills.
just go in, just send it.
Yeah, I mean, SSP was playing so slow. They left that spike in mid so many times. I don't think we've seen TSE do that so far. They really seem to want to commit early on. They want to take that positioning and use it, whereas SSP was very different on the other side of it, being really tactical, like these little skirmishes around the map, trying to just fight for a little bit of space here and there, and we're going to see how with that operator online. This is something to really account for. If they can get activated on that op, it could spell a bit of disaster for the side of SSP.
Yeah, he's found impact with that before, but he also sort of, at least on Haven, needed a couple of rounds to get into it, to get into that flow of getting back on the operator. But as you mentioned with these teams playing pretty slow, in the recent round we saw 10 players on the same side of the map, and they didn't even know until later on. So, I mean, they're not revealing information they don't have to, and TSE are finding information of their own. Hal is extremely deep on B long and has a very long angle. However, the TSE members are going to stay on B as they don't have information on Hookah. Shiro could burst out of this if they wish to, but the rest of the members of SSP are going to back away, suggesting an A hit with a potential fake.
Yeah, it looks like SSP just wanted to plant that one player in Shiro into this B positioning. I mean, Zin just so careful, making sure that nothing happens there, but if the timing is right, if they catch the timing perfectly, they can catch these players rotating out, as the rest of the team is going to rotate over towards this A site. A split push here onto short and showers as Zin left to just watch this, and the 3 players are still on B as Zentox will invest his ult, but will catch one of the players into showers, but they've got a lot to do still, as Esso will push on through, get the kill, and all of a sudden it's a shutdown as TSE taking out all of the players, but there's still 2 standing for SSP. They've got the site control, but they don't have showers. There's so many players from the side of TSE in showers. Ollie just sitting in the smoke waiting. Got to be careful when the timing of it falls, but the TSC players just waiting patiently. How just watching that smoke with the operator, making sure that SSP can't get too aggressive. And the ultimate is going to come back out and see what they can find with it. Just about not managing to catch the players. They get taken out too quickly as Pat will fall. All left down to Ollie, who's being tagged up, going to be blinded up, but just about destroys it. Gets the first, though. Knows that Howler's pushed up close. Only 3 bullets remaining in the Vandal. The stick is coming through, and Esso, the shutdown on the round, bringing us to 9-7. That's 3 in a row now.
Yeah, and the sides of the map just got completely flipped in that retake. And TSE investing those ultimates into that round to just continue the streak of rounds going after they got that eco round off of the back of SSP winning that pistol. They are taking charge in this defense side so far.
Yeah, I mean, TSC managing to win 3 in a row. Oh, we're going to have a little disconnect there, so we're going to have to quick to a cut break, but that is all good as we'll hope to get Hal reconnected as soon as possible. But yeah, 3 of those rounds, it's all been retakes, all been diffusers. Maybe it's showing that the post plant just isn't there, or they're losing too many players early, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, typically, as you say, losing members early can be one of the sort of main causes of that, or it can just be that the defending team is just really heavily playing for retakes, so you want to just take as much space as you possibly can beyond the site, because that's the only way you're sort of able to prevent them from getting that successful retake off if they have the protocols in place to sort of use the utility to cover all of the areas. But I mean, this retake was from the attacker's own side of the map. I think that's a bit hard to prepare for, but they also had the ultimates to overwhelm them. So you could say that's a one-off case, but as you said, it's happened a few times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, 3 in a row now, and SSP maybe struggling a little bit as TSC getting back into this after a bit of a shaky map too. They're back and they're ready to fight again, maybe hoping to have a repeat performance from map 1 where they had it a bit scrappy at the beginning, but now starting to run away. But again, this break, whilst they're going to be sitting there waiting, the players unsure what needs to change for SSP? I mean, you're saying get aggressive, but how do they do that safely without giving up these kills?
That is the sort of balance, doing it safely. But I mean, the main thing, it's never going to be 100% safe.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that you have to do it with sort of trades in place. But it's going to be throwing TSE off, really. It's going to be sort of playing with the information of the map, manipulating what they know, what they don't know, and just trying to completely throw off their rotations on the defensive side is going to be one of the bigger things.
Yeah, and I mean, in those post plants, it seems like they're struggling just a little bit, maybe unable to set up those crossfires. And as you're saying, maybe group up a bit more on those. Like, if you're going to take these fights, you don't want to give away these 1v1s, because those are going to be the easiest ones for you. And TSC really starting to get activated. I mean, how a player which we've not seen as much, I would say, on this map as we did on the first map, but one of those players, especially with that operator coming online, that can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for individual firepower on both of these lineups. And I want to touch on converting this map 3, both for SSP with the fact that they're just coming down from an 0-1 and such a dominant map 2, and for TSE if they're able to convert this map 3 after being dominated on Haven. It's a sort of statement for the rest of this tournament, and it's a tone that you want to set for your own team's environment. You want to carry that forward, and you want to be able to say to your teammates, or not even say, you just know because you've done it, we can win in these high pressure situations, and you're going to need that for playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to show you can hit that bounce back. You don't want to, as we get into the bracket later on, you don't want to be hit down to that lower bracket and not be able to bounce back up and take these fights. But we're going to see as we get back into this game here, and already an aggressive play from SSP wanting to get into this Showers positioning, but TSC not allowing anything to come through. The smoke chucked down just to stop anything going too far. And SSP have to slow it down just a bit. Gonna call for a rotation on the side of TSC to bring an extra player over to back on up.
I've got your trail.
SSP, they've gone quiet. They're trying to play around TSE. As I say that, SSP already into the site, pushing into Showers, making sure everything is clear. They're making sure they have as much positioning as they think they do. And the spike play is going to go down. And Nisha with 2-on-3 on the round with the Sheriff. Somehow just shutting down all of these other players as SSP suddenly in a really good position. Nisha has recovered that gun. And a round where they only had a Sheriff gets 3 on it, shutting down all of those Lamps players. And all of a sudden, the rest of the side is shut out. TSC don't know what to do.
Yeah, and you know TSE are going to go for that space. Lamps is such an important spot in that post plant, but Nisha just single-handedly holding it down as SSP are going to look to try and go for more. They don't want to let any guns get away for the side of TSE. ESO is trapped as Sevcan will also look for Howl. The operator will find the first and maybe get away. Doesn't connect the second shot. Still has time to run away, but they're going to be caught. Sevcan will connect the shot, and that means that TSE are going to have to purchase another operator if they want it going into the next round.
Yeah, that thrifty round there from the side of SSP. I mean, it's all down to Nisha. They're running into Lamps, getting free with the Sheriff, managing to shut these players down straight away. And from the side of TSE, looked a bit shaky, maybe giving up a few too many easy kills there. And how, yeah, gets forced back with that operator. You show how hard it is to retake with that. Yes, managing to get one on the way out, but you have to buy that back into the round. And that's going to affect the economy greatly.
Yeah, but ESO did still have that economy for the operator, so TSE is still going to have it as an option. As we're going to see them leaning heavily towards B, an early Viper's Pit down on A short, as TSE shows some fake presence, or SSP rather shows some fake presence, but they're going to continue walking towards A. Whilst TSE may expect this, and Howl will connect that first shot.
Yeah, TSE wanting to force these players of SSP into How's operator. And X-Ray is going to pick up the space straight away. Howl is at the back on up, but X-Ray is going to keep this positioning, and Howl cannot land the shot. Shiro gets two. A beautiful blast back there onto Long, managing to get two players down as X-Ray will trade one back on the other side and has the ultimate available as this plant will go down. They're going to invest it and try and get the damage on through, but it's not going to connect. It's going to stop the plant for now, though. Time on the side of TSE here as SSP are going to be forced to get this plant down eventually, and there we go. There it is. They've got the setup, but so much space not for them. They've lost so much of this positioning in the back line. They've got a player pushing them from CT, but two in their back line. And TSE, they've surrounded these SSP players. They've got them all stuck together, and Zentox going to be that player to try and push them up from CT, but there's so much utility to clear on out. It's SSP. Gonna look to hold on to this, and there we go. TSE manages to get two on the way back, as it's all less down to Ollie. The one solo player on the defense. The Molly has been invested, it's gone on through, and the time is not gonna be on their side. TSE is gonna lose this round out, as Ollie will get the final kill, clutch out the round, and that Molly did so much damage, bringing us even again.
Yeah, back to even. And it's so crucial that you're able to keep this scoreline close. You don't want to be letting either side run away with the momentum that you can develop so quickly. Not even in maps like this, just in any sort of situation in this game. And TSE are going to be forced down to an eco, and that could be really detrimental. We're going to get pretty close to match point once this round is over.
Yeah, I mean, TSE forced to invest a Bucky onto Howl here. Howl's going to want to get aggressive early, but we'll see what they can get done. The ultimate is also available for him as well, and SSP are going to be aware of this. They're aware that they have the gun advantage. They're going to sit back and wait just a bit, but they have all stacked up towards this hookah positioning. One player on long to deal with any util that gets thrown on down, and Pat's going to send in the Trailblazer to try and find out any space. Doesn't see anyone but except the one up top site. And the ultimate, there we go, it gets invested already, and Shiro in gets the entry onto Esso. They know the players on long as well, and Nisha will shut that one on down, keeping it clean. Making sure to not drop any players early, and SSP has got the site control for now, as TSE scrambling to try and get back to get this retake going, and How has a knife out, gets caught unaware, and Nisha shutting that one down as well. Shiro trying to get aggressive, just wants this round over, and gets a bit too aggressive maybe, but the trade will come on through from Nisha, and there we go. Zentox though, with the Sheriff gets the one, 11 HP remaining, not going to be able to get anything else done there, and it's a shutdown.
Yeah, TSE, even if they wanted to, the two players on B site were way too late to get out, even if they tried. But it is an eco round. You are just going to want to go for those single picks that you can try to get. As that's just, you know, you're going to be your main objective, trying to take guns away from the enemy team.
Yeah.
But SSP will move to 10.
Yeah, I mean, TSE maybe starting to drop a bit off the pace there. They were doing quite well, and have lost a few rounds in a row as SSP really showing that they can get into these sites. They've learned where they were messing up before with not getting full control of the sites, and they're making sure they do. And the timeout is forced out from the side of TSE, needing to find a fix for this. You don't want to let it start running away from you. Already lost a few rounds in a row. They need to change something up. But what is it?
I mean, maybe pace. I mean, I keep on saying that. That's the thing.
No, pace, it's important.
I mean, yeah. I mean, especially out of a timeout, that can be something that is easily expected, but sometimes it's just extremely effective, especially if your team knows how to do it. A pace changes back and forth. You don't want to do 4 rounds slow, 4 rounds fast, because eventually they'll just catch on.
Yeah.
But if you can go back and forth 1 here, 2 there, 2 back. It can throw off your opponents a lot.
Yeah. I mean, TSC really needs to find a change. Chucking Howl back on that operator again. Maybe going to go for a little setup with that to try and force the players into that before. We've seen them do it with that ultimate before from the Viper, but no ultimates available other than Howl's. I mean, you're 1 away from the Gecko one. Maybe go for an orb on that one, but we'll see what happens as SSP is going to look to get aggressive into the Showers position, and TSC is going to be there to greet. As I said, there we go, getting the orb, but no, Shiro takes some Zentox down straight through the smoke and wants to keep on going as Pat's going to push on in, and this is going to be the go button for them. SSP really wants to get aggressive, but Howl gets one back on the other side, stopping the short push. And all of a sudden, everything slows down as SSP realize they don't have as much aggression as they maybe would have wanted.
Yeah, SSP just get shut down, but it was a very good play to deny that orb. They know that it was going to be a priority for the side of TSE, and SSP just completely shutting that down, spraying through that smoke and instantly killing the Gecko. But it's now going to be a 4v4, and the round has slowed down a bit. There is a lurk for SSP on that shower side, and that is going to get the neural theft off. So now SSP are aware of all the positions, and Shiro is just aware of Zin and completely takes him out of the round. But now he's isolated, and SO will find 2, but not the 3rd. Ollie will reply with their own kill, and now they're in the site. They will be able to get the spike down, and it's a 2v2 retake, and Hal does have the showstopper online.
Yeah, only got that operator available as well. Gonna need to maybe lean on this showstopper to get that entry back in. Players from SSP, they want to keep getting aggressive. They want to make sure they don't give up too much, but deciding to sit back and wait. As TSC will have to be the ones to hit the go button and go at some point, but how? With that operator, has to be so careful to clear out each and every angle, and there we go. Showstopper invested, goes up top, sees the one player on the top of the site, but no, cannot get the kill as Sevkan and Ollie combine for the 2, shutting down any opportunities for TSC there and bringing themselves to 11. One more round and they're at match point.
SSP coming up when it matters most in these final rounds of map 3. I mean, those are just shots connecting. Obviously, they were in close position, so if they were given the space to have a fight at a singular time, they were going to be able to swing together. But both winning their duels and taking out the showstopper from likely the rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, as you look into the last few rounds of this regulation time, I mean, you're not going to have too many ultimates coming back online here. And you've got to be aware of this as SSP. They've got that Viper's Pit online. That's a great tool if they can get some site positioning. And I'm sure from the other side, TSC are going to be very aware of this. They're going to make sure they don't want to give up too much site control to start, as SSP can just shut them out for a round if wanted. And Nisha's going to be the one with the target on their head, and Zin already gets a nade at their feet, having to take this fight straight away, and Shiro will get the first, gets the entry into sight, and we see another on long. The spam comes through, does not connect at first, and there we go. Shiro gets a second, shuts down Esso, and they've got the site control. They choose not to invest the ultimate here for now, though. Maybe aware that they can win this without it, Zentox has decided to TP into the back line. But all of the SSP players are going to be aware of this, as Pat is just lurking in the smoke there on the CT position. The other 2 players of TSC just grouping up on this flank. And Ollie just kind of back on up, doesn't want to take the fight too much, knows that TSC aren't in the greatest spot, but Zentox gets the first. Shiro gets taken down, a big player to lose on this retake, but the time is ticking down. SSP still have so much control, and TSC have no way back in. They're going to go for the exits and can't land the shots there for X-Ray, and Ollie will take them down. And that's going to be it around for SSP. A 4-2 at the end. They're only losing Sevkan at the end. 3 guns carried on forward and match point.
And the confidence is showing now for SSP as they are on the verge of taking down TSC in this best of 3 series. I mean, just bursting straight out of B, Shiro being the spearhead, and the rest of SSP just completely following along in full faith. And they claim that site with Shiro getting 2 first kills right onto there, and they just have complete control of it. And TSC need to find a way to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, TSC gonna have the guns to go into this round, which is a great start, but again, haven't been able to find their way back in since losing those few rounds in a row. TSC have started running away with it, and Hal's gonna get aggressive off of this Gecko ultimate. It does not catch a player, and Shiro is just gonna try and back Howl on up, and there we go. And Zentox, though, will save his life and take down Sevkan, as they'll just combine and just sit back onto the site, managing to get that first pick. TSC finally have the man advantage in their favor, as SSP slowed the round down a little bit. Look to regroup again, and Hal gets another on the other side into Showers. This is a really awkward spot for SSP now. You've got these 3 players on short. You're going to have to push on out. Howl is still here, still alive, still aware. Gets the shot onto Ollie as well. Knows these players are close by. The satchel to throw off the crosshair of the player, and there we go. It's going to be around on the side of TSE there. Finally getting back into this when it matters.
Howl has the moves, and they don't want to give up this series just yet. Fighting back, and that, I mean, that round just culminated perfectly for TSE. Having the 2 players on B have information on both entry angles over there, and then throwing the Prowler through the TP into showers, seeing that no one else was there. TSE were easily able to assume that all of the members, or at least a majority, would have been in A short, and they were ready for that and just combated it.
Yeah, I mean, TSE finally getting that round back on the board after losing, I believe, like 6 in a row. Get that finally that round they needed, to be honest with you. But the ultimates available on the side of SSP. You still have that Viper's Pit online, and now the Raze ultimate is also available. But the retake on the other side, the Fatal, it can be doing so much. But SSP, there we go, gonna get activated. The Raze ult gets popped, and Shiro's gonna go on in, but no, gets taken out by Zin, as Ollie will get the trade straight back, and Zentox combines for another. But the trades are going each and every way, bringing it to 3-on-3 for these 2 sides here. And everything goes silent. Neither team has too much of an advantage here. They know that they have the space, but they don't want to push too far in. SSP has all that long positioning, but that's all they have for now.
Yeah, SSP were so ready to just go in, but the members defending the B site were just able to shut it down instantly. They were ready for that showstopper. They were ready for a Raze flying into their face, and they connect the headshot onto it. The Sky ult is now online, and we may just see a site hit come through, and the Fade ult will come out in response. However, SSP not committing onto the site just yet. There's 2 on B for TSE, and the Raze is ready to stop this. Howl connects the first with the operator and will get away. There's only 24 seconds and 1 player alive for SSP, and the spike is way too far away to have a solid chance in this round, but an attempt will still be made.
Maybe
jumping around, trying to find one, and won't do it. TSE will move closer, 1 step away from OT.
Yeah, I mean, TSE really fighting back into these rounds. I mean, How's starting to get activated with that operator, just sitting, waiting so patiently in that showers position, making sure not to give up anything they don't need to. The players on the other side, they're aware, they're ready, they don't need his help. So he waits, he gets the kill, managing to shut down any chance of that TP over and take on to A. But SSP here still only need that 1 round, but now for TSE, you can bring this to overtime. You have the full buy in your favor, and on the other side, they can't actually full buy into everything. A couple of light shields floated here and there, and TSE wanting to send a bit down long, maybe try and get a bit aggressive. Don't spawn any of the players of SSP straight away, as they're going to be a bit delayed on this push, as Pat will send up the Trailblazers to see what they can find. Spots the player out on the left and the right. The operator does not connect, and Ollie will take down Howl straight away into the round. That's a big player to fall for the side of TSE there. As Sevkin wanting to wait patiently, maybe wanting to take a bit of positioning towards Hookah, but aware that a player might be waiting here on the other side for TSE. And SSP waiting so patiently, as TSE know they need the numbers, and Esso's going to go looking. Esso wants to find a kill, gets aggressive and finds a kill onto Shiro. Will manage to back on up as well, as no one's there to trade. And SSP just hits 1 taken down. It brings it even. They have a lot of positioning though, but they have to be careful of this flank from TSE. Zentox is grouped up with an extra player there ready to trade them. They found all this space, they know that nothing's happening A, and surely they'll call for this rotate over to B as soon as they found out everything. And Zin gonna be this solo player to deal with stuff to start, but decides to back on up. The TSE players, I mean, they're letting the clock run down so low. 30 seconds left, and they've just got to hit the go button, and I think it's going to be the ultimate that starts it going.
As soon as SSP show any presence, TSE are going to sprint to B site.
There we go, ultimate invested. And this is going to be where the drop starts to come out. That goes on to long to make sure that no players are there. And the rest of the players ready to take the fight onto B site. SSP popped the Viper's ultimate, but will get spotted out. The ultimate invested from the other side. Time is not there for them. The plant is not through. They have to go for the kills. And Ollie has managed to find 2. The only one left remaining. And the defenders will just about win that out. As Ollie almost hits heroics for the ace to keep them in this. And managed to take them to the win. But no, it will go to overtime. TSE managing to get that comeback at the end, letting the clock run down so low for the side of SSP, and they maybe fumbled a bit too much there.
Yeah, that first kill onto Howl looked so detrimental for the side of TSE. It seemed like that round was going to have a huge advantage for the side of SSP just off of removing that operator from the round, but then another kill comes back to make it straight into a 4v4. And that round was kind of just a symbol of how this game has gone, just completely back and forth, and you see the timeline here, just streaks of rounds all across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's really doing it justice for the series. The series itself has also been so back and forth for each team wanting to fight back, keep themselves in this. And now it's going to be those back-to-back rounds. You have to make sure to string an attack and defense round together. But, I mean, both sides were quite 50-50 for these teams. I believe 6-6 on each half, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And already SSP, Shiro managing to shut down 2, make that 3. Ultimate online already in this OT round. Swings on out, but no. Gets a bit too aggressive, gets taken down by X-Ray, and X-Ray will look to plant this spike on down. Will manage to get a second of their own, and Sevka manages to trade out the final 2. And a nice, quick, clean round for the side of SSP there.
SSP once again have the lead and once again are a single round away from taking this series. This would be massive for their position in the group and for their hopes in the rest of this tournament, let alone taking down TSE.
I mean, yeah, what a comeback that would be as well. Losing that first map out, coming back with such a dominant performance, and then managing to just mount that comeback towards the end. Like TSE, SSP had the advantage here.
Yeah.
TSE managed to win 3 rounds back into it, keep themselves in it, but now they're down to that match point again. They need to make sure they don't lose this round out. They want to keep this going, but SSP are going to look to close this here. We've seen them do it time and time again, and already this aggressive push from the side of TSE. They've pushed down into short on A, and How will be there to shut down Nisha straight away, getting an important kill early, and we're back on out into sight. But now this calls for the rotate from the rest of SSP. They're going to group up onto A. Yes, they lose that player, but they know that How often likes to rotate back towards the other site when they've got a pick, and SSP is going to go. Shiro going to be that first player to try and take these fights, wanting to get aggressive, wanting to find that early pick. Already have the man disadvantage, and Sevka going to run through the smoke with a flash, but gets taken out. Gets a trade, though, as X-Ray will also get taken down by Pat there, bringing it to a 3-on-3. SSP really wanting to shut this one out here. Shiro's got so aggressive into the back of sight. He's going to see Zin swing on through, and what a clean shot that was from Shiro. Taking down Zin. And TSE, you've only got 2 players left here. You need to find something quick. The time is ticking down. Howl only has this operator on this retake, but lands the shot. Will get traded out by Oli. All left down to Esso now, though, in the 1v2. Time not on their side. And surely this is it for the side of SSP, and it is 14-12. What a win, what a map, and SSP close it out.
This series delivered on so many fronts, and so too did SSP, as they will take down Twisted Saints in a BO3 in the Surge groups. That is a great way to end off day 1 for them.
I mean, what a bounce back from SSP there. You know, you lose out that scrappy first map. It starts to run away from you at the end of it. You come back into the second map. You dominate so perfectly. And then you seem to be doing that again towards the end of that final map. Drop a bit towards the end, but in overtime, they're like, this is it. It's over.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that they dominated that second map as well. They're not only able to showcase the fact that they can close out maps when they have a huge lead, but also they can close out maps when it's really close in a bind overtime like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to fight back, and that's gonna be it for us today. We're gonna be back tomorrow with even more games, but before that, we're gonna send you back to our wonderful hosts.
Thank you very much, casters. What a game to end today off. That was brilliant. You know, we're going to overtime. Did we expect it? Maybe not, maybe, but I'll tell you, as soon as I saw that go to 6-6, I was like, it's happening again, isn't it? But
had so many games go the actual distance today. It's been incredible.
Honestly, it's been amazing to just watch, especially with, like, you know, SSP and TSE. I was like, okay, TSE, non-name, they're going to dominate. But SSP, whoa.
I've got to say, they've played incredibly. I didn't see too much of them from map 1, but map 2 and map 3, where they started to really find their footing and start to get going. It was really nice on what I was seeing, and some of the set plays they were doing, some of their micros. It was really entertaining to watch, and it gave us such a good game.
Oh, 100%. So what do you think led to SSP's ultimate win?
The discipline from them was really impressive. You could notice that on the first anti-eco round, after the pistol round, in the first half. The way that they were fighting towards the B long position when TSE was starting to push up, We had Pat throwing a flash through the smoke. I think Nebula picked up on that.
Yeah.
It was great, and then he also swung through the smoke as well to help. And it was just great to see that. And I saw a lot of that kind of doubling up and that micro play together. I mean, they were even leaving inserts on Shiro, who was also playing phenomenally. But I've got to say the MVP at least would have to go to Ollie. I mean, it does go to Ollie.
Definitely.
He went 30 and 14.
That's 2. Yeah, he's got a 2 KDA at least. Bit more than that, actually.
Yeah.
Oh my days. We were watching him, we were like, oh, he's quite even the kills. And then we saw the stat, and we were like, oh my days.
It was a lot of in the background. He wasn't really in the foreground of getting like a bunch of the kills. It started to get a little bit more noticeable in the latter half of the second.
We get what you mean.
The latter half. But, I mean, all the respect. Brimstone and still being able to frag out.
Literally.
Very incredible performance from him. And he'd been quiet for a lot of the series.
And we've got some other stats that we can take a nice look at. You know, the general stuff like the first kills. And look at that.
Double-digit first kills, but it's in the highs. 17.
That is a display of why they won, I think. Or at least one of the reasons that built up to it.
Well, you've got to credit TSC for being able to stick in there and bring that round count up to that much.
Oh, 100%. You can't deny that, obviously, it's 12-14. Both teams had an equal chance of winning. It's just those little things that push you over the top.
And the first kills must have been, and probably were, a big decision in that. Being able to get rounds into 5v4s early, it gives teams such a good mental boost, and also, as long as the teams are able to stay disciplined, stay cohesive, then they're able to just trade the round out.
Honestly, we were just watching it, weren't we? We're like, this is going the distance. I was fully ready for it to go more and more rounds. I think it came down to those last few moments, like the last few plays, some really clean shots, really clean things. I saw a shot through the smoke from Sky.
That was that was very good.
We were watching it like, whoa. But it's just, I think it was a very minute details that just pushed SSP over the edge and gave them that win for the first day.
Done in great fashion. A lot of bind comes down to the mid-rounding and what space you're going to be taking and some of the individual fights. We did see TSE start to take map control where they didn't have it. Same with SSP when they were on defense.
Yeah.
Some quality bind playing. Long was contested a lot, and it was just entertaining to watch all around.
Yeah, 100%. So huge congratulations to Yari, X Control and SSP for winning the matches today. But obviously, this is the first day. We've got a whole weekend ahead of us. So tomorrow we've got the final group stages at 12. Then we're getting into the playoffs, you know, the intense moments. If they're more intense than that, that's going to be something.
And the best of ones as well. So the rounds,
everything
matter.
counts. Yep. So that's going to start from 2:30 onwards. We'll be here. You'll see us at EVC tournaments on Twitch, on Twitter, everywhere. I'm excited. Are you?
I am too. I'm ready to cast them because I can't wait for some really good games. The pressure is going to be on for these teams.
Oh, and especially looking after that, there's going to be some really good games. So that's all from us today for the EVC, the Surge 2. I've been Quinor, JB, and Jet, because this is just filler at this point. So thank you very much for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Esports.
I got lost at night, under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find, under the stars up in the sky. I got lost at night, under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find, under the stars up in the sky. I don't know where to take this, I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment, we're living in the moment. Your head is on my shoulder, but we're getting older. Baby, it's you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky. Oh, you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky. follow me. I don't know where to take this. I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment. We're living in the moment. Your head is on my shoulder. We're never getting older. Baby, it's you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky. Oh, you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky.
I feel you burn all over me. One hit of you is all I need. Baby, I need a fix. All I wanna do is let myself right next to you. I might need a few moments just to touch on you. All I wanna do is let myself right next to you. I might need a few moments just to touch on you. I feel you. Karma's got a thing for me. We hold hands, make plans, keep the receipts. Karma, she's my best friend. One step closer, here's how it ends. Karma's got a thing for me. You see, you'll be digging up 6 feet. Karma's never let me down. My smile will kill when I cut you out. It's karma. It's okay to hurt your voice screaming in my face. I know you gotta bark when you don't got bite. Tell me, what's that like? What's that like? Being that insecure, acting up, immature. Had enough, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Bored. Your love got the aura. You know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You, now you got hurt 'cause you made me. Yeah, you know what you are, you're a baby, little baby, little baby. You only got hurt 'cause you made me bored. It's karma. It's karma. It's karma. Slip, 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 slip. I'm so bored.
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet.
Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in.